to our today's program. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And I'd also like to extend a very warm welcome and invite on stage Shri Bhagwant Khuba, the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, and Minister of State, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Shri Thirutangam Thenarasu, Honorable Minister for Industries Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, also joining us on our today's program. Shri Yogendra Tripathi, Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. Mr. Prab Das, Chairman of the FICCI Petrochemicals Committee and MD and CEO HMEL Mittal Limited. Shri Samir Kumar Biswas, Additional Secretary, Chemicals Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. And Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, Chairman of the FICCI National Chemical Committee and the Chairman and Managing Director of Deepak Nitrite Limited. I'm going to request our dignitaries to kindly inaugurate our today's program by lighting the ceremonial lamp. Dr. Mandavia, our chief guest at today's program, and other dignitaries to kindly light the ceremonial lamp. Requesting sir to kindly inaugurate our today's program now with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, which is a symbol of light and wisdom and knowledge, and thank the Almighty for a new day of learning. Officially inaugurating our today's program now, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, the Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, accompanied by our guest of honor, Shri Bhagwant Khuba, and the Honorable Minister for Industries Department, Shri Thirutangam Thenarasu. And with that, our today's program, ladies and gentlemen, is formally inaugurated. Thank you very much. Once again, requesting everyone to please extend a very warm welcome to all of our dignitaries here with a round of applause. And I request everybody in the audience to now please get settled as we are going to begin our today's program, which is the second edition of the Summit on India Global Chemicals and Petrochemicals Manufacturing Hub. Now, before we begin, we'd also like to extend our heartiest welcome to all of our dignitaries here. I am going to first of all request Shri Prab Das to kindly present a green certificate and felicitate Dr. Mansukh Mandavia on behalf of all of us here at FICCI. Requesting Mr. Prab Das to kindly present this green certificate, so which basically certifies that trees have been planted in your name and honor, and we present you this green certificate. I'll also request Mr. Das to present a green certificate and felicitate Shri Bhagwant Khuba, the Honorable Minister of State for Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, and Minister of State, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. I'll now request Mr. Deepak Mehta to kindly present a green certificate to the Honorable Minister for Industries Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, Shri Thirutangam Thenarasu. Mr. Mehta, I'll also request you to present a green certificate to Shri Yogendra Tripathi, the Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, and also one to Shri Samir Kumar Biswas, the Additional Secretary, Chemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. Well, without any ado, I am going to now hand over the session to Shri Samir Kumar Biswas, who will moderate the inaugural session further. Thank you.
Very good morning to all the participants and the distinguished panelists at the dais. The Honorable Minister for Health and Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Dr. Mandavia ji, Minister of State, Sri Bhagwant Khuba ji, the Minister Thiru Thangam Thenarasu, Minister of Industries from Government of Tamil Nadu, the industry leaders, Deepak Mehta ji, FICCI Chemical Committee Chairman, Mr. Prabhudas, FICCI Petrochemical Committee Chairman. I welcome you all for this second edition of this very important event. I'll give a very small little background of the event. India has been for a long time supplying to the entire world substantial quantity of pesticides, dyes, pharmaceuticals, man-made fibers, various types of chemicals. But if we looked at the entire segment, then we have seen that it's a net importer of various, everything put together. So in the year 2019, under the leadership of our Minister Dr. Mandavia ji, and in association with the industry, the department really worked on setting or formulating a vision statement for the industry. The vision was to see India emerging as a global hub for manufacturing various chemicals and petrochemicals, and also supplying to the entire world as a very important partner in the global supply chain. So from that perspective, when the vision statement was formalized and announced, then on we started this event every alternate year to organize this event to showcase India and its strengths and opportunities, that how India can become a global hub. The past decade really belonged to Southeast Asian countries like Singapore, China and all those. Now this is a turn for India to really take that position. And in the recent past also we have seen how India has managed and really commendably dealt with the various situations during the pandemic, and the Indian industry has come and emerged as even stronger. Now it has a very special position in the world, and there is a great opportunity now to take it forward and become a really in true sense the global hub. So with that little background, I'll request Mr. Prabhudas, the chairman for FICCI Petrochemical Committee, to deliver a welcome address. A brief about Mr. Prabhudas. He is a BTech from IIT Kharagpur and an MBA from Southern Cross University, Australia. He served in the Indian Administrative Service for 25 years, and then he switched over to the private sector, and presently he is working in HPCL Mittal Energy Limited as Managing Director and CEO. Mr. Prabhudas.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes. It gives me great pleasure to address this August gathering of policymakers, business leaders, and industry experts. Welcome to the summit. I'm sure the insightful discussions by the leading brains here over the next 2 days will help India becoming global chemical and petrochemical hub. I would like to extend a warm welcome to everybody, and especially our chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Minister for Chemical and Fertilizer, Government of India. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us. You have been instrumental in India's accelerated vaccination program. We feel very safe with you as a helm of affairs. Thank you, sir. Your immense knowledge of chemical sector, your vision, your initiative, your expertise is of great value to this sector, and I'm sure under your leadership, India is certainly going to become a manufacturing hub for chemical and petrochemical. Let me also welcome our guest of honor, Sri Bhagwat Kubbaji, Minister of State for Chemical and Fertilizers, Government of India. Sir, we are lucky to have you with us today. Under your leadership, the industry looks forward to chart newer path and help realize self-sufficiency in the sector. Your keen interest in developing this sector is proven by the fact that as soon as you joined the ministry, you called all of us and you spent hours together to understand our issues and you took immediate action. Thank you, sir. Welcome, Theru Dhangam Thenarasu, Honorable Minister, Department of Industry, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, your focus on balanced and equitable industrial development in the state of Tamil Nadu is well known, and I'm confident that Tamil Nadu's attraction as an investment destination would be further under your leadership. We are fortunate to have your presence with your big team here. Thank you. Let me welcome our dear Secretary, Yogendra Tripathi ji. We are very fortunate. He's a very experienced man, and he has really championed the cause of industries and added for its continuous growth and sustainable development. Thank you, sir. Let me also welcome my great friend Deepak Mehta ji. He is an industrial expert, and industry stands to gain by his association. We are glad that you are with us. Thank you. Let me welcome Mr. Biswas, Mr. Jha. They are the pillars in the ministry, and they have been great support to us. Coming to subject, I will not leave so easily. I'll put a point. As Indian economy marches towards its vision of 5 trillion economy by 2025, with a contribution of 1 trillion from manufacturing, the chemical and petrochemical sector is going to play a very crucial role in translating this vision into reality. For achieving the dream of Atmanirbhar, a renewed focus on critical sector of chemical and petrochemical is essential to capitalize on the tremendous opportunities in this high-growth Indian economy. We are all aware that Indian chemical and petrochemical industry is enabling sector to virtually all sectors of economy, including agriculture, infrastructure, health, care, consumer goods, etc. This chemical and petrochemical industry is projected to reach from existing 165 billion to 300 billion by 2025. It's only a few years from now. Some of the indicators of tremendous growth potential for Indian chemical and petrochemical sector are the per capita consumption is much lower. Everybody knows we are nearly 12 compared to world average of 30. Per capita income of India has reached the threshold for accelerated growth. The total import last year was 70 billion. Petrochemical, chemical, we imported 70 billion. The total consumption of polymer is around 16 million ton, which is expected to go up to 23 million ton by 2025 and 32 million ton by 2030. Let me just emphasize on polymers. Chemicals, there are many speakers, but let me concentrate on polymers. As I mentioned that, the current demand is 16 is going to become 33, which means that we require a full-fledged naphtha cracker every year for next 10 years. Each cracker and associated thing costs $3 to $4 billion. It's a huge investment, which can be there in the country. If not, the demand is known to everybody. India is growing, there is going to be demand. There are many players in the world trying to set up this petrochemical plants, especially in China, Vietnam, Abu Dhabi. They are already setting up the plants. If we don't accelerate our setting up plants in India, these countries are going to set up the plants and send the material to us. So this is urgency in taking this polymers forward quickly. Various initiatives have already been taken to accelerate the growth by the government, productivity-linked incentive, easing environment clearances, simplifying labor laws. There are many other initiatives being taken by Government of India. Are they sufficient? I will say, a little more need to be done jointly by industry and government together. There are many cost factor disadvantages, and there are many issues. And they're all very easily resolvable. I'm sure that this particular conference of 2 days will bring out the issues along with the policy makers, and we will be able to guide ourselves so that we become a major global manufacturing hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhudas ji. This being the second edition of the event, where we see India emerging as global hub, now we need to also understand where we are, where we want to go, and how we are going to go there, and what will be the plan of action, what kind of policy support is required, what initiatives are to be taken by the industry. In that respect, there will be a sectoral presentation by our Secretary, Sri Yogendra Tripathi ji. Mr. Yogendra Tripathi is a BTech in Electrical Engineering from IIT Delhi and a postgraduate diploma holder in Behavioral Science. He belongs to 1985 batch of IAS of Karnataka cadre. He held various important positions in the government of Karnataka. He has extensive experience in running public sector enterprises in the government of Karnataka. He has also worked in the United Nations for 5 years in the Department of Peacekeeping Operations in Kosovo Mission. He has worked in Government of India in the Ministries of Urban Development, Human Resource Development, and also a CMD of Food Corporation of India. Prior to joining as Secretary Chemicals and Petrochemicals, he was working as Secretary Tourism. Mr. Yogendra Tripathi ji, please.
Honorable Minister for Chemical and Fertilizer, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Minister of State, Shri Bhagwant Khuba ji, Honorable Minister for Industries, Government of Tamil Nadu, Shri Thiru Thangam Thenarasu, dignitaries on the dais, doyens of the industry, and friends. First of all, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the participants in this conference. Before I put out my presentation to give an overview of the sector, to set the context for the discussion, I would like to mention something, and that is especially because I was reminded yesterday by one of the very senior industry leaders, Mr. Nanavati, of the contribution of the industry in the difficult times of the COVID yesterday again. In fact, we tend to forget the contributions very quickly. I would like to recapitulate the very positive joining of hands of the industry with the government in the first stage of the COVID, about 1.5 years, a quarter to 2 years back, when they came forward and joined the hands with the government to ensure that the PPE kits and all the basic support systems required for the health sector were immediately taken up for production within the country. Not just that, in the second wave, the way industry came forward to convert their production facilities from the industrial oxygen to the medical oxygen and support the endeavor of the government to deal with challenging times is appreciable. I would like to place on record our deep appreciation for very forthcoming attitude of the industry, and we do expect that we would continue to have the support of the industry for all the endeavors the government is looking forward to and moving in the direction. With these words, may I request the presentation to be put on. The PowerPoint presentation was supposed to. Okay, right. In fact, I know that the gathering here probably in many ways will be much more knowledgeable than me about the sector. But I need to do the duty to ensure that the context is set. As we all very well know, first slide please. As we all very well know, that the chemical industry's evolution has started in the early 20th century. However, insofar as the petrochemical sector's evolution, establishment in the country, it started happening in 1960s. The first steps were taken in 1960. It was only in 1978-79, with the IPCL coming into picture, we had the first real integrated petrochemical plant in the country. Decades of 80 were the decades of the growth for the industry. 1992 onwards, the economic liberalization started playing a role for the industry. It started freeing the industry, and we saw the decades of 1990 and 2000 setting the context of the Indian industry to work together with the global industry, to look forward for the greater heights. And as we can see, the results of what we see in the decade of 2010 to 2020, the capacity increase of the production in petrochemicals was 2.5 times within 1 decade. For the chemicals, it was 1.5 times. And that basically shows that how the industrial capacity in the sector has been growing in 2010 to 20. And I'm very confident to say that this growth of establishment of the capacity in the sector of the last decade would need to continue in this decade and the next decade. And that's the opportunity. The point is, as to how do and why do I say that, I would like to put it in context, the resilience of Indian economy and the sector, to clearly bring out that what I am saying is not based on perceptions. We look back at two of the challenges which the globe faced in economic terms, was the dot-com burst of 2004 or the global economic meltdown of 2008-9. Every time India came out stronger, with growth rates of more than 8 to 9%. Though we had difficulties of the COVID in the financial year 2021, but all the studies and the projections globally, as also of the RBI, very clearly indicate that we are very clearly on the growth path of 9+% GDP, most likely the double-digit GDP in the year 21-22. And these projections do not get limited to this current financial year. The projections for 23-25 also indicate that India is going to be the fastest growing economy among all the major economies of the world, and would probably be growing at a rate more than twice of the global average. And that itself is an indicator of the opportunities which we have as the country. Obviously, this hasn't happened on its own. Next slide, please. In fact, Government of India has been taking very proactive steps to ensure that Indian economy becomes an attractive destination for investment. All the economic reforms which have been carried out in last 7 to 8 years, at the pace at which they have been carried out, has been remarkable. Some of them are listed before you in the slide. I would like to mention some of them. Reforms on the corporate income tax to promote investments. All actions taken in all different fields of regulatory clearances, transparency brought in to improve the ease of doing business. India emerging as an innovation center, a startup culture, which we all know. We've been hearing all IPOs coming in the newer areas of technology in the country, which shows the strength to which we are going. Steps taken by the Government of India for putting in national infrastructure pipeline with an investment of more than $1.4 trillion till 2025. In fact, all this has given the kind of confidence to the global industry that if we look at the total FDI inflows, which have been $459 billion since 2009, 65% of it coming after 2015-16. Next slide, please. Well, before you, there are some aspects which clearly indicate India's strength as manufacturing hub, its ability of emerging as a major manufacturing hub, the fact that we have a growing urban population, two-thirds consumption growth till 2025 is going to emerge from there, working population, the proportion of the working population, all is an indicator that as a country we have been growing fast and we are at the stage where we are going to grow faster. In fact, our manufacturing abilities, be it the sector of the steel, be it the sector of pharmaceutical, the textiles, and even chemicals, we can be much bigger, but still where we are is no mean achievement. And in consumer goods, if you're looking at the production of cars as the 5th largest producer. So we have come a long way. The base is set for a much higher growth in future. Coming from the Indian economy, I'll shift my direction to the positivities and the opportunities which we have for the chemical sector. Next slide, please. Well, each one of you are probably aware of it, much more aware of it, so I will not devote much time, but as in one sentence I would like to say, chemical and petrochemical sector plays role in each and every item an economy needs and needs to deal with. And therefore, the number of products it is involved, the scale at which it is involved is tremendous and is reflected in all the statistics which are put before you. The chemical industry market, next slide please, for India was initially estimated in the year 20 to be $178 billion, but happened to be turn out to be 187, better than what was expected for the year 1920. The growth projections in view of the COVID have been slightly reduced from what we were initially thinking of $300 billion to $286 billion. But I'm quite confident that even the $286 billion projections are conservative in nature. As government, we need to be a bit conservative when we are putting out these details, and therefore I would say that probably $300 billion market, chemical and petrochemical market, is going to be more realistic. This is probably 286 is more conservative in nature. Next slide, please. There has been an analysis which has been carried out as to what are the areas where there can be potential for investment. I'm sure each one here is in the industry, has been looking at it at a micro level, would probably know it by heart as to what are the gap areas. But it's very clear that be it the C1 derivatives, be it the C2, C3 derivatives, demand-supply gap indicates a huge opportunity for investments in future. And given the level of growth at which it is happening, these opportunities can turn out to be much bigger than what we are actually projecting. Next slide, please. Within the chemical sector, as we all know, specialty chemical segments has been playing a much more important role, has been growing at a higher rate than the sector as a whole, probably more than 12%. And the future for growth in the specialty chemical sector remains high, especially in view of the focus of the government on infrastructure development, on agriculture, the textiles, the job creators. And therefore, the opportunities in the specialty chemicals would continue to be high as it has been in last 5 to 7 years. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the major petrochemical projects which are under implementation. By India's standards, $16–17 billion investment ongoing is not really huge. But what is important is what appears to be the thinking which is going on the industry side. Next slide, please. Which indicates a possibility of industry leaders considering. This is based on what we read in the newspapers. We have ignored some of them as well. And I can quote one or two of what I have read in newspapers some places as to what the groups intend to do. But I have not included some of them. I have included only part of them. And that includes a possibility of a $100 billion investment. Even if 20 or 30% falls through, you would still have a 60 to 70 billion dollar investments happening over a period of time, So I would say that whatever I have been saying about the potential of the growth, the opportunity, it's also being recognized by the industry leaders who need to put their money forward. And that's where our hope lies. That's where our confidence lies. Can we go to the next slide, please? You look at the scenario. My own assessment, our own perception is that this thinking is happening for the simple reason that we may have difficulties, as Mr. Prabhudas said, to make it move forward. Some more positive steps may need to be taken. But at a macro level, if we look at various facets of what you call, for a place to be a petrochemical hub, among various destinations on which we made a relative comparative study, India does stand to be at a high point, probably just below China if we look at a complete picture. On one aspect, some place may be better, but overall, if we take into account all the facets, and they're all listed, be it the feedstock access, market access, capital costs, etc., etc. And these are not my perceptions. These are based on certain studies, certain reports which exist in the public domain. Next slide, please. Some of these things I have already mentioned as to how and why India has emerged as a manufacturing destination, would continue to be a stronger manufacturing destination. And one of the important factors of that is stable and good governance based on objective, clear-cut, laid-down parameters. In fact, that gets reflected in all policy reforms, be it in the banking sector, be it in economic sectors, be it sectoral policies. And I'm quite sure all these give an opportunity, create a reward system for any major investment player to come to the country, invest here, and be part of the journey of the growth. Next slide, please. Here are some of the policy initiatives which indicate, and obviously they are all related and linked with various other policies of the government as a whole, because we are as a sector, we need to deal with all aspects, be it the finances, be it the labor laws, be it the environmental laws, etc., etc. Apart from that, the initiatives taken within the chemical industry to support and promote the activities of the industry, act as their spokesperson within the government. We've all been working together, and I would say that there is an environment in which industries can come forward, hope for a very supportive role of the government, and expect to succeed in the businesses. And one of the very important things, next slide please, I would definitely like to mention is the PLI scheme. And because that adds another dimension to the growth opportunities for the sector. The PLI scheme is there for 13 sectors with $28 billion investment, not directly for chemical and petrochemical sector, but if you look at all the sectors where this is engaged, is chemical and petrochemical sector, one form or the other, plays a very crucial role as a building block. So if these sectors are going to get greater demand, going to push the economy further, the opportunities for players within the chemical and petrochemical sector is also going to tremendously increase. And that, I would say, indicates the possibilities of the growth. Once again, I would, next slide please, I'd like to emphasize that overall functioning environment is becoming transparent. overall ease of doing business has been improving, and in a rule-based, transparent system, opportunities for investment, just rewards on the investments are huge. Before I end, I would like to add few things which are not there part of my presentation. And that is, if you look at the kind of initiative which the government has been taking on the renewable sources of energy, which has been reducing the cost of the energy with which we all are aware. Chemical and petrochemical sector as energy incentive sector, I'm sure is going to get very clearly become cost competitive with the cost of energy coming down. That's going to add to the potential. I did not put it as part of my presentation because we haven't been able to do an exercise as to what level this would give an advantage. But there's no doubt that that's going to add to the competitiveness of establishing manufacturing setup in the country. With the growth potential and the trajectory on which the country is going, the growth potential for the sector is also tremendous. I can only say that we all should join hands, become part of this growth trajectory of the country, be part of the nation building, and it would not just be part of the nation building, it would also be a very rewarding experience for all of us individually and as a group. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for giving a very elaborate and detailed presentation on the status of the industry and the future opportunity and potential that we can really harness and plan to really take it forward. Now, for India becoming a global hub for manufacturing chemicals and petrochemicals, the most important issue was that the PCPRs, the 4 PCPRs that we have announced, should be made effective, and really they should be housing the world scale and the latest technology oriented projects in these areas. We have at Dahej, we have Paradip, we have Visakhapatnam, and in Tamil Nadu, Nagapattinam and Kadalur. So Tamil Nadu being one of the important states for really India to emerge as a global hub. And we are really fortunate that we have Minister from Government of Tamil Nadu here on the dais. We'll really be very happy to hear from him. Thiru Thangam Tennarasu, Honorable Minister for Industries, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thiru Tennarasu was born in Malan Kinaru village of Birudunagar district. He earned his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. As a graduate engineer, he worked for about 10 years before taking a plunge into political arena. He has been MLA in the state of Tamil Nadu for 5 terms, and in 2006, he became the Minister for School Education, Sports and Youth Affairs and Archaeology. Now as Minister of Industries, his ambition is to make Tamil Nadu as a #1 state for industrial investment in South Asia. And his role in handling oxygen situation during COVID pandemic has been well appreciated. So I invite Thiru Thangam Tennarasu.
Good morning all. Honorable Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Minister Thiru Bhagwat Kuba, senior officers from the states and the union government, industry representatives, I am indeed honored to be a part of this discussion this morning on the Global Chemical Summit organized by the Department of Chemicals and Fertilizers. On behalf of our Honorable Chief Minister Thiru M.K. Stalin, at the outset I would like to thank you all for providing us this opportunity to present our government's efforts on strengthening the industrial ecosystem in the state of Tamil Nadu. As you all know well, Tamil Nadu is the most progressive industrialized state in India, the second highest regional GSDP. Our state offers the best in infrastructure needed for any industry to thrive in, including chemical and petrochemical industries. The investors' confidence in the state and in the government has ranked Tamil Nadu number 1 in the country on the post-COVID investment scenario, leveraging investments over rupees 1 lakh crores. Being the national leader in good governance, we are striving forward to improve the business ecosystem in the state. This investors' confidence was further showcased 2 days ago in Coimbatore. Recently, myself and our Chief Minister was there for an investors' conference in Coimbatore. Over 50 large companies committed to invest in projects over rupees 35,000 crores with an employment generation of around 75,000 people. The strategic location of the state, complemented by its excellent logistics infrastructure, including 5 large commercial ports and 4 international airports, 32 gigawatts installed power capacity, industry-friendly policies, and a proactive government that understands the business requirements, provides the investors the most profitable platform to establish their operations in Tamil Nadu. The aspirations of our government is to make Tamil Nadu a $1 trillion US dollar economy by 2030. We understand that the chemicals and petrochemicals are the feedstock for every industry, and this sector plays a vital role in the state's industrialization, making Tamil Nadu the manufacturing and economic powerhouse. Tamil Nadu is the 3rd largest contributor to the country's chemical output, housing more than 2,500 chemical industries with strong chemical industrial ecosystem. Recognizing the importance of this particular sector, our government has categorized specialty chemicals and petrochemicals as sunrise sectors to extend financial support through additional incentives and has leveraged investments for setting up petrochemical projects in the state to strengthen and position the state as petrochemical investment destination and for downstream industries. To further strengthening this ecosystem, we have established the Tamil Nadu Polymer Park spread across 306 acres near Chennai to cater to the needs of the plastic manufacturing and logistics. We have proposed to establish a petrochemical park and a textile park in the state. The government is strengthening the cross-country and city gas distribution pipeline to ensure feedstock availability, increasing the availability of industrial water by establishing TTRO and desalination plants in various districts of the state. Our investment promotion agency, the guidance about which our managing director is going to make a presentation over later this evening, is interacting continuously with all chemical associations to address their requirements. New industrial zones and industrial land bank across the state aim to establish sector-specific clusters for electronics, food, furniture, chemicals and petrochemicals, etc. Recently, we have launched the Tamil Nadu Single Window Portal 2.0, which facilitates the investors with over 100 plus services and the BizBuddy system to submit a help call on issues. On behalf of the Tamil Nadu government, ladies and gentlemen, I wish this summit will greatly benefit the chemical fraternity, and I extend my warm invitation to all the investors in this sector to explore Tamil Nadu for their investments and expansion plans and to attain the benefits at its fullest. I thank you all for this wonderful opportunity again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tennarasuji, for outlining and highlighting the special initiatives taken by Government of Tamil Nadu for giving a boost to the chemical and petrochemical industry. As he has said, that a specialty chemical has been recognized by Government of Tamil Nadu as a sunrise industry. In fact, similar growth model was followed by South Korea in the past decade, wherein they had put a specialty chemical at the core of economic development, feeding really all the segments. So that is a very fantastic policy taken by Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir. Now, our guest of honor today, Sri Bhagwant Khuaji, is here. He has been taking very keen interest in this particular industry, looking at its potential and opportunity as soon as he joined. So we have been interacting him on a continuous basis, really suggesting and giving all the inputs to him, and he also has been guiding us very actively for the growth of the sector. Sri Bhagwant Khuba represents Bidar constituency of Karnataka as Member of Parliament. He is an engineer by basic education and completed his engineering from Siddha Ganga Institute of Technology, Tumkur. He has been a member of Bharatiya Janata Party from his early days. He has been member of Council of Schools for Planning and Architecture, Standing Committee on Food, Consumer Affairs and Public Distribution, Standing Committee on Social Justice and Empowerment, and Committee on Provision of Computers to members of Lok Sabha. Now I invite Sri Bhagwant Khubaji to deliver his address.
Summit on India Global Chemicals and Petrochemicals Manufacturing Hub. इस अनोखा कार्यक्रम का प्रमुख अतिथि रसायन और उर्वरक मंत्री आदरणीय डॉक्टर मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी, तमिलनाडु के इंडस्ट्रीज मिनिस्टर श्री थंगम थेन्नरसू जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर और आज इस अनोखा कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित देश के सभी इंडस्ट्रीज, संबंधित अतिथिगण और मीडिया बंधु, भारत सरकार पिछला 7.5 साल में नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का नेतृत्व में ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, इन्वेस्टर्स फ्रेंडली, देश के अंदर डिमांड क्रिएट करना और भारत हर क्षेत्र के अंदर आत्मनिर्भरता होना, भारत में इंडिजिनियस उत्पादन हर क्षेत्र के अंदर का बढ़ावा मिले, ऐसे पिछला 7.5 साल के अंदर नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का दिशा निर्देशन के अंदर और पिछला 4.5 महीने से माननीय मनसुख भाई मांडवी जी का दिशा निर्देशन के अंदर हमारा डिपार्टमेंट और मेरे को उनका जो दिशा निर्देशन मिलती है, समय समय पर डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारियों का साथ में और इंडस्ट्रीज का पर्सनालिटीज के साथ में इंडस्ट्रीज का सुनना, स्वागत करना और सकारात्मक सोच से अच्छे परिणाम लाने के जो कदम उठाना है वो माननीय मनसुख भाई मांडवी जी का नेतृत्व में हमारा डिपार्टमेंट सक्रियता से कार्य कर रही है। और आज मैं मनसुख भाई मांडवी जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आज सरकार और इंडस्ट्रीज ये एक मंच पर आकर के पॉलिसीज के ऊपर चर्चा हो, देश के अंदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर चर्चा हो और देश के अंदर R&D के ऊपर भारत सरकार का किस तरह से सहयोग इंडस्ट्रीज को मिले, इस विषयों को लेकर के आज और कल इस समिट में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण चर्चाएं भी होंगी और सकारात्मक विचार भी प्रकट होंगे और हमारा डिपार्टमेंट और भारत सरकार उस दिशा में जो भी अच्छे कदम उठाना है उठा करके भारत विश्व के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ऐसी सकारात्मक वातावरण निर्माण किया है कि विश्व के अंदर अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट कहीं पोटेंशियल है तो अपना देश भारत है। आज विश्व के इंडस्ट्रीज के लीडर्स भारत के अंदर निवेशन करने के लिए बहुत ही सकारात्मक विचार लेकर के विचार कर रहे हैं। तो हम भारतवासी और इंडस्ट्रीज के पर्सनालिटीज विश्व का आज का जो सिनेरियो है, पर्टिकुलरली पोस्ट कोविड, भारत मोस्ट पोटेंशियल केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल्स का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनने के लिए एकदम खड़ा हुआ है। तो इसका लाभ देश के इंडस्ट्रीज का पर्सनालिटीज बहुत ही अच्छा अवसर है। इस अवसर को उसको उपयोग में लेकर के भारत का विश्व में केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स का मैन्युफैक्चरर का हब बनाना हमारे लिए और देश के लिए भी बहुत ही अवश्य है। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत ही जोर दे करके कहते हैं कि हर क्षेत्र के अंदर आत्मनिर्भरता हो। आज भारत सरकार हमारा देश के इंडस्ट्रीज को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कहीं टैक्स में रिलैक्सेशन दिया है, कस्टम में रिलैक्सेशन दिया है और नॉन टैरिफ में भी बहुत ही बढ़ावा देने का कदम उठाया है। और देश के अंदर ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और फील गुड फैक्टर पिछला 7.5 साल से हमको देखने में ज्यादा से ज्यादा मिल रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी का मंशा मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस कि ये ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में बहुत ही उसका लाभ हुआ है। तो इसके लिए भारत सरकार देश के अंदर 4 PCPIR का स्थापन करके ओडिशा, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु और गुजरात में आज उस क्षेत्र के वहां पर जहां पर स्थापना हुई है तो करीब 4 लाख के करीब आज एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिली है। और मनसुख भाई मांडवी जी का नेतृत्व में इस डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर आने वाला दिनों में फार्मा पार्क, प्लास्टिक पार्क का स्थापना भी होने जा रहा है। जैसे अपना इंडस्ट्रीज को ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभ मिले और अनुकूल हो, इस दिशा में भारत सरकार, हमारा डिपार्टमेंट हैंड इन हैंड सरकार और इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ में मिल करके भारत को केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स का हब बनाने का ये जो सपना है, जो हमारा लक्ष्य है, उसके ओर बढ़ने के लिए आज और कल का ये समिट बहुत ही उपयोग होगा। और आने वाला दिनों में इसके अच्छे परिणाम भी दिखने लगेगी, ऐसे मुझे विश्वास है। और आज और कल बहुत ही डिटेल में आपका सुझाव पॉलिसीज के ऊपर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर और R&D, खास करके R&D हमारे देश के अंदर 2 से 3% ही हम उसके ऊपर इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं, तो अन्य देश करीब 9 से 10% उन्हें इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं। कभी भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी भारत देश के अंदर इतना सामर्थ्यवान व्यक्ति है, उसका उपयोग हो और उसका उपयोग से इनोवेशन सेक्टर में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इनोवेशंस होकर के भारत को उसका लाभ मिले, इस दिशा में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हर बार जोर देते हैं। मैं भी आपको विनती करता हूं कि R&D के ऊपर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जोर करके अन्य देशों के ऊपर हम निर्भर न हो, हमारा ही इनोवेशंस हो करके भारत आत्मनिर्भर बने। यही मेरे शुभकामनाओं के साथ में आज जो इस कार्यक्रम में सभी जो उपस्थित है, सभी मान्यवरों को मेरा शुभकामना देते हुए मेरे 2 बात मैं समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for highlighting all the initiatives taken by the government for facilitating the growth of the industry, specifically in terms of ease of doing business, giving concessions, for also reforming the corporate tax regime and also GST regime, and all these things, facilitative measures have been going a long way for giving a boost to the sector. Now he has also really invited the industry to take all the initiatives. Most primarily his emphasis on R&D is very noteworthy. I mean, the expenditure on R&D by our industry is quite low compared to the global standards. In fact, R&D and innovation is the main driving force of economic growth in today's world. So really recognizing that, he has really invited you to come forward and really invest in R&D to take us forward. Now today's chief guest, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, needs no introduction. I mean, with his great in-depth knowledge of the industry, he has been guiding us for the growth, and from time to time, we have seen the outcome and benefits of his initiative and active role played for taking the industry forward, and also in terms of interacting with the industry. He has done a great job. Our secretary had mentioned, and he highlighted the great role played by chemical and petrochemical industry in handling the COVID pandemic very effectively and efficiently by providing each and every requirement of the health segment to handle the pandemic, right from isopropyl alcohol, which is the most important constituent of sanitizers, protective equipments, the polymers, which basically protected our health providers, doctors, and other health workers. Then the oxygen, at a time when the entire nation was facing that difficulty, that time he played a stellar role in resolving this oxygen problem and really salvaged the situation, and we really played a great contribution in handling the COVID pandemic in the best manner globally. Dr. Mandavia is very popular with the masses. He recently has been conferred a PhD degree from Gujarat Institute of Development and Research. He holds a postgraduate degree in political science from Bhavnagar University. Starting his political career in the mid-90s, in a short span, he has become a respected political leader of the masses as well as the industry and the health segment. Now we'd like to really hear from him. Dr. Mandavia, please. इंडिया को केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाने के लिए 2 दिन के इस सेमिनार में उद्घाटन के अवसर पर हमारे बीच उपस्थित मेरे साथी मंत्री श्री भगवंत खुबा जी, तमिलनाडु के इंडस्ट्रीज मिनिस्टर थंगम थेनारासु, हमारे सेक्रेटरी योगेंद्र त्रिपाठी जी, हमारे मित्र दीपक मेहता जी, प्रभदास जी, विश्वास जी, सभी उपस्थित इंडस्ट्रीज के प्लेयर भाइयों एवं बहनों, यहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन में देश की केमिकल्स पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज की स्थिति क्या है, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में इंडिया का रैंक क्या है, इंडस्ट्रीज कैसे ग्रो कर रही है, अगले दिनों में आने वाले दिनों में कैसे आगे बढ़ेगी, उसके बारे में विस्तार से बताया है। दोस्तों, मोदी गवर्नमेंट इज प्रो पुअर, प्रो फार्मर्स बट इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली गवर्नमेंट। हम जानते भी हैं, हम चाहते भी हैं कि देश को आगे बढ़ना है तो आवश्यक है कि देश में इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट हो। विदाउट इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट देश सचमुच आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता है। आज से 2100 साल पूर्व आचार्य चाणक्य ने एक बात कही थी। चाणक्य ने कहा था कि कोई राज्य को समृद्ध होना है तो राज्य में रहने वाले महाजनों को राज्याश्रय देना चाहिए। महाजनों को राज्याश्रय देना मतलब इंडस्ट्रीज और ट्रेड को प्रोत्साहित करना। दूसरी लाइन में उन्होंने कहा, सेकंड सेंटेंस ये था कि महाजनों को राज्याश्रय देने से 2 फायदा होगा। संपत्ति का सृजन करना, वेल्थ क्रिएशन, इट्स वन टाइप ऑफ स्किल। माई सेल्फ इज बेस्ट पॉलिटिशियन, इट्स मीनिंग इज नॉट दैट माई सेल्फ इज बेस्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स। मैं एक अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन हो सकता हूं, लेकिन मैं एक अच्छा इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट ना भी हो सकता हूं। इंडस्ट्रीज चलाना, वेल्थ का क्रिएशन करना एक स्किल होती है और ये स्किल को प्रोत्साहित करने से संपत्ति का सृजन होगा और साथ में रोजगारी का निर्माण भी होगा। और थर्ड लाइन में कहा कि तब ये ही महाजन इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट सरकार की तिजोरी में टैक्स देंगे, तब जाके ये टैक्स का उपयोग सरकार गरीब और किसानों के कल्याण के लिए कर पाएंगे। ये फिलोसॉफी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए दोस्तों, हिंदुस्तान की आजादी के बाद देश के पहली बार रेड फोर्ट से कोई प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा हो कि वेल्थ क्रिएटर का सम्मान करो। वेल्थ क्रिएटर हमारा ग्रोथ पार्टनर है। वेल्थ क्रिएटर ये देश के विकास के सहयोगी है। उसका सम्मान करो, उसको प्रोत्साहित करो, उसको मदद करो। ये हमारी सरकार की नीति रीति रही है। और इसलिए केमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज, नंबर ऑफ टाइप ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज, बट विदाउट केमिकल्स आज से नहीं, सदियों से, या ऑर्गेनिक फॉर्म में हो या अनऑर्गेनिक फॉर्म में हो, केमिकल्स तो था ही था। आप जाओ अजंता इलोरा की केव्स में घूम के आओ, वहां जो पेंट्स से चित्र रखे गए हैं, पेंटिंग किया गया है, वो 2000 साल 1600 साल पूर्व इट्स वन टाइप ऑफ केमिकल्स था ही हमारे यहाँ। और केमिकल्स आज, केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल्स हमारा जीवन का पार्ट बन गया। आप सुबह से उठ के शाम तक जो ही क्रिया करो, सब जगह में पेट्रोकेमिकल्स प्रोडक्ट आपके साथ ही है। सुबह में उठो, ब्रश लो, प्लास्टिक से बनी हुई है। उसके साथ टूथपेस्ट लो, टूथपेस्ट कोई ना कोई केमिकल्स का यूज हुआ हो, ऑर्गेनिक केमिकल्स का यूज हुआ हो, अनऑर्गेनिक केमिकल्स का यूज हुआ हो, आपके साथ ही है। वहां से लेके यहां भी आपने अगल बगल में देखो, आपने कोई ना कोई जगह पे केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स प्रोडक्ट दिखेगी, उसको यूज आप कर रहे हैं। इसलिए वर्तमान समय में एक इंडस्ट्रीज अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये इंडस्ट्रीज अपॉर्चुनिटी इंडिया कैसे एनकेज करे, मेरे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कैसे एनकेज करे, ये सब ऐसी समिट का मतलब यही होता है कि आपस में विचार विमर्श हो, आपस में बातचीत हो, इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी है उस पर डिस्कशन हो, क्या गवर्नमेंट की ओर से पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म की आवश्यकता हो उसके बारे में बातचीत हो, उसके बारे में, उसके लिए रिसर्च पेपर तैयार हो। ये रिसर्च पेपर गवर्नमेंट के पास आए, अल्टीमेटली हमें करना है, कोई पॉलिसी लाना है, कोई रिफॉर्म करना है, तो किसके लिए करना है? हमें इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए ही करना है। और हम चाहते हैं सरकार में, ऑफिस में बैठ के कोई पॉलिसी करने वाले लोग हम नहीं है, और नहीं हमें करनी है। हमें यही पॉलिसी करनी है जो पॉलिसी की आपको रिक्वायरमेंट है, आपको जरूरत है, जो पॉलिसी केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज को आगे बढ़ाने में सहयोगी हो सकती हो। हमें यह रिफॉर्म करना है जो रिफॉर्म अगले दिनों में डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्रीज को भी सपोर्ट करे, इन्वेस्टर को अट्रैक्ट करे, यहां आके मेक इन इंडिया करे। अभी तो मोदी जी ने कहा है नॉट ओनली फॉर मेक इन इंडिया, बट हमें मेक इन इंडिया करके दुनिया को देना है, दुनिया के लिए हमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करना है। और ये पोटेंशियल इंडिया में है, यहां मैन पावर है, यहां ब्रेन पावर है, यहां मैन पावर और ब्रेन पावर की कभी कमी नहीं थी। सवाल था उसको एटमॉस्फेयर मिलना। यही हमारे साइंटिस्ट है। आपने देखा होगा दुनिया में वैक्सीन का रिसर्च होता था, रिसर्च होने के बाद मिनिमम 10 साल, मैक्सिमम 15-20 साल के बाद वो वैक्सीन इंडिया में आता था और इंडिया में वो टीका लगता था। यही इंडिया के साइंटिस्ट हैं। मोदी जी ने प्रोत्साहित किया, देश के साइंटिस्ट पर भरोसा किया और कहा क्या मदद कर सकते हैं। साइंटिस्ट ने जो कहा वो किया, और दुनिया में कोविड वैक्सीन दुनिया के साथ रिसर्च करके हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने हमें दिया। और इतना बड़ा देश आज 120 करोड़ टीका इंडिया लगा चुका है, दुनिया में लार्जेस्ट टीका लगाने वाला कंट्री बने। ये इट्स वन टाइप ऑफ अवर वेल्थ, ये हमारी क्षमता है। यहां आप आज जाओ, नासा में जाओ, 10 में से 3 साइंटिस्ट आपको इंडियन मिलेंगे। दुनिया की कोई भी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट में चले जाओ, रिसर्च फेलो 10 में से 3 आपको इंडियन मिलेंगे। ये ब्रेन को हमें अट्रैक्ट करना है। हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स दुनिया में जाके इन्वेस्ट कर रहे थे या तो दुनिया में जा रहे थे, उसके लिए इंडिया इज द बेस्ट डेस्टिनेशन कैसे बने, इसलिए कई पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। आपने देखा होगा मोदी जी ने 2 लाख करोड़ रुपीस की पीएलआई स्कीम का इंप्लीमेंटेशन करना शुरू किया। ये फार्मास्यूटिकल सेक्टर हो, ये टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर हो, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर हो, टेलीकम्युनिकेशन सेक्टर हो, ये सब सेक्टर में 2 लाख करोड़ की पीएलआई स्कीम हम क्यों लाए? देश की इंडस्ट्रीज को सरवाइव करना है, देश की इंडस्ट्रीज को मदद करना है, इंडिया को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाना है। और ये हब बनाने के लिए हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज कॉम्पिटिटिव कैसे बने? हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज को मैं कितना भी यहां से भाषण दूं, लेकिन वायबिलिटी नहीं आएगी तो आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं करेंगे, वो स्वाभाविक है। आपको इंडिया में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करना है। तो हमने देखा कि फार्मा सेक्टर में कौन से एपीआई ऐसे है जो क्रिटिकल एपीआई है, जिसकी हमें कोई न कोई कंट्री पर डिपेंडेंसी है, और ये एपीआई हमें बाहर से लाने से नहीं लाएंगे या तो हमें नहीं मिलेंगे तो हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज को दिक्कत हो सकती है। तो क्या इंडिया ये मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं? हमारी क्षमता नहीं थी क्या? जी थी ही। मैं प्राइमरी स्कूल में पढ़ता था, तब मैं पढ़ता था कि पिंपरी में पेनिसिलिन बनाने का
कारखाना है, ये था, आज भी है, लेकिन वह पेनिसिलिन नहीं बनता है। क्यों नहीं बनता है? हम वायबल नहीं रहे और दुनिया ने सस्ता एपीआई बना के इंडिया में डंप करना शुरू किया। जो समय पर उसको रोका गया होता हो या तो देखा गया होता हो और उस वक्त रिफॉर्म किया गया होता हो तो ये कारखाना बंद नहीं हुआ होता। ये बंद इसलिए हो गया कि वो अनवायबल हो गया। उससे सस्ती प्राइस में एपीआई इंडिया में मिलने लगा पेनिसिलिन का, तो यहाँ का एपीआई नहीं लेके फॉर्मुलेशन इंडस्ट्रीज दुनिया से मंगा के यहाँ फॉर्मुलेशन में यूज करने लगे। हमें ये दुनिया के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से इंडिया का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के बीच में वायबिलिटी गैप कितना है उसको एसेस किया और एसेस करके पीएलआई स्कीम के तहत सहयोग करना शुरू किया। देश में इंडस्ट्रीज लगने लगी है। मैं जब उसका इवेल्युएट करता हूं तो उस ज्ञान में आता है हमारे ही सब एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, उन्होंने ही एप्लीकेशन की है और पीएलआई का लाभ हमारे ही लोग लेने वाले हैं। ये हमारी अपॉर्चुनिटी को हमें एनकेस करना है। इंडिया इज ए लार्ज डेमोक्रेसी, ये हमारी ब्यूटी है। हमारे यहां मेरिट ऑन बेस ऑफ द इंडियन कोर्ट, इंडियन जुडिशरी इज गिविंग टू जस्टिस ऑन बेस ऑफ मेरिट। हमारे यहां कोई फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर आया और ये फॉरेन कंपनी है तो हम आपके फेवर में जजमेंट नहीं देंगे, ऐसा नहीं है। हमारे यहां 2-3 ऐसे पहलू है, मेरिट के आधार पर यह जस्टिस होता है, लार्ज डेमोक्रेसी है। यहां ये सब स्थिति को देखते हुए दुनिया भी इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहती है। ये सब प्लेटफॉर्म, ये सब सेमिनार, ये आपस में दुनिया के साथ बिजनेस करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी देता है। आपस में एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर आके बातचीत करके म्यूचुअल अपॉर्चुनिटी को समझे और उसको कैसे एनकेस करे, उसके लिए कौन से प्लेटफॉर्म से हम बात करें, तो ये सब इसके लिए प्लेटफॉर्म होता है। और ये प्लेटफॉर्म के आधार पर हम अगले दिनों में इंडिया में इन्वेस्टमेंट अट्रैक्ट करें, बुलाए, आइए आप हमारी कंपनी, किसी के पास टेक्नोलॉजी है तो किसी के पास दूसरी एक्सपर्टाइज है, तो कोई डेस्टिनेशन फिजिबल और वायबल है, तो ये सभी को मिला के मैं मानता हूं कि उसके लिए इंडिया के लिए बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। और मैं देख रहा हूं मेरे पास सब इस टाइप की मिनिस्ट्री होने के नाते दुनिया चाहती है इंडिया के साथ पार्टनरशिप करने के लिए, इंडियन कंपनी के साथ पार्टनरशिप करने के लिए, क्योंकि उसको इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करना है और इन्वेस्टमेंट करना और अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज को आगे बढ़ाना है। उसको हम कैसे एनकेस करें। दूसरा, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स सेक्टर, उसमें हम एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली कैसे बनाए, हम हैजार्डस को मिनिमाइज करके जीरो पोल्यूशन देने वाली टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे डेवलप करें। मुझे लगता है कि केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज कि जब हम डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं, उसको ग्रो करने की बात करते हैं, तो एक ग्रो करने के लिए बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट कहां से हमें शुरू करना है, तो ग्रो करने के लिए जब हम बात करें तब एक पहलू वो पोल्यूशन भी है। और इसलिए पोल्यूशन फ्रेंडली इंडस्ट्रीज कैसे बने, और उसके लिए रिसर्च, हमारे खुबा जी ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि भाई हमें पोल्यूशन का सॉल्यूशन उसमें से ढूंढना है और पोल्यूशन का सॉल्यूशन निकाल के हम जीरो डिस्चार्ज की पॉलिसी पे आगे बढ़े, हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज भी आगे बढ़े, उसमें से कोई पोल्यूशन भी ना हो और हम ग्रो करते जाए। उसके लिए जो रिसर्च की आवश्यकता है, ये रिसर्च के लिए सरकार मदद करने के लिए तैयार है। मेरी अपेक्षा है कि आपका रिसर्च पेपर में क्या उसमें अब सहयोग कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए भी कोई पहलू निकल के आए तो हम साथ में मिलके इंडस्ट्रीज को आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। आज के अवसर पर यहाँ इतनी विशाल संख्या में आप सब उपस्थित रहे हैं, इसलिए मेरा विश्वास बढ़ हो रहा है कि आप 2 दिन के विचार विमर्श के बाद, चिंतन के बाद, डिस्कशन के बाद एक ऐसे आउटपुट निकालेंगे जो अगले दिनों में हमारे केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज को आगे बढ़ाएंगे और सचमुच में आपने कहा है कि इंडिया इज ए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब इन केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल्स। सचमुच में हमें केमिकल्स पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्रीज में इंडिया को एक हब के रूप में आगे ले जाने के लिए हम दिशा तय करें, यही अपेक्षा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, for really detailing the entire initiative taken by Government of India. And he has also said that the entire nation has great respect for the industrialists, who really adds great value to our human lives and the economy. And also he highlighted the strengths of India and the opportunities, what we don't have. Everything is there available, the best brains are available in our country, best infrastructure, all facilities are available in our country. So there is nothing which can really stop us from becoming the global hub. So thank you, sir, again. Now, a knowledge paper has been prepared, which needs to be released on this occasion. So I'll invite Mr. Deepak Madhurkar, partner and leader, oil and gas industry, PwC, please. Thank you, sir. So we come to the close of the inaugural session and look forward to very effective and fruitful 2 days of session for really chalking out a plan of action for the government as well as for the industry to make our vision really a success. Now I request Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, Chairman FICCI National Chemicals Committee, and CMD Deepak Nitrites to propose a vote of thanks.
Respected Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, our Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Honorable Shri Bhagwant Khubha ji, Honorable Minister of State for Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Honorable Thiru Thangam Thanarasu ji, Honorable Minister for Industries Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, Shri Yogendra Tripathi ji, Shri Samir Biswas ji, and my friend Prabdas ji. The year began, I do remember about a year, 8 months ago, when we said that for India, 2021 will be the year of chemicals and will be the year where India will certainly make a big difference. India did make a good difference. At the same time, not only thanks to issues such as corona, the major crisis that was happening in the world, including logistic challenges, including what was happening in China, created a huge disruption, and I would rather call this year as a year of disruption for the chemical industry. One of the outcome of this has been the fact that countries, wherever they are, unless they are reasonably independent, they would be affected by what is happening in the world. One of the issues we learned during this period is that not only pharmaceuticals and agrochemicals, but the entire value chain is interlinked. Something happening to coal affects the rest of the industries in the value chain. And therefore, the importance of developing the entire value chain in the chemical sector could not have been more emphasized during this year's crisis. It all again puts us back to the main theme, Atmanirbharta. And much before even the crisis came about, our government has embraced this issue about Atmanirbharta and has been working to see how this can ensure value creation in the entire value chain. We are very, very fortunate that we have our captain of the chemical industry, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, who is known not only to be a crisis chief, that wherever there is crisis, he is able to ensure that the country comes out of it. Be it relating to the vaccination, as we just heard, the world's highest number of vaccinations took place in these last few months, to even the crisis because of unavailability of materials like fertilizers to farmers. He has been able to ensure that a lot can be done to support the farmers, to various other crises also. At the same time, he has been instrumental in working to see how what makes logical sense for the industry, the government starts working. I do remember during the times of when he was looking at shipping, he was the one person who really worked hard to see how Sagarmala can be brought in. And what we as industry were saying, that waterways is the fastest, cheapest and safest solution for logistics management. He was the one who went through each ports to ensure that they start becoming more domestic oriented. So sir, when we are looking forward for India to move towards becoming the 4th largest nation in the world in the chemical sector, we need your leadership, we need your guidance, and I'm sure that would be always forthcoming. Shri Kubaji has been also a very young and dynamic Minister of State who has been driving us a lot, particularly with regard to research and development. And I assure you, sir, on behalf of the industry, we will certainly work a lot harder in improving our contributions to research. We just talked about Tamil Nadu, and I do recollect that Tamil Nadu was one of the early players in specialty chemicals. And in the days when SPIC and other companies came up, it used to be one of the most enlightened states so far as the chemical industry is concerned. I'm sure, sir, under your leadership, we will see Tamil Nadu play a much more active role in the chemical sector. Both Yogendra Tripathi ji and Samir Biswas ji have been great doyens of the industry and have been contributing towards bringing the best of ideas from all of us in order to see that the industry is moving in tandem with the world, and I'm sure we would take all the necessary steps, what comes out of the session between today and tomorrow, to ensure that we are creating an ecosystem that will make an even greater India. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, and look forward for the next few days.
With this, we conclude the inaugural session, and we request all of you to kindly please have a cup of tea, and after that we will assemble on this hall in next 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for tea now, 15 minutes. As mentioned, we'll come back in 15 minutes. Please feel free to get your cups of tea and coffee to your seats. In the next 15 minutes, we are running a little behind schedule, and we are going to start in the next 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for tea now, 15 minutes as mentioned. We'll come back in 15 minutes. Please feel free to get your cups of tea and coffee to your seats. In the next 15 minutes, we are running a little behind schedule and we are going to start in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
The partner states were Gujarat, Odisha, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka, with participating states of Bihar, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Punjab, Haryana, and West Bengal. During the India Chem 2021 events, such as Global CEOs Roundtable, Conclave on Global Chemical Industry, Special Focus on Specialty Chemicals, Conclave on Global Petrochemical Industry in collaboration with GCC, Conclave on Global Agrochemical Industry, Capital Goods, Plant Machinery, Pumps and Valves, and Processes Roundtable were organized with the objective to enhance bilateral trade and investment opportunities in the sector. The market size and growth prospects. India's chemical industry was worth $163 billion in financial year 2018 and is expected to grow at around 9% per annum to reach $304 billion by financial year 2025. Demographic dividends, low per capita consumption, and increasing export demand, and enabling government initiatives are the key growth drivers for the Indian chemical industry. The government has implemented enterprising initiatives and schemes such as Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, and the Production Linked Incentive PLI scheme with the objective of improving the competitiveness of domestic manufacturing, attracting investments and enabling exports, and help realize the vision of the country becoming a $5 trillion economy. 50 chemicals and petrochemicals awards were handed out at the Business Networking Dinner. India Chem 2021 has helped to develop possible strategies, sharing insights, exploring opportunities and challenges which will shape the chemicals and petrochemicals industry in India and across the world in the next decade.
Morning, thanks.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning, Venkat sir. Good morning, Tan sir.
Good morning.
Are you disconnected to question to join? I think just want to check your video and audio setting. We're about to start the panel discussion. So can we just on your video and audio?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume with our today's program in the next 5 minutes. Request you all to
Sir, can you just on
kindly
your
join
video and
us.
audio? Venkat
And
sir.
you may feel free to carry your cups of tea and coffee to your seats. For those of you who have had their coffee, may please join us back. For those of you who are still in a queue, we request you to kindly try and grab yourself a cup of coffee as quickly as you can and come back to your seats.
Venkat sir, can you see? Can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to begin our next session. In the interest of time, we have to begin our next session. We request you to please get settled, join us back, and feel free to carry your cups of tea and coffee to your seats, please. Thank you.
Sir, can you hear me? Just want
May I have your attention? For everybody who is in the tea area, we request you to kindly join us back again. And you may feel free to carry your cups of tea and coffee to your seats, please. Everybody can come back and feel free to get their coffee to their seats. And for those of you who are here, may I request you to please get settled as quickly as you can so we can resume our program.
Venkat sir, can you hear me?
So ladies and gentlemen,
Yes, I
our
can.
first session, post the inaugural session, is
Just
on
try to share
exploring the
the
potential of PCPIRs and paving a way for inclusive growth in the region, sector and the economy. Now this is a hybrid session wherein some of our speakers are present physically and some of them will be joining us virtually. And I'm going to quickly invite on stage Shri Sameer Kumar Biswas, the Additional Secretary, Chemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals from the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. Request everybody in the audience to please put your hands together and join me in welcoming him once again, Mr. Sameer Kumar Biswas.
Sir, requesting for audio, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are now beginning this session. And I'll request you to please join me in welcoming our esteemed guest for this session. And since we've just had tea, let's show some energy here and give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Sameer Kumar Biswas once again, the Additional Secretary. He also joined us for the inaugural session. And Mr. Venkata Pisipati, Head of Kizad Polymers Park from Abu Dhabi. Mr. Gautam Biswas, Technology Director, Technology Marketing, Chevron Chemicals, to also please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? For those of you who are still in the tea area, I request you to please return. We promise you more time for networking. There's going to be more opportunity and time for networking during the lunch break and the breaks that we'll take further through the day. For now, may I request you to please join us back and feel free to get your coffee to your seats. Thank you. I'll once again invite on stage Mr. Sameer Kumar Biswas, Mr. Venkata Pesipati will be joining us virtually, Mr. Gautam Biswas, Mr. Prab Das, the MD and CEO of HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, Ms. Pooja Kulkarni, Managing Director and CEO Guidance Tamil Nadu, Shri N.V. Ramana Reddy, Ex Officio Special Commissioner Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary, Industries Department and Skill Development and Technical Education Department with the Government of Odisha. Let's all give them a round of applause, please, and welcome them. Thank you. We've had some tea. Let's show in some energy from the back. Can I have your attention? Yes, please. Thank you. And like I said, this is a hybrid session, so we are being joined by Mr. Venkata from Abu Dhabi virtually, and Mr. Tan Hua Leong, the Senior Director with Oil and Gas at Serbaner Jurong, will also be joining us virtually for this session. Mr. Kamal Nanavati, the President of CPMA, will be moderating the session.
It's still good morning, so let me at least say good morning. And Prabdaji started this morning very well by saying that, "Arey bhaiya, good morning hai." So kindly bring your cups of tea, coffee to the table. We'll start. We're running behind slightly the schedule, so I thought I'll just kick off the session ASAP. Thank you very much, Fiki and for department to give us the opportunity and have this very interesting first session, which is exploring the potential of PCPIRs and paving way for inclusive growth in the region, sector and the economy. That's going to be our thing. We have a long list of very eminent personalities who are going to share their views and ideas with us over the next few minutes or so. About 10 of them, the real knowledge experts, are going to talk about it. So I'll introduce them one by one, and then we proceed with the event. So we're still waiting for Sameer Biswas to come, ji. So okay, just wait for a minute for Mr. Biswas to come, and then I'll briefly introduce him. आप आ जाइए।
I request Shri N.V. Ramana Reddy, Ex Officio Special Commissioner with the Government of Andhra Pradesh, to also please join us on the stage, and request everyone to please welcome him with a round of applause. And let me quickly once again introduce you to our entire panel here. We have Mr. Kamal Nanavati, the President of CPMA, who will be moderating the session. Mr. Sameer Kumar Biswas, Additional Secretary Chemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, will once again be joining us for this session. Mr. Venkata Pesipati will be joining us virtually. Mr. Gautam Biswas, Technology Director at Chevron Chemicals, is also here with us. Mr. Tan Hua Leong will be joining us virtually. Mr. Prab Das, once again joining us, welcome. Ms. Pooja Kulkarni, MD and CEO at Guidance Tamil Nadu, she's also here with us. Shri N.V. Ramana Reddy and Shri Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary, Industries Department and Skill Development. And we also have amongst us Mr. Kuldeep Singh from the Government of Rajasthan joining us for this session. Over to you. Yeah.
All right. All right. We're still waiting a couple of minutes for Mr. Bishwas. If I still don't see him, then we'll have him follow the earlier speaker. So with this, let me invite Mr. Venkat Pisipadi, Head of Kaizad Polymer Park, Abu Dhabi Port. He leads the business development delivery for Kaizad Polymer Park, identifying investment opportunities in the polymers and petrochemical sector. With over 20 years of experience in both operational and commercial roles across a range of companies in the shipping, ports, terminals, logistics, supply chain, all over, covering all this area for Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Middle East region. Prior to joining Kaizad, Venkata was heading consulting management at the Abu Dhabi terminal at Khalifa Port, a flagship company of Abu Dhabi Ports. He also served as the Chief Operating Officer of Agility Logistics, East Africa, and has had many senior management positions across various areas, handling key products and services. So, without much further ado, let's have Mr. Venkata Reddy, please. So we have some missing speakers. So, you're going online? Sorry, virtual. All right, go ahead. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to be sharing the slides from my end. So I just request the IT desk to allow sharing. I can put that up immediately then.
Hello. Kindly speak up. We can hear you.
Yeah, no, I'm just loading the slides up. Just a second.
Well, you're speaking virtually, so there's no way we can help you with your slides. So. Hello. I think you're having some problems, so let's do one thing. Let's halt you here. We go to the next speaker, and when you're ready, you send us a message, and then put you on that. Okay? Thank you.
No, I think I'm ready. Can you see this now?
I'm sorry?
Can you see the slides? Because I've already put it up.
Just come now. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Over to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, and sorry for the little bit of the thing. So, a very good morning, first of all, to everyone in India and across the world from wherever you're participating. It's an absolute pleasure being here today with all of you. I'm Venkat Pisipati, and I head the Kizad Polymers Park as part of Abu Dhabi Ports Group's industrial cluster. This is my 10th year with the group. I started with the company in the Ports and Terminals business unit and moved to the more exciting industrial zone cluster subsequently. While I worked across 6 different countries in 3 different regions as part of my career, it's safe to say that the past 10 years has been the most exciting part of my journey in terms of being able to contribute to the dramatic organizational growth that very few companies in the region have been able to achieve. So on that note, and in keeping with today's topic and session, which is about discussing investments in the petrochemical hubs and what it can do to regional economies, I'd like to first introduce Abu Dhabi Ports as a company, and then dedicate the rest of the session to introduce and give you an overview of the Polymers Park in terms of how it was conceptualized, how the product was developed, and eventually delivered. So Abu Dhabi Ports Group is an integral part of ADQ, otherwise known as Abu Dhabi Holdings. ADQ is amongst the region's largest holding companies with a broad portfolio of business enterprises covering key components of Abu Dhabi's diversification mandate. We have within our portfolio 11 ports, 2 major industrial zones, marine companies, logistics support business units, and very importantly, a strong, perhaps the most diverse and the largest digital platform which helps integrate all our strategic business units with the rest of the world. We are a major contributor as Abu Dhabi Ports to the region's economy, with the group accounting for as much as 24% of the total foreign direct investment inflows covering the entire Middle East and North African region put together. The Abu Dhabi Ports Group by itself is targeting to contribute up to 15% of the total non-oil and gas GDP for the UAE by as early as 2030. And this, as you will see, implies our targeting a growth rate that will be at least 5x the pace of GDP growth in the country. The industrial zones portfolio under Abu Dhabi Ports comprises of 2 industrial areas covering in excess of 550 square kilometers. To give you a comparison in terms of scale, this is the size of Singapore, just in terms of land area. This apart, we are importantly home to over 1,500 pure industrial and distribution companies in our zones. These investments have contributed to generation of at least over 70,000 jobs, and the areas across all zones have labor accommodation facilities and other amenities that are commonplace. Kizad is perhaps amongst the very few ecosystems in the world that offers companies both free zone and domestic zone land in the same area, making it easy for zonal development and management while allowing great leverage for entities on both sides of trade to work with each other and explore business opportunities. We are integrated with Khalifa Port, so this is an industrial zone that is integrated with a port ecosystem. The success and developments of Khalifa Port has been integral to the development and success of our industrial zone clusters. Khalifa Port hosts 3 container terminals, each having long-term concession agreements, one with perhaps one of the largest shipping lines in the world, Mediterranean Shipping Company, the other with COSCO, and very recently we have signed up with the largest French liner, which is CMA CGM. Now, we also have a terminal dedicated to the automotive cluster, which is operated as joint venture with Auto Terminal Barcelona. And earlier this year, we also inaugurated a new chemical tanker facility at Khalifa Port with a 50-year concession agreement with Arabian Chemical Tankers for storage and distribution of chemicals and other downstream petroleum products. These agreements have meant greater and easier access to global consumer markets, with direct port connectivity from Khalifa Port growing by almost 75% just in the last 2 years. Every port and region in the world is accessible from Khalifa Port, and for our industrial customers, this has also meant efficient cost to serve models for our clients and help them access new consumer touch points across the globe. Now, while all industrial sectors are, of course, welcome in our industrial zones, we as an entity focus on 9 industrial verticals. As you will see, of course, on the slide, we have each of these industrial verticals having special dedicated industrial ecosystems which make it convenient for companies to operate here. Now, easy access to feedstock, hard and soft infrastructure that's available on a plug-and-play basis, advanced and globally in-line regulatory policy framework, and importantly, cost-efficient manufacturing are some of the hallmarks that our industrial zones have on offer. Now, before going into what we have done as a company in this space, let's do a quick deep dive into what the segment signifies for the regional economy first. The petrochemicals industry has been an integral part of the diversification drive the world over, and particularly in the Middle East. The Buruj petrochemicals plant, which I'm sure a lot of you in India are aware of, which is adjacent to the Ruwais refinery, is also playing a central role in downstream development. The United Arab Emirates as an economy is undertaking a whole range of multi-billion-dollar downstream expansion projects that will see the country punch right into the refining and petrochemicals big league sector. We are here, of course, today to talk about the petrochemicals investment space, and we have a dedicated ecosystem as part of our industrial zones cluster under Abu Dhabi Ports Group, which indeed is Kizad Polymers Park. The Polymers Park was initiated and conceptualized around 6 core objectives, starting with a proof of concept made largely evident through a very clear mandate we had from industry players pitching for a dedicated polymers ecosystem that could house all elements of the supply chain in a single platform. Our integration with the Department of Transport was very important from the outset to ensure we could create a strong export hub and a policy framework that was globally relevant. As you would all agree, no concept of this scale is ever possible without a diverse, strong pipeline of companies across all important elements of the downstream economy. The early success of Khalifa Port had with handling of polymer raw materials became very important and integral with the need to amplify that further with a much broader polymers manufacturing and distribution hub at Kizad. It was important that all government stakeholders were in sync to allow necessary flexibility for any changes that had to be made to the existing master plan in the industrial zone. And last but not ever the least, it was crucial for us to ensure that the park worked in tune with the broader diversification vision of the Abu Dhabi government. The Kizad Polymers Park was launched in Jan 2019 at the Arab Plast Conference, and during the launch we signed a strategic agreement with the upstream national industry champion ADNOC, along with the subsidiary, which of course is Buruj. The broad objective of this partnership was to create a strong, unparalleled polymers downstream ecosystem that enabled the creation of manufacturing and distribution companies to set up capacities and operate their plants in a one-of-its-kind industry-enabled platform. The commitment that we made was to ensure investors could easily access and experience the 4 pillars of industrial requirements, namely raw material, labor, market, and finance. The effort was clearly, right from the beginning, to create a competent, effective downstream polymers value chain. While we have always had best-in-class polymers upstream capabilities in the country in the form of Buruj, it was very important to ensure we had a strong presence of machinery producers, for instance, who set up a hub to not only just sell these machines, but also more importantly, to establish reasonably scaled workshop units that could cater to urgent calibration and service needs of the customers. While we were indeed lucky to very early on have value addition capabilities in the form of master batch, compounding and additive manufacturing companies making their presence in our industrial zones, full-scale polymer conversion and manufacturing became an eventuality, as you will understand, in the park with a strong Bruges-led R&D platform, which made it possible for manufacturers to access these facilities of theirs with all amenities included, and it made it possible for them to work with industry experts to ensure that tangible process efficiencies etc. that came with were directly accessible to them and contributed very importantly to productivity enhancements at their production floor. Now, finally, we have always been very committed to delivering a circular economy model, and we are very proud to have on board some of the most innovative recycling companies set up shop at Kizad, for instance, using plastics waste in the country to create a wide variety of end-use product options for global consumer markets. Now, integration with port and terminal infrastructure has meant clear advantages for the manufacturing supply chain in our ecosystem in the form of FFS plant capacities that are available at the terminal and the zone. This has, of course, allowed companies to focus on their strengths while using our service platforms to ring fence their product offerings from one location, making it easy for their customers to work with them as a result. The Kizad Polymers Park ecosystem has been built on a number of key components that quite beautifully integrate into delivering the region's strongest industry platform for companies to operate in, starting with a 300 million dirham project that we initiated to create smaller plots to suit the all-important MSME sector. We also have specially driven pre-built assets that include modern warehousing and light industrial units that industrial players can access to kickstart their business models here. Specially designed power incentive programs and key utility availability are amongst the many advantages that investors can access and use to initiate the projects with us. So now, in terms of value proposition in our industrial zone clusters, these have been developed around 5 fundamental elements: cost, speed, and scale on the one side, and predictability and the development of a strong community footprint on the other. So while input costs, easy and fast access to global markets from our zones, and the ability for companies to achieve scale being made easy, our policy framework and a strong digital customer engagement module has made it possible for investors to plan their projects with that much more precision. Now, we offer business licensing through our free zone team, which works with companies and helps them set up their entities at Abu Dhabi Free Zone, which incidentally is mandated and run at Kizad in our industrial zone. These licenses are amongst the most competitively priced platforms in the country and have a number of flexible payment options for investors to choose from. Now, apart from land and business licensing infrastructure that we have in place, our industrial zones also have pre-built facilities that comprise of different sized warehouses, light industrial units for customers to choose from. This model can effectively offset, as you'll understand, huge capex costs for projects and allow further ease of business model testing to happen. So in summary, Abu Dhabi offers investors best-in-class one-stop solutions, which of course Abu Dhabi Ports Group manages very well, with ready leasable units for companies to choose from, government incentive programs for startups, MSMEs, and entrepreneurs, ease of access to international markets through Khalifa Port that we are integrated with for your products and services, advanced infrastructure, and community-led business support platforms. So on that note, I'd like to thank FICCI and the organizers for this opportunity, and wish all participants the very best for the season and the coming year, and wishing you all a great weekend in advance from the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkat. Very well presented about Kizad Park, Polymer Park, and I'm sure the delegates here will take message clearly back home and think of doing something with you. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the great pleasure now to introduce Sri Samir Kumar Vishwasji. He already addressed the opening session, but it's my honor really and privilege to give a little longer introduction of him to most of you. Sri Vishwas is Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. He's been there in the positions for over 6 years in the Department of Chemicals, Petrochemicals. As an Additional Secretary, Chemicals is looking after the work of administrative policy and other aspects of chemical industries, pesticide industries, in addition to public sector undertaking under his department. Main areas of his work involves developing and supporting policy environment for sustainable growth of this sector by attractive investments, protecting human health, safety, security, and environmental impacts of chemicals, which his department needs to address at the same time. At present, Shri Biswas is working on developing an omnibus chemical regulation on similar lines of reach. Shri Biswas is graduate with B.Tech degree in electrical engineering from IIT Chennai, IIT Madras, and has a postgraduate diploma in public policy management from IIM Bangalore. He also has obtained Masters of Financial Management degree from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies in Mumbai, and is an alumni of Goldman School of Public Policy in the University of California at Berkeley campus. His keen interest in public policy analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shri Biswas.
Thank you, Kamalji, for that elaborate introduction. Actually, see, as I told you at the outset, that this department's flagship event used to be India Chem, which is held biennially, alternate year. In between, we didn't have any clear-cut focus as to, what is the right direction to move, etc., etc. But in 19, as I told you, 2019, the department really worked closely with the industry as to what could be the vision statement, because everybody should have a clear-cut vision for the entire industry, really in which direction should we be going. So while doing so, after detailed analysis and understanding of the situation, status, and also the opportunities, potential available in our country, we could clearly see that there is a very clear-cut opportunity to become a global hub for manufacturing chemicals and petrochemicals. In the past, we have seen chemical parks like Jurong in Singapore, then many other parks in China, in Korea, they have been quite successful. Jurong is a very important live example where they don't have any natural resources. The entire crude is imported. They process the crude and produce value-added products and export. Then, even though we are deficit in crude, then why can't we really have similar kind of model for really establishing India as a global hub? In addition to that, we have many advantages, like India itself is a very big market. That itself could be a very big attraction for developing a global hub here for manufacturing chemicals and petrochemicals. So from that point of view, we have the PCPIs already notified huge investment areas. In Singapore, we have just 32 square kilometer of area, housing 5 world-scale refineries cum crackers. But in India, we are looking for 250 square kilometer. At all these places, we have notified so much, then there is a clear-cut opportunity and possibility to really turn and transform these areas into global hubs. So that being the focus and thrust, we did do some kind of a stakeholder consultation with the industry leaders and came up with something. So we thought that we must have an event which will bring this on a common platform to discuss further as to what is the status of that vision statement, what else could be done, after taking into consideration all the aspects of the Indian economy, other stakeholders upstream, downstream, and related areas. So that is why we thought possibly we should also look at the examples elsewhere in the world, so that we can have presentation from their side, understand their situation, in those reference to that particular situation, what best they could do, what India could do. So from that perspective, we are organizing this 2-day conference and workshop to come up with a clear-cut plan of action which is implementable, easily acceptable to all the stakeholders, and really put them into action. So I thank you all for participating in large numbers for this conference, and we will benefit richly from your input and feedback and try to do whatever best can be done in the interest of sustainable growth of our chemical and petrochemical industry. So thank you.
So thank you very much for a very, very, thought-provoking address by you. First time in the morning, for this in the morning also, and just now also. I think very strong message to all of us that the only way forward is keep growing. Thank you again, sir. Thanks very much. Thank you. We have next speaker who's going to join us virtual, and that's Mr. Tan Wui Leong. Mr. Tan Wui Leong, can we have his virtual screen up, please? There you go. Just give me 2 minutes to introduce. Welcome. Good afternoon to you. Mr. Tan Wui Leong is Senior Director for Energy and Industrial Division at Surbana in Jurong. He holds various roles involving advisory, project management, leadership, engineering design and research development for infrastructure, petrochemicals, energy storage, renewable, hydrogen, low carbon alternatives, and CCUS related projects in Singapore, also in China, India, and the Middle East. In addition to that, he is also looking into CIS and Latin American nations. Leveraging on his experience in petrochemical clustering and value chain development from his work in developing Jurong Island Chemicals Hub and development of spanning India, China, Ecuador, Panama, Kazakhstan, Russia, Brunei, Saudi Arabia, and many other nations. He is focusing on developing new industrial symbiotic and sustainable industrial clusters. He was nominated by Who's Who in Engineering in Singapore in 2020, a publication that recognizes outstanding engineers for their contribution to Singapore and its growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Tan Wui Leong. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me very clearly. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kamal Alapati, and also a good afternoon and good morning wherever you are to Sri Samya Kumar Mishra and all our fellow presenters as well. Are you able to see the slides that's been put up?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, there you go.
Well, we can see the slide, but I think the slide is coming. Probably the.
Okay.
It's coming at the top, but there you go. You got it now. Over to you, sir.
Great, thank you very much. So today I will just be sharing with you one of the topics that is very close to our hearts today. As Sri Samya Kumar Mishra has just mentioned, Jurong Island and how we have depended on a lot of our natural resources from external parties to create a chemical hub. We are also facing a lot of challenges today in terms of how our industry cluster are transforming. So today I would like to bring you through some of our thoughts and the processes of navigating through the new normal in terms of how our industrial cluster are transforming today. Next slide, please. Next. So without further ado, let me give you a very quick introduction about Surbana Jurong. One slide summary. Next, please. So basically, Surbana Jurong, we are a combination of nation-building capabilities in Singapore. We are 50 years old. In fact, to be exact, 55 years old. And we have been around since the nation was built in Singapore. And we are a combination of all the nation-building capabilities in terms of urban, industrial, and engineering infrastructure for Singapore. So today, we are about 17,000 strong worldwide, located in 7 continents, and we have in over 40 countries and 110 cities around the world. We are currently ranked 24 in the global ENR, top 225 firms, and are continuously proceeding to the top 10 category. Next, please. So this is basically our footprint as a summary. I wouldn't go into more detail on that, but they will have this information. Next. Now, one of the major changes that we have seen over the last few years is the pivot towards sustainability. And essentially, this is very important in the kind of work that we do. And we have put this as one of the ethos in terms of how we are approaching any solutions that we're providing for our customers and in any developments that we're doing, especially in industrial clusters and particularly in petrochemical park development. So sustainability is what is going to be driving a lot of our developments moving forward. And next, I'm going to give you a few key trends that we are observing in the market. Next, please. Next. So this is what we do today in our energy and industrial division. From here, we basically can give you a quick assessment of some of the trends that has been evolving in the industry. You can see petrochemicals, you can see chemicals, LNG and hydrocarbons. But you can also see carbon capture, carbon utilization, hydrogen, and power and renewables. Now, this is also very synonymous with the topic that I'm going to discuss with you today, how to navigate through this new norm. Next, please. Now, next. Very quickly, I would like to give you an overview of what is happening in the market. If we were to look at the industrial clusters today, they are impetus to basically decarbonize. And according to the WEF recent report, chemicals and petrochemical industries essentially is one of the major energy consumers across all other industries. Hence, there's a heavy industries comprising of course petrochemical and chemicals and many others like iron and steel industries constitute about 50% of all global final energy consumption. And this industrial cluster can definitely become a very critical player in terms of accelerating the path for the world to achieve net zero. The next item to observe is that high energy consumption in the industry. The industrial sector essentially is a major global energy consumer. Now, the high energy consumption in industries will continue to be the trend in decades to come. So the key challenge is how do we utilize more sustainable energy sources for more sustainable manufacturing. And this applies even for the petrochemical industry. Next slide, please. The high fuel consumption but low electricity usage within the petrochemical and industrial clusters are also observed. About 40% of the total energy consumed in industries is actually fuel consumed for energy production. However, only about 20% is electricity. So actually there is a lot of room and a lot of opportunity to basically electrify industrial parks and manufacturing hubs against a conventional method of using fuel direct combustion to produce energy for the industries. Another major trend that has gained a lot of prominence over the COVID period or last 2 years is climate change. With the recent conclusion of the COP26, one of the major topics talked about is global sea level rises. Now, in the IPCC report that was released early this year, one of the major impact that we are going to face globally in time to come is global sea level rises. Now, as you know, most of the petrochemical parks leveraging on its logistic requirement are usually located at coastal areas. Hence, it becomes important for petrochemical and industrial parks as within the proximity of coastal areas to account for sea level rises in its long development life cycle. Next. Another major trend that we see is all the global supply chain challenges that we face during this pandemic. And this is exacerbated by the Suez Canal blockage and energy crunch recently happening around the world. Now, industrial value chain really require a rethink and restructuring in the wake of this supply chain resiliency. Especially, most governments today look at that with much more importance than before, considering the experience that they've gone through. And also importantly, the pandemic has also brought about and exposed the vulnerabilities of global trade. and hence visualization of trade and supply chain is again being observed today. So this has to be observed and studied very carefully as we develop new petrochemical value chains and as we move forward. Next, please. We have also seen a big transition towards sustainable products. In a recent study conducted by Accenture, it has been observed that more than 50% of the respondents who reacted to the survey wanted more sustainable products moving forward. So petrochemical industrial clusters will face challenge and pressure to transit towards more sustainable petrochemical products. This also means a lot more opportunities for the petrochemical sector moving forward, but in a more sustainable manner, towards sustainable petrochemical production. Last but not least, another trend that we have been seeing is the tilt towards low carbon alternatives. Their global renewable capacity grew to 260 gigawatt during the pandemic period. This is very significant despite the fact that there is a global slowdown and supply chain challenges. But yet renewables actually grew significantly. Hydrogen has been a big talk during COP26. Hence, it has been one of the most important potential fuel of the future towards the whole carbon energy mix. So we have to be very mindful that these are potential trends in the market that will impact the petrochemical industry, and we need to adopt more carbon, or rather more low carbon alternatives to these energy mix for industrial clusters development. Next. Now, when we plan for future industrial clusters, what are some of the main considerations that we need to look at? In the current planning process, as we develop petrochemical park, you see on the left of this chart. When we move towards the new normal, we think that this planning process needs to be enhanced and further considered into these 5 key items. Industrial symbiosis, energy transition, resiliency, digitalization, as well as climate change. I will elaborate a bit more. Next. First, I start with climate change, resilience. Next. Now, everybody is well aware what climate change is affecting us. Warming sea, global sea waters, sea level rises, and so on, and more adverse weather conditions. Next. Next, please. Now, we need to plan for climate change resilience. You would probably be very well aware, while climate change is a global issue, but it is felt locally. So cities, municipalities are therefore at the front line of all the adaptation, and this also includes industrial clusters and industrial parks like ours. So mitigation and adaptation are very critical. Next. Now, in mitigations, what are we referring to? We are talking about things that are relating to the use of more clean energy, as well as the use of more cleaner products and energy efficiency. And in adaptation, what I'm referring to is looking at putting in coastal defenses for sea level rises, looking at potentially putting in carbon capture solutions for our industries. So these are a repertoire of different types of adaptation and mitigation strategies that can be put in place. But however, you need a repertoire and diverse range of skill sets in order to combat and design for such resiliency for any industrial clusters. And this is where potentially we can help you to do that. Next, please. Industrial symbiosis. Next. Now, it has become ever more important that the industrial symbiosis and the way it creates circularity within an industrial park or petrochemical park must come into place. In the past, we have always been focused on value chain development, looking at centralizing common amenities and utilities. Today is beyond that and even more towards looking at reducing the resource use, reducing and reusing the waste, and maximizing product output to create more efficiency, including even energy efficiency. Next, please. So there are various implementation methods that we can do, but broadly, they include integrated chemical value network design, clean production initiatives, as well as inter-business industrial symbiosis. Next, please. And the whole idea is promoting industrial symbiosis in industrial cluster. We need to look at the processes integration, we need to look at the resources integration, energy diversification and integration, promotion of shared centralized engineering facilities, and last but not least, look at the secular economy, including from a data information sharing point of view, in order to achieve industrial symbiosis prominently. Next. Energy efficiency. Next, please. So, these market data, you have seen this all over the world. Renewables are continuing to build the rise. The demand for petrochemical feedstock will gradually displace fossil-based fuel. But due to energy transition, this is a global trend, and there's nothing that we can do about it. But we need to prepare for it, and that's the most important part. Next. And industry can play a big role in this energy transition. But we need to plan for it. We need to look at how do we bring in energy transition solutions and strategies and plug it into the industrial park and the petrochemical park today, so that you can take into account any changes moving forward in this particular sector and over the years to come. Next, please. As you know, industrial clusters actually are the hardest to abate in terms of industrial emissions, but we definitely can reach there. And this requires concerted effort, government regulations and policies to support, as well as adequate financial funding in order for that to happen. But these are something that can be achieved, and this can be achieved through some of the solutions, including carbon capture, hydrogen, energy efficiencies, and even biofuels for that. Next. This is an example of how we can integrate distributed energy resources to achieve lower carbon footprint for an environment. Very simply put it, you can bring in renewables coupled with existing sources or more reliable sources using natural gas for generation. And then we look into recycling food wastes to produce more power. We can put in combined heat power systems or even tri-generation systems, introduce energy storage systems into the footprint to make it more stable, and introduce district cooling as another choice. So putting all these together in a distributed energy management system to improve energy efficiency for the entire planet. This is just a very simple example to show that this can be done. Next. And of course, you can put in also very advanced digital algorithms to enable users to drive energy efficiency. Okay, next please. Next, digitization. Next please. Now, a smart petrochemical industrial park requires the architecture to do this. This is the same fundamental platforms that we use to develop smart city, smart industrial park. And so essentially, you need to set the right business goals first, and then we need to embrace the ecosystem, the people, as well as human networks that's required to do this. After that, we put in the soft infrastructure, then we layer it together with the industrial park systems, which are pre-existing or yet to exist, improve processes, and last but not least, then we talk about the physical infrastructure to put in. That means your servers, your networks, and so forth. So this is the what we call the sandwich of architecture for smart development. Next, please. A very simple example of what a smart industrial park can have. You can incorporate smart lighting, smart waste bins, smart energy, smart surveillance, and so on. There are many aspects that can be done. But however, we need to be cognizant. The implementation of smart features is to assist us to improve our efficiencies in managing power. So that should be the primary purpose of us trying to make the industrial park. So we need to improve efficiencies, we need to improve the processes. And that's why we want to do that. Next, please. So a very typical example of a development like this, we can have an overview, an overlaying master plan with smart solutions incorporated as an example. So this is what you can see as a potential, but it must start at the planning stages. Otherwise, you are going to face a lot of challenges in terms of integrating plans with the actual smart solution. Next, please. Pandemic resilience, next. So I'm going to wrap this up very quickly in the essence of time. We face a lot of vulnerabilities for the pandemic, and this has stopped a lot of our industrial production due to certain processes that have not been put in place. So traditional efficiency-driven supply chain were inflexible, and we struggled to adjust to the supply and demand. Next.
Mr. Leong, we have to manage time, so I appreciate if you can sort of wrap it up quickly, please.
Sure. So I will just go through the next 2 slides. Please go to the next 2 slides, please. I will just wrap it up now. Time is of the essence, and I just wanted to highlight 2 things at the end. Please, next. And next. And next. So basically, if you think that whatever we have mentioned today and share with you will be useful for in terms of how you are looking at developing the PCPR in India, please feel free to contact me and I will be able to share with you more in terms of how our value chain delivery will be done. So thank you for your attention and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our thinking and experience in terms of developing our industrial clusters in the new world. Thank you and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Leong. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Gautam Bishwas as our next speaker. Mr. Bishwas is the Technology Director for Technology Marketing with the Chevron Group of Companies. He has been in the leadership role as a Program Manager and Technology Manager at the Technology Marketing Group with the Chevron. He holds bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from IIT Madras and over 30 years of experience in the energy industry with exhaustive experience in the upstream, midstream, downstream and into chemical industry. Prior to Chevron, he worked with DuPont, ABB Lamas Global and of course Engineers India Limited. Let's welcome Mr. Gautam Bishwas. Join me please. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished members, delegates. The world is going through a consequential transition in energy supply. With the climate change that the world is facing, the investor community, world leaders, as well as the consumers are asking for sustainable, low-carbon fuel and renewable energy. Can you get the slides, please? Can you get the slides, please?
Can you put up the slide, please?
Next. So recently held, I think the previous speaker talked about COP26, that's Conference of the Paris 26. The world aspires by 2050 the emissions will be net zero. And I think we can all agree that the future of energy is going to be low carbon and renewables. And many industries as well as at the highest level of governments, they are taking actions. For example, our company, Chevron, our new goal is corporate strategy is to deliver higher returns with lower carbons. We'll be investing $10 billion by 2028 to support this new energies group like carbon capture, sequestration, renewable energy, green hydrogen productions, etc. Let's move to the next one, please. So this slide shows that the world population is growing as well as the middle class population. With improvement in lifestyle, you see the demand for petrochemical growth. And that demand will outpace the fuels growth. And to support that, you see that India is setting up 4 PCPIRs or manufacturing hubs. Next one. This slide shows that what's going to be consultant data on what's going to be the future of petroleum demand. And right side, you see the chemicals demand. And you can notice that the chemical demand is outpacing the fuels demand. And it's going to be much higher than even the GDP growth, that high GDP growth that India is going to see. So how do you support, when you have so much of petrochemicals growth, the feedstock supply? Some of the refineries that India, they'll go for molecular optimizations. And the future in next 2 decades, there will be about 10 million barrels per day of oil that will be, or hydrocarbon liquid, that will be needed to support this petrochemical growth. Part of that will come from the refinery shifting to naphtha and chemicals, but others has to fill up the gap. So let's go to the next one. So this slide shows on the left the competitive production cost of ethylene. There are countries like USA, Middle East, that have very low cost of ethylene production. And recently you have seen a lot of mega refinery complexes and petrochemical, high conversion petrochemical units that come up in China. They are kind of the middle range producers. So for India to be successful, they need to be competitive in feedstock supply. Let's go to the next one, please. So how do you make feedstock supply that's going to be competitive for the PCPIRs? You know, I spent, before my current job, 4 years at Jurong Island in Singapore. It's a very high-cost area. Still, it has a thriving petroleum as well as chemicals industry. And India has to find a place to make a competitive feedstock. There are a couple of ways. One is you have a very complex refinery integrated with petrochemical complexes, like shown on the left of the chart, which some of the mega complexes you see in China. The problem with that is it's very costly, and not many in the industry can support those type of projects. Like minimum investment is about $20 billion. Recently, the alternate option was Chevron Lamas Global with Saudi Aramco have developed a crude to chemicals process called TC2C, or thermal crude to chemicals. So that is a much lower cost option where they pre-treat the feed in a hydroprocessing unit and make it ready for petrochemical complex. The third option is going to be direct crude to chemicals. The question is, how come the industry hasn't adopted that? Main reason is the feedstock availability. There is one particular crude that was very high quality, and one of our competitors, in Jurong Island or in Singapore, they set up a direct crude to chemicals for that. Chevron, we are one of the largest producers in Permian fields in Texas. The crude is called West Texas Light, or WTL. That is of very high quality. That could be used for converting directly from crude to chemicals after rejecting the resid. So that's the third option we show here. It doesn't have any refinery. You would need a stripper to strip out the resid part before you can take it to the ethylene cracker furnace. Let's go to the next slide, please. So why is Permian crude suitable for converting directly to chemicals? So for that, you have to look at the properties. Not all Permian crude is high quality. Chevron is a major producer, I said, and we also have access to a pipeline. And we are also one of the lowest carbon intensity producers of oil in the Permian field. So with that, we'll be able to supply high quality crude that people are thinking about setting up petrochemicals unit. But let's take a deeper look at the qualities. If you see, the Permian crude is very light, about 50% naphtha, and it has also very high hydrogen content, which is a key requirement to convert molecules into ethylene propylene, like naphtha. Even naphtha needs to be high quality. So because of that, you are even able to take the VGO and put it in the ethylene cracker furnace. And because about 95% of the feed is suitable for the cracker, you are able to have competitive yields and much better economics than naphtha, and you are also able to capture the crude to chemicals margin. Let's move to the next one, please. So one of our executives, Ms. Shu Xiang, is here. I'll be here for next 2 days. It's a very short presentations, but if you have any questions, we are available. Our information is also here. Please feel free to contact us. Also, Shu will be hosting our hospitality suites at World Petroleum Congress in Houston. If any one of you attending, I think I'll appreciate if you contact her so we can get in touch with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gautam. It's very well presented, and we can really see crude to chemical, not just something that we talk about, but we're going to see some action. So with this, we have now a very likable person, none other than Mr. Prabdas. He spoke in the morning, and before he can tell you, I can tell you that he is going to do something miracle at Bathinda. His new cracker is almost ready to go. So let's hear some stories from him as to what's he going to do with the new cracker. Thank you. Over to you, sir. I hope you can also tell us that after that, the second one starts, he's going to be ready for the third one also. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Nanavati. We will certainly announce the second and the third one. I've been very carefully listening, and seeing the chart, I was seeing that the international players have just spoken. We have heard from Abu Dhabi, Singapore, USA, and after that, we have state governments. I'm in between, so let me fill in the gaps between these two. Now, this PCPIR, I think everybody in this room must have heard this, and everybody in this room must have some opinion about PCPIR. We have Mr. Mishra, who was in the Ministry of Petrochemicals when we started this journey together. I'm a little confused, and because I'm confused, I'm raising this issue, which can be taken into consideration by government when they are now preparing a plan, or revising the PCPIR policy. I see there are three players in this game. The person who is providing various facilities, let's call developer or a provider. There is another party which is user, the industry who are going to set up there, and there is a third party called anchor tenant. I'm absolutely confused about all three roles. What is this anchor is supposed to do is not very clear. It is supposed to provide feedstock. Which feedstock? Will he be giving as concessional rate, or will he be giving at a commercial rate? What he will do, not clear. If that can be clarified, that will be much better. Because we are having a big unit in Bathinda, we are having a refinery, we are putting a petrochemical plant. We can be an anchor producer, but what is the role, what is the advantage the anchor will get, we don't know. So that can be clarified. Second thing is provider. There are three providers: central government, state government, and a developer. We don't know. It has to be economically viable for a developer to develop this park. Because we think that developer will either be a private player or will be a government entity, but it has to be a commercial entity. It has to be a commercial entity. These parks are a very huge investment. They require huge investment. We develop small plastic parks, etc. They themselves cost 100, 200 crore. But when we are thinking of a park of 250 square kilometer with, common facilities of ETP, water, drain, or, electricity. We are talking huge. It requires a lot of investment, and the returns are not going to come next day. You are going to invest today, the industry are going to come, they are going to set up their unit, and then when they will produce, then only they will pay. 10 years. You start a park today, 10 years you get the return, 10 to 15 years. Huge investment, large gestation period, not economically viable. So lot of support is required from either from state government or in central government in terms of capital investment, and maybe when we are running this operation support. Unless that is given, and there can be a competition. I'm not saying that, you give it to somebody, developer, just like that. Whoever developer, you prepare a report, you say that these facilities are required, so much of amount is required to be invested, and then you have a bidding. Whoever asks for least amount for development, give it to him. But there has to be a clarity in thinking, what are we going to do? And the third one is user. What is going to get it from here? Unless he gets more than what he is getting somewhere else, he is not going to invest in PCPIR. Unless he is going to get more than what he is getting currently in his existing setup or some other setup. All state governments are competing to give more. So he will go to state government, he will get the land, he will develop his own. So he has to get something more, he has to get a cheaper electricity or in a competitive, ETP facilities or a competitive land or a competitive feedstock. Unless he gets that, he is not going to set up any unit there. So that's my simple point is, let us be very clear what we are thinking for developer, for user, or for anchor tenant. Just the last point, everybody talks about land, so I will just spend 2 minutes on land. I see when I go from here to Bhatinda, land available in plenty. I see, a lot of land. And I can buy land. I have bought land. I have got 500-acre land. It's available. So why this problem of land? The problem is land because of SURFACE Act. The problem with land is because of SURFACE Act. SURFACE Act, if you know, securitization and reconstruction of financial assets and empowerment of security of interest act is an act, which says if bank will not be able to give loan on the land which is agricultural land, or agricultural land cannot be hypothecated for getting loan. So if I buy land which is agricultural land, bank will not give me loan. Matter ends. So I have to go to state government for conversion. And I can tell you, I have been in a number of states, it is, it is as good as getting your daughter married. Conversion is so difficult. Easy to say, but single window, I've never seen a window. I've been in government for so many years, this window is missing. All state governments compete with each other to say that, you come, I'll give you a conversion. There is a single window. I have applied, I have failed. So you change this act or change your rules. If state government can change their rules, no problem. They're very simple. There is a conversion act, it says that if it is used for industrial land, it will be so deemed to be converted. You don't require brainer. And SURFACE Act, there is section 31(1). The certain one says, it says that any security interest in agricultural land is out of this. Just remove this section for industries purpose. Just say except for industries. You're through. The land is available in plenty, and then people say there will be haphazard development if we allow everything to be converted. Have we really been able to control haphazard development till now? I have that Country and Town and Country Planning Act, I have implemented it. It's more on paper than in ground. So just do these two simple things. Land is available in plenty and people will be investing more. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Das. I just have a little announcement here for all of our speakers. We are running a little behind schedule and we already have our next panel who is here with us. So in the interest of time, if the remaining speakers can just keep it to the time allocated and keep it as brief as you can. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prabhdas ji. I think you hit the nail on the head. And it's very nice to hear, from you, having experience on both sides, bureaucracy and now industry, that we really need to relook at some of these things. Thank you very much. I have the great pleasure to introduce you the next speaker. We have Mrs. Pooja Kulkarni, who has served in various capacities with the department like Rural Development, Chennai Corporation, Election, School Education, Industries, Finance Department over the last 16 years. And prior to joining Guidance, she was a Special Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu Finance Department and CEO of Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Development Board. Over to you, Mrs. Kulkarni. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Nanavati. Additional Secretary Biswas sir, co-panelists on the dais and delegates to the summit, a very good afternoon to all of you. I represent Guidance. We are the investment promotion agency for the state of Tamil Nadu. Next. The state doesn't need an introduction, but just to give a brief profile about what the state has to offer to industry in general and to the chemicals and petrochemical sectors in particular. So Tamil Nadu is neither the second largest state nor is it second largest in terms of population. So in terms of population, we are about 6%, and yet we contribute the second largest to the national economy. About 10% of our GDP comes from the state of Tamil Nadu. So clearly we punch much higher than our weight. We have the largest number of industries. So the official count is more than 37,000 and growing every day. The state has always been an economic and industrial powerhouse, and we are now also the most urbanized state in the country. Officially, 50%, more than 50% of our population lives in urban areas, so not counting Delhi and such other small pockets. Amongst all large states, we are the most urbanized. And what does that mean for industry in general and for the chemicals, petrochemical sector in particular? An urbanized population consumes, and it consumes more and more of polymers. That's a no-brainer. And the more urbanized we get, the per capita consumption of all these polymer-based goods, they're only bound to grow. The state, of course, is also a hinterland to the other urbanized locations in the southern region. So I'm not talking only about Tamil Nadu, I'm talking about, say, Kerala, I'm talking about southern Telangana, I'm talking about southern Karnataka, all of which are highly urbanized regions, and the state has been a manufacturing hinterland and a supplier to all of the southern region, not just to Tamil Nadu. And that is what it has to offer to even to the chemicals and petrochemical sector. Every second car that is exported out of the country is manufactured in Tamil Nadu. We have been an automobiles powerhouse in the traditional combustion engine sphere, and we are now the hub for EV two-wheelers too. So we are continuing on that trajectory, and the automobile sector is a large consumer of polymers and plastics. That is well known. Apart from all of this, the market that the state and the region has to offer, the state has always been very strong in infrastructure, port connectivity, road connectivity. The quality of road connectivity is undoubtedly the best. We have 4 large ports, 2 national ports at Chennai. One is the Chennai port, the Enna port. There is also a private port, Kattupalli. All these are in the northern region. And there is 1 major port in the southern region at Tuticorin. So 4 major ports handling heavy tonnage. All the motherships, of course, come to these ports. Tuticorin is very well connected with connecting vessels to the transshipping ports such as Colombo and Singapore. The ports are, of course, all-weather ports. Airports, we are served by 4 international ports and 2 national ports. Next. About this petrochemical and chemical sector in the state, chemical production, we are the third highest in terms of chemical output. More than 2,500 chemical factories in the state, which is again, in terms of numbers, it is the highest in the country. 13% of our exports come from this sector, and we also have the academia linkage. CIPIT and SECRI are present in Chennai. Our own homegrown Anna University has a very strong chemical engineering department. There's of course IIT. As I already mentioned, these sectors which are consuming sectors in the state, the automotives, the electronics sector, general manufacturing too, all of these of course consume lubricants, paints, rubber. I don't need to mention those. One of our strongest sectors is textiles. We are home to 50% of the textile mills. Many of them who are traditionally operating out of natural fibers are now seeing the growth opportunity in man-made fiber, and all the homegrown textiles are now diversifying and expanding into technical textiles. So we had a investment conclave just 2 days ago at Coimbatore, in which we saw investments of more than 35,000 crores being committed. A very large international player, US-based player, Ansell Sterile, they are investing 1,000 crores in the manufacturing of industrial and medical gloves. They are one of the largest players in the world. So we have more and more large players who would be consumers of man-made fiber, and this is what the state has to offer. Not just a conducive environment for investment, but a market to consume. We have our homegrown players, PIC, everybody is familiar with. We also have homegrown players like Tata Chemicals. A recent entrant is the Aditya Birla Group. There are, of course, the international players, Dow, BASF, who is, of course, also a sponsor at this summit, Lyndon Bassel, Sunrise. All of them are, have a predominant presence in the state. There are 3 major regions. There is the Chennai region, which is already a strong hub for chemicals and petrochemicals. CPCL is setting up a new refinery at Nagapattinam, and work on ground has already taken off. The Al-Kharafi Group has committed to invest at Tuticorin, and recently the Nagarjuna Petrochemicals plant was taken over by Haldia through a resolution process. So each of these hubs have a tremendous potential to offer. At Kadalur, which the Nagarjuna plant, which was taken over by Haldia, there is already a thriving chemicals and petrochemicals industrial park. So the hinterland is also developed. We have the chemical parks coming up. There's a new polymer park in Chennai. So all of this also points to the growth of downstream players, of consumers in the state for large players. Next. The state offers a conducive climate. Apart from, of course, a very peaceful and harmonious industrial relations, there is stability and continuity in policy, in industrial policy, irrespective of the party in power, and that has always been one of our strengths. We have the industrial policy which will govern the incentives that we offer to players in this sector. They are available, the policy is available on our site also for you to have a detailed look. But for large players, for marquee investors, we do offer a structured package of incentives which we can always decide based on discussions. The major regions, whether it is Nagapattinam, where the CPCL plant is coming up, or Kadalur, which is home to the petrochemicals cluster, and Tuticorin, all 3 are classified as C districts. In these districts, we offer the highest incentives. Our Honorable Minister also mentioned in the morning that we have classified specialty chemicals as a sunrise sector. So both these factors put together, the fact that our major regions are classified as C districts and that the sector is classified as a sunrise sector, makes it eligible for a much higher level of incentives. And like I mentioned earlier, for very large investments, we do offer a structured package of incentive. Next. A word about guidance. As I mentioned earlier, we are the nodal investment promotion agency for the state. We are in business for the last 30 years, and we now have exclusive teams For sectors, so within guidance itself, I have a sector-specific team for chemicals who would be your single point of contact. Guidance itself has facilitated more than $35 billion worth of investment over the last 30 years, and over the last 1 year alone, we have attracted investments of more than $1.5 billion. We of course offer the single window portal services. Mr. Prabdas was mentioning about conversion of land. The recent industrial park rating system survey that conducted by the government of India, in that Tamil Nadu emerged as the state with the largest pool of industrial land. So if you come to Tamil Nadu, you don't need to convert. In these regions, the 4 hubs that I mentioned, the land has already been classified as industrial, so you will not face the issue of conversion. We offer all kinds of services. Apart from the single window portal, we also operate something called a Biz Buddy, which is an investor aftercare. So we do not let go of the investor once you have invested. Post-investment, any issue, we are there to facilitate its resolution. There is, of course, the clear facilitation for approvals and clearances, and we are open 24/7. Like I mentioned, we have sector-specific investment leads. So Mr. Christo and Mr. Raghav are my team members who are the single point of contact for investors in the chemicals and petrochemical sector. Their coordinates are available on the screen. We request you to contact them, and it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to Tamil Nadu. I thank the Ministry of Chemicals and Petrochemicals and FECI for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Kulkarni. Very, very sharp, pointed walk through the prospects and possibilities in Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a next presentation from Sri N.V. Ramana Reddy. Mr. Ramana Reddy is the ex-officio Special Commissioner for Government of Andhra Pradesh. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Shri Bishwas, Shri Kamal ji, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and the dignitaries of the shore. Indeed, it's a pleasure for the government of Andhra Pradesh to participate in this forum, to present about the opportunities available for the petrochemical and industrial investment region in government of Andhra Pradesh. As already the earlier speakers have spoken about what are all how the industry is shaping up, what are all the challenges, what are the issues with the government of state governments, we have heard from different things. In this presentation of government of Andhra Pradesh, we would like to unveil the vision, the potential, and innumerable opportunities available in the petroleum, petrochemical, and petrochemical investment regions in one of the young and vibrant state of Andhra Pradesh. You are all aware that for the success of any project depends on as already been told by so many people, that is proactive role by the stakeholders, that is investors, associations, industry, and facilitation, as well as participation by the government in doing ease of business in any state, in creating the industry and very friendly environment. Against this backdrop, Andhra Pradesh government is ranked as the 10th best place in manufacturing in India, this thing. A small thing about geographical position of Andhra Pradesh. It's the 8th biggest state in India in geographical terms, with highly qualified IT professionals available in India or elsewhere. There is a saying in the US, every second professional in San Francisco is Indian, and every second person is an Telugu diaspora. That is IT professionals, more than 30% of IT professionals in the country or in anywhere in the world, they are from Telugu diaspora, they hail from Andhra Pradesh. This is the thing. We are actually 5% of our GDP is contributed by the government, by the Andhra Pradesh like this. We have the second largest coast in India with 975 kilometers, with well laid out ports, robust railway network, and robust roadways. We are the connecting point from east to south and north to south, either by the roadways or by the railways. This is a thing like that. We have 3 industrial corridors, which none of the state in India is having. Those are from Visakhapatnam to Chennai, Chennai to Bangalore, Hyderabad to Bangalore. All these are passing in the state of Andhra Pradesh. These industrial clusters, we are having a different nodes for different things. All these industrial clusters put together, we are having a land bank of 48,000 acres of land is readily available for the industry to come and participate in this thing like that. So you may have some question, so as so many presentations are there, why Andhra Pradesh, this thing? As I have already pointed out, apart from 3 industrial corridors, we are having 3 ports like that, Visakhapatnam, Kakinada and Krishnapatnam, with combined facility of handling of 170 metric tons. And we would like to enhance this thing also to 325 metric tons per annum. Through, again, we are in the pipeline of 4 ports are coming, that is Machilipatnam, Ramayapatnam, Bhavanpadu, and Kakinada SEZ. We have 5 operating airports, Vijayawada, Visakhapatnam, Tirupati, Rajamandri, and Kurnool, and in the Nellore also, it's in the pipeline. And apart from that, we have got an excellent infrastructure developed by Andhra Pradesh Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, where plug and play system, you can come and set up your industry and make the facility like that. So these are the things as a small introduction about to establish for the PCPIR. So what is the role of Andhra Pradesh in chemical and petroleum sort of thing? AP contributes around 8% of the production value of the total produce of the petrochemicals done in India. We have 2.4 billion worth of investments in this sector already available. You are all aware, Krishna Godavari Basin is said to have the maximum oil and gas reserves in India. This is a thing. So we have 640 square kilometer PCPIR region in India, spreading from Kakinada to Visakhapatnam, with 2 ports, that is Visakhapatnam and Kakinada, readily available. And already the PCPIR is well laid out. We are already having established this area. Already the big players in 4 verticals, like oil and gas exploration, agrochemicals, major chemicals, and pharmaceuticals are already available, and they are doing business in these places. Like ONGC, Reliance, Hindustan Petroleum, IOL, GAIL are the named a few in the oil and gas. In agrochemicals, Excel, Bayers, I'm just telling the names of the few things only. In pharmaceuticals, Dr. Reddy's, Aurobindo Laboratories, Hetero, these are the names. The main issue in the PCPR, this thing like that, petrochemical intermediaries, which somebody was raising, which I was not able to readily recollect, somebody was mentioning there in the presentation also. We have a tremendous potential to build a self-sufficiency in the petrochemical intermediates to spur the growth of all these industries, because HPCL Vizag is already undertaking a brownfield expansion of its refinery from 8 million metric tons to 15 million tons, establishing a new hydrocarbon unit. ONGC is also having a refinery near Tatikopa, that is near Kakinada, which produces naphtha, high-speed diesel, superior kerosene, and reduced crude oil. Liquid cargo and handling berths and dedicated storage facilities are already available for the Andhra like that. See, availability of this infrastructure, feedstock will enable the growth of the industries like plastics, polymers, synthetic polyester fabrics, and agro-textiles are the name to only to few. Apart from that, we have a gas pipeline from Kakinada to Vizag, and we are also planning to have a pipeline from Kakinada to Ennore in Chennai, which is also on the way, this thing. Kindly put the slide number 6.
Slide number 6, please.
So we are building that one downstream integration of the polyhydrogenation plant, PDH, which will spur the growth and produce intermediates, which will save a lot of our precious foreign exchange and also spur the export growth. This is one issue which we are already addressing those things. Apart from that, we are having the clusters in these corridors, Nakapalli and Ramballi clusters, where already the facilities are available with all the things. Anybody can, in the sense, everybody is welcome to come and set up their industries. And we are also proposing to have these supply chain linkages also regarding the pharma and life sciences, chemicals and petrochemicals, electronics and manufacturing clusters, mineral-based capital goods, auto and EV components, textile garments, and food processing. These are all available in these clusters, which will use the intermediaries or the petroleum, this thing like that. So, apart from all these things, we are having an industrial cluster in Kadapa district, that is Kopparthi, and we are having in Kurnool district, as well as we are having near Tirupati, Erpedu, and other things like that. So, this is one part of it, availability of the infrastructure. What is the role of the government in facilitating to bring the investments and to spur the growth? Under the Chief Minister, Dr. Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy, we have a new industrial policy, 2022-2023, wherein government assures investors all allotment of unencumbered land at very competitive and affordable rates, quality power and water at cheaper rates, and proactive government machinery in transparent manner. This is one aspect of it, and also there is investment subsidies, GST reimbursement of the state share, interest subsidies, exemption of land conversion charges, reimbursement of stamp duty on the registration. These are the few incentives which we are offering. On top of it, we can proudly say that there is no dearth of qualified personnel available in Andhra Pradesh. We are having more than 15,000 students every year turning out from pharma and chemical engineering units, apart from 5 lakh skilled and unskilled laborers, because we are having skilled universities, quite a number of skilled universities in Andhra Pradesh. So any investor need not have to incur the expenditure of bringing the qualified personnel from elsewhere and incur the expenditure on their transportation, housing, and other aspects. They are readily available, which means that cost of the employee will come down. We have got a good medical facilities and good social fabric with a harmonious society and peaceful law and order situation, which will bring only value addition to any of the industries in PCPR to come days. So, Government of Andhra Pradesh assures on this forum to provide very proactive administration and investor-friendly support environment. We appeal from this forum to come, explore, invest, and reap the rich benefits which Andhra Pradesh offers and enjoy the industrial harmony which Andhra Pradesh is holding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A very clear message to all of us for looking at Andhra Pradesh in a very critical way. We have next speaker is Mr. Rohan Jain. Mr. Rohan Jain is a town planner in the Gujarat PCPR region with varied and diverse experience ranging from working with consultants to government departments and organizations. Let's listen to him about the Gujarat PCPI. Mr. Rohan Jain, please.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries present on and off the dais. Briefly, I would like to give you a quick overview on the Gujarat PCPR at the Dahej. Next, please. As all of you are aware, it started with the PCPR policy in 2007, where Government of India notified 4 PCPRs, 3 on the eastern coast and 1 on the western coast at the Dahej, with a brief objective of developing us as a great global manufacturing hub. Next. Government of Gujarat was proactive and it was first state in the country to enact the special investment region. it was the first state to enact the Special Investment Region Act, and under that it notified the HPCPR in 2009, and it constituted the Regional Development Authority in 2010 with the Chief Secretary as the chairman of our authority. Next. The locational advantages present over Dahej was waterfront and portfront facilities available, efficient waste and management collection facilities available, historical presence of chemical and petrochemical industries around this PCPIR. Next. The notified PCPR consists of 453 square kilometers of area, and it consists of 44 villages of Bharuch district. Next. A quick overview of the snapshot. It is difficult to contain in one slide, but then the investment of till date having more than 1 lakh crores, it generated employment of over 2 lakh till date, and these are the major facilities already present in the HPCPIR. Next. We have a 1657 hectares of the SEZ present within the subset of PCPIR. It has got globally recognized awards, and the export and the number of units have yearly and annually increasing day by day. They have already planned another expansion of SEZ Part 2 adjoining to the PCPIR. Next. This is a sanctioned development plan of our PCPIR, 453 square kilometers, and first of its kind environmental and CRZ clearance received for such a large area is also one of its first of its kind. Over and above the processing areas developed by GIDC of 5 estates, we have got another 120 square kilometers of industrial area still vacant, where it has a huge potential for the development. To sustain this population coming over the industries as fulfilling the concept of SIR, non-processing areas of residential and mixed-use zones have also been proposed in our master plan. Next. The PCPR infrastructure development from the government side, you can see out of 17,000 crores, the government share is about 5,000 crores, and GIDC is spearheading it with more than investment in infrastructure of more than 4,000 crores. Next. The private sector development also caters to the ports and developments by various private entities, the railways. It leads to about more than investment of more than 11,000 crores. Next, please. As a part of PCI policy, we already have OPAL as our anchor tenant. The plant was commissioned in 2017, and it has developed a multi-modal cracker unit at our Dahej PCPR, which all of you are aware of. Next. In the port side, over and above the private players, we have Gujarat Maritime Board, which has developed an over-dimensional cargo handling facilities, and a government entity, GCPTCL, which is SPV of GIDC, is also developing another solid and liquid cargo terminal facility over the HPCPR. Next. These are the brief snapshots. Next. In the road and railway sectors, in the part of the development plan over and above the existing state highway, we have proposed 2 major escape routes, one 20-meter wide and 150-meter wide, which would provide the connectivity of this PCPR to the national highway and the DMIC corridor. And also the development plan major hierarchy road network for right ranging from 45-meter wide to 80-meter wides. Next. These are the existing already developed road network over there. Next. In the power sector, Gujarat is already a power surplus state, so there are also government and private entities, both from like Torrent and JETCO, have developed their gas-based power plants. Next. In the water sector, we are developing Asia's largest industrial water desalination plant at Dahej of 100 MLD, which would likely to be constructed, completed by first quarter of the next coming year. Already land and that's been allotted, and the development has already been started. Next. Another important project to the PCPR is the Bhadut Barrage project, where across the Narmada River we would be creating a bridge and a barrage. We would reduce the salinity and increase the raw water reservoir capacity, which would help the industrial and the non-industrial activities in the adjoining area. This amount is about more than 4,000 crores, the project cost. Next. Effluent disposal facilities and infrastructure has already been developed because large number of chemical industries, so effluent collection network, the disposal pipelines, the common effluent treatment plants at 2 locations at Dahej and Saika of 40 MLD each have already been developed by GIDC. and another 90 MLD effluent disposal, deep sea disposal pipeline has been planned. One is already there, 4.5 kilometers deep inside the sea, and another has also been proposed. Next. This is another proposed effluent disposal pipeline. Next. A logistic park with a collaboration with Container Corporation of India at a project cost of about 200 crores has been developed, and the construction would be started. Next. Also, the efficient waste management collection, right, landfill site, incinerators, heat recovery system are all in the place because of so many of industries present over there. Next. All of you are aware these are the major industries available in PCP are already located, right from national players, Deepak Nitrite, Reliance. Next. 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 Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have Mr. Hemant Sharma as our next speaker. He is Principal Secretary, Industries Department and Skill Development, Technical Education Department, Government of Odisha. Over to you, sir.
Our Honorable Additional Secretary, Mr. Biswas, my fellow panelists, senior members of state governments and industry and academia and consultants, and distinguished audience, my sympathies with all of you. I apologize and I really sympathize with all of you. This show, more than a petrochemicals or polymer show, is actually, I realized, like a Bollywood show. It is almost like a Bollywood industry. Though all of us claim to represent petrochemicals and polymers industry, but the downside is actually we might be representing Bollywood industry, and that is how. The most important feature of a good Bollywood masala movie is that if you have seen one, you have seen all, right? So it is exactly, this show is exactly like that. And what you heard from Tamil Nadu is actually what you heard from Andhra. What you heard from Andhra is actually what you heard from Gujarat. What you heard from Gujarat is what you are going to hear from me. So that is, again, almost like a Bollywood show. Most importantly, there is another two more important. Please, hold your claps for a moment. There is more to come. Good Bollywood movies are repeat shows, right? Agree? So we have two repeat shows here, Mr. Samir Biswas and also Mr. Prabhudas, who were there in the inaugural session, and they have been repeated in this session because they are successful movies, right? And Mr. Prabhudas is actually not only a repeat show, he is actually a successful show. It is us. Why? Because, you must have heard him. While all of us are speaking from slides, that is, we are speaking from our mind, he actually spoke from his heart. He hit it on the nail when he said that while traveling from Bhatinda, he sees acres upon acres of land. Why is it that when it comes to giving it to industry, states take immense amount of time? It is really a pain. Though he used an example that it is like marrying your daughter. Marrying your daughter these days is not as difficult as actually getting land from the governments. But hold on, again, you would have heard from my colleagues from Tamil Nadu, from Andhra Pradesh, from Gujarat, you will hear the same story from me as well. And I'm sure our colleague from Rajasthan also is going to tell the same things to you. So, see, what is it that actually is the crux of the matter? The crux of the matter is, in petrochemicals and polymers industry, no state in India has the resource, right? Resource has to be brought from outside. It has to be imported, so to say. So you have people like Mr. Biswas, Gautam Biswas, who is offering us a better crude, a better technology, a futuristic technology. You heard from Jurong about more and more efficient ways which will emerge in future for doing business in these sectors, how industrial areas would look 10 years or 20 years from now. But the crux of the issue here is infrastructure. Since no state has, except barring Rajasthan for some measure, and also KG Basin in Andhra for some measure, no state has enormous raw material resource base. Therefore, the crux of the issue is infrastructure. So you would have heard from all states, all these PCPIRs which Government of India has set up are actually an infrastructure offering. Why? Because they are all on ports, whether in Andhra or Gujarat or Tamil Nadu or in Odisha, these are on ports. Now coming to Odisha, the PCPIR is on the Paradip coast. Paradip is one of the major ports in India. It is in fact the second largest port, and Paradip is the PCPIR in Odisha. Mr. Das, welcome to Paradip. We have 1 lakh acres of pre-converted land for you, right? 1 lakh acres of pre-converted land at Paradip. And that's not all. I'll have some more repeat slides going forward. But Paradip is where our PCPIR is. The anchor tenant, anchor industry is Indian Oil Corporation, who already have a very big refinery, and an additional downstream complex, the PTA and MEG complex, is on the verge of completion. And to further go downstream, a technical textiles park at Bhadrak, again assisted by Mr. Biswas from Government of India, and a plastic park at Paradip, again assisted by Government of India, are already available. These are ready to move in facilities. Plot sizes from 5 acres, 50 acres, 100 acres to 500 acres, modular in nature, ready to move in with factory gate availability of industrial grade power, water, effluent treatment, and facilities for dormitories and mid-level executive accommodation are ready to move in. Now, here I would like to emphasize, why Paradip? Because Paradip is a port, IOCL is a refinery, pre-existing industries like IFCO, Paradip Phosphates, and a group of other industries, further down south, Grasim and others. It is because it is a major port, and it is today at 120 million tons. It is going to become 300 million tons in the next 3 to 4 years, thanks to the excellent support extended to us by our Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Mansukh Mandviya, who took special interest in enabling the Paradip port to grow from 120 million tons to 300 million tons, and also including it under the Sagar Mala project. Gas pipelines from Paradip to Dhamra, Dhamra to Haldia, and across Odisha to west and southern India are already existing. So that's what PCPIR Paradip is. But our story is not only about PCPIR Paradip. This is the map of Odisha. You can see from Paradip up north is Dhamra Port. Dhamra Port is a major private port set up by Adanis. It was earlier set up by Tatas and L&T, but is now in a concession agreement with Adanis, who also are setting up an LNG terminal. 500 acres of land they have, 2,500 acres of land we have, pre-converted, connected with a dedicated freight corridor, not only to Odisha, but to other parts of India. Further down south, at Gopalpur, we have another port, which is set up by Shapurji Palanji Group, 3,200 acres of land, 2 kilometers from the Paradip port, with Tata, in a Tata SEZ. Of that 3,200 acres, 1,000 acres is in a special economic zone, and 2,000 plus acres is what is called a domestic tariff area. So up north is Dhamra with Adanis, with LNG terminal, interconnected with past pipeline corridors to the rest of the country. Little down south is Paradip, which I mentioned to you, with IOCL complex. Further down south is Gopalpur, which is port is with the Shapurji Palanji Group, and the industrial estate is with Tatas. Incidentally, we had a presentation from the Zurong Group today. The PCPIR Paradip as well as the Gopalpur Industrial Park, both of them have been designed in the most modern way by Zurong. They were our consultants, and whatever they presented to you as futuristic elements in an industrial environment, in an industrial ecosystem, are already available in those two parks. So that is infrastructure. The second very important element which all of us deal with while dealing with government is the policy. In our policy also, Petrochemicals and polymer sector is in the priority list, which means that you are qualified for the highest set of incentives, whether it is capital investment subsidy, whether it is SGST reimbursement, subsidy for employees, for their training, for their housing, for their skilling, and for providing other support services. Single window services, again, it's a repeat show. What Tamil Nadu has is what we have. However, our single window was awarded last year by Government of India as the best single window set up in the country. It is for you to see and experience it. Last point, you may have the infrastructure, you may have all the resources, you may also have a good policy, but unless you have governance, right? Unless you have governance, it cannot be delivered to you without facing pains, as Mr. Das himself personally experienced and narrated to you. Governance comes from stability. Our government in Odisha is politically stable. For last 20 years, we are led by Honorable Naveen Patnaik, our Honorable Chief Minister, who in the last 10 years has been consistently, survey after survey, he has been rated as the best performing Chief Minister of the country. This political stability is what gives us policy consistency, which is what investors are looking forward to. We are fortunately, not unfortunately, Odisha is surrounded by states where every 5 years the policy changes. In fact, there are examples where, there are industries, I cannot name them, I also cannot name those, neighbors, but we will discuss over lunch, that 5 years ago there was an investor who set up, who was promised incentives, but now because of changes, political and other changes, those incentives are denied. More importantly, there are people and there are states where even if there is political stability, financially the states have gone bankrupt. In fact, there are states who claim to be power surplus, but they have unpaid dues of 70,000 crores to NTPC, to Coal India Limited, and you never know when those power surplus will become power holiday. However, Odisha is a power surplus state. We in fact are a coal-rich state. We have 25% of India's coal reserves, 33%, that is 1/3 of India's iron ore reserves, 52%, that is 1/2 of India's bauxite reserves, and almost the entire reserves of chrome, nickel, manganese, which means that we are a mineral-based, mining-based, metal-based economy. We are one of the most important, and this is the last point, Mr. Nanavati. He is very angry. He is giving me very angry looks. Your film is continuing more than that 2 hours of Bollywood film. So very important point. There are 3 very interesting slides given by our Honorable Union Secretary today morning. The first slide gave the strengths of India. The topmost point, you can see that slide. I have a photograph. It says India is the second largest producer of steel in the world, and that was the highlight of his presentation about the strength of India. Odisha is the largest producer of steel in India. It is also the largest producer of stainless steel. It is also the largest producer of aluminium. It is also the largest producer of alumina. It is also the largest producer of coal, which actually runs all the power plants in the country today. Round-the-clock availability of power, very reasonable rates, round-the-clock availability of industrial water at your factory gate, network of rail, road, crude, gas pipelines connecting not only our Paradip PCPIR, but also our Dhamra and Gopalpur industrial zones. That's the Odisha story. I am supported in this effort by my colleague Bhupendra. Bhupendra, please stand up. He is Bhupendra Punia. He is Managing Director of Epicol. Devashish Das, he is GM of Epicol, which is our investment promotion agency. Soumitra here, and 2 more, Deepak and Arjun, who are supposed to be running the film show, films for me, but so we are here for the next 2 days. We have also set up an office nearby in the FICCI Business Center. We are there for all of you. Please come and visit us. In case you have any queries, in case you have further interest, we will take you on a more longer journey to Odisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hemant Sharma. Not only you gave us, Bollywood, you also gave us Hollywood and probably some Tollywood. I don't know. Thanks very much. So it's very good. Well, we have the last presentation from Mr. Kuldeep Singh. He represents Government of Rajasthan. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. I represent Government of Rajasthan and Rajasthan State Industrial Development Investment Corporation, that is RICO. So after the 4 movies, as PSI Odisha mentioned, we have a trailer. So, now Rajasthan is coming up with a PCPIR near Badmer. We have submitted a proposal to Government of India, and before we are hoping that we'll get an approval pretty soon. So we are joining the team running, and as the notification is yet, we are expecting it. We are actually trying to outreach to all you gentlemen and ladies to, pitch in our position in this stream. Next, please. So Rajasthan is strategically located between Delhi and Bombay and the Gujarat ports. And we are a very good, reaching point for the markets of North India as well as of the southwestern, you can say. We provide a very good connectivity to Delhi as well as to Bombay. We are situated on the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, and around 65% of the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor passes through Rajasthan. We have a significant resource advantage in pretty much many minerals. And we are the largest state in India, so we have ample land bank also available. Around 50,000 hectares of land is available with RICO right away. Next, please. So just some strategic advantages I'd like to elaborate. First, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. Then there is an upcoming greenfield highway which will connect Amritsar from Amritsar to Jamnagar, and which will pass through the Bathinda refinery of HMEL and also the Jamnagar refinery. So our refinery, Rajasthan government has a joint venture with HPCL. It's coming up at a refinery near Pachpadra in Badmer district. So that refinery is situated almost midway between the other 2 refineries, and it provides a, a strategic location where you can source from both of them, as well as the other ancillary benefits of the 2 refineries and the third one at our end. We have fast access to other industrial areas through the Bharatmala corridors and other upcoming highways and the existing national highways. The western dedicated freight corridor from Delhi to Mumbai has already started in Rajasthan. We are the first state which has activated a portion of the western dedicated freight corridor. And this will provide a fast access to the marketing places, as well as to if you need that freight corridor for access to the raw materials. And of course, the new highways coming up will provide you a fast access to ports. I think around 12 to 14 hours by an expressway should give you access to most of the ports. Next slide, please. So the anchor tenant of our PCPIR is going to be a refinery of HPCL in joint venture with Government of Rajasthan, which will provide you with the significant feedstocks that the downstream industries need. What we are trying to achieve is, just in spirit of the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, we are trying to encourage industries to promote self-reliance and import substitution products. We are trying to provide commodity plastics catering to northern demand centers and value-added specialties for the B2B engagements. We are trying to provide synergy, mutual synergy to feedstock consumers and the other consumer good manufacturers. Next, please. So this is just a snapshot of the opportunities in the upcoming PCPIR. We are right now looking for investment opportunity of around 7,500 crore over and above the investment in the refinery and the petrochemical complex of HRRL. But besides that, we are pitching in for, if you wish to have some other cracker units, we have ample land available for that also. Next, please. So there are potential opportunities in the ethylene downstream value chain as well. So the India's chemical industry, as already mentioned in our earlier presentations, is scheduled to reach to around USD $300 billion by 2025. And as mentioned in the opening session, we need perhaps one cracker unit every year. So why not another one in Rajasthan? So it has certain benefits. You will get ample land, you will get ample water also. So Badmer, generally when we think about Badmer, we think that we may not have the water needed for that, but we have already got 55 million liters per day water allocation from the Indira Gandhi Nehar Pariyojana. So water will be available along with the other benefits, like we are a powerful power surplus state, and around 36% of our power is already by solar. So we have the largest solar power intensity in India, 315 days of solar power, so of sunlight. So there are opportunities also in so you can use solar power and improve your productivity, and in times to come with the global targets on the green energy, so you'll be well placed in Rajasthan. Next slide, please. So this refinery was conceived in 2013. We gave an application to Government of India in July 2020. The application is at an advanced stage. We have tried to fulfill all the gaps and the information sought by them, and our application we expect to be favorably viewed. And by that time, we have already gone ahead with the planning of the industrial areas. We are already launching, and in RICO, we are upfront investing around 900 crore rupees in developing of the infrastructure in the PCPR zone. And as mentioned, water is already being brought there through the Indira Gandhi Nehar Pariyojana. Next, please. Yes, incentives, you've seen one, you've seen all, but we also give some customized packages for large-scale investors, and we try to match the best. And for this petrochemicals and chemical region, we are coming up with a special policy with some special incentives that would be offered in this upcoming PCPIR. Next, please. The PCPIR that we are coming up is around 440 square kilometers total area. We have two industrial areas already where we have land available. One is in Boravas, Kalava, where 471 hectares land is already being planned and is scheduled to be launched in a few months or weeks. And the second industrial area is coming up at Ramnagar Thob in the same district. Over and above this, around 2,200 hectares of land has already been identified in the neighboring district of Jodhpur, also within the Badmer district. So land is not an issue. And in case of any big investor or small SMEs, we would be in a position to provide land pretty fast. Next, please. So also I would like to just refer here that RICO as a infrastructure development for industrial parks in Rajasthan was rated amongst the most outstanding SIIDCs of India by the Confederation of SIDCs this year. We got an award there. And the Government of India's Industrial Park Rating System 2.0, 25 out of the 68 industrial parks rated by Government of India, the best in the leaders category, were RICO's areas. 25 out of 68. That makes it more than one-third. So while this Rajasthan PCPR is still at a stage of notification, we are going ahead with our outreach. We have started developing the industrial area. We have organized international outreach to pretty much most of the big ticket companies across the world. We were here during India Chem. We have organized site visits for potential investors, and we request any of the people who are going in for diversification and expansions to just get in touch with us. We can facilitate you for site visits. We can take you and show you around the place and put you in touch with the relevant people as well. So we are also organizing one-to-one meetings as well as tripartite meetings between companies who provide synergy to each other in terms of feedstocks and mutual use of raw materials and finished goods. So we were there in Dubai Expo, and we had contacted the major companies there also. We are coming up with an investment summit in January 2022. And before that summit, we are going ahead with meeting most of the people, and we hope to see you there. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of the area that we are already launching. The first area which we are launching in the PCPR in a town called Boravas, Kalava. Next, please. So this is just a snapshot of the investor events which we have held on site, where around 500 potential investors were taken, and they were given a round of the area, and we are in touch with them. We are in touch with the SMEs around that area, as well as in touch with the large ticket investors. Due to disclosure issues, we can't disclose the names right now, but we expect quite a lot of movement to that side. Next, please. So these are another view of the site visits where during the development of the area, this is around 2 months back, we had already organized, visits of potential investors to that area. Next, please. This is another area which is coming up in another village called Ramnagar Thob. Thank you. Next, please. Thank you. So I am here, our team is here for the next, till this conference, and if any queries, please feel free to touch me. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much for a very, very, enlightening. We just want to tell you that all this capacity everybody talked about, and you would also like to know that, if we produce all this thing, where would it sell? Just to give you my last sentence before I hand over to the organizer, is that in our imports, just give you 1 year back, where highest was chapter 27, that was 153 crores worth of imports were there in petroleum products. Second highest imports are chemicals and petrochemicals. This is chapter 28 through chapter 40. So that's the kind of import, that's a ready-made market that you have available in the country. $63 billion, increasing every year by 8 to 10%. So please don't worry about the demand. Go ahead and produce. All the states are waiting to welcome you. Bollywood, Tollywood, what you heard about it today. May the best horse win, and all the horses will win. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. With that, we have almost come to an end of this session on exploring the potential of PCPIRs and paving way for inclusive growth in the region, sector and economy. Before we close, I'd like to extend our heartiest gratitude to each one of you for sharing with us your insights. And on behalf of FICCI, we have a little memento, which is a token of our appreciation and gratitude. I'm going to request the session moderator, Mr. Kamal Nanavati, to kindly present this memento to each one of our speakers here, starting with Mr. Sameer Kumar Biswas. And like I said, this is a little token of our appreciation and gratitude on behalf of all of us here at FICCI. To Mr. Gautam Biswas. After that, first to Mr. Sameer Kumar Biswas. To Mr. Gautam Biswas. Mr. Prab Das. one to Ms. Pooja Kulkarni. To Shri N.V. Ramana Reddy. One to Shri Hemant Sharma. To Mr. Kuldeep Singh. Thanking all of our dignitaries here for sharing with us their thoughts. And I'm going to request Mr. Prabdas to kindly present a memento and thank Mr. Kamal Nanavati for moderating this session for us. And with that, we conclude this session, requesting everyone to please come forward for a group photograph. And in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce about our next session, which is on strategic global partnership, crucial for driving investments and enhancing trade. And we already have our panelists for this session here. And another very, very interesting session coming up to be moderated by Ms. Swati Khandelwal, Executive Editor with Zee Business. And in the interest of time, I am going to request all of our panelists to now join us on the dais. We'll also very quickly set the dais for our next session. Please bear with us. Requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. There is going to be time and opportunity for networking during the lunch break. We will request everyone to kindly remain seated. We have another session post which we'll break for lunch, and that is when we'll have ample time and opportunity for networking. So I'm going to now invite on the dais Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, Chairman and Managing Director of Deepak Nitrite Limited, Mr. Nilanjan Banerjee, Vice Chairman and Managing Director at Lanxess India Private Limited, Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Director Board of ExxonMobil India Chemical Business, Mr. Amit Chaturvedi, Head of CSM Petchem at Reliance Industries Limited, Mr. William Jolly, Head of Procurement Product Supply Crop Science at Bayer AG, Germany, will be joining us virtually, and Mr. Deepak Mahurkar, Partner and Leader, Oil and Gas Industry Sector with PwC India. Gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We'll have time and opportunity for networking during lunchtime. May I request all of you to please be seated? We will have time and opportunity for networking during the lunch break. I will request everybody to please be seated. We already have our panel for the next session on the stage. Requesting everybody to please be seated, and as promised, we'll have lunch after this. That's when you can all meet and greet, and there is going to be time for networking post this session. He's not joining. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to please get settled. We already have our panel on the stage. Let's all welcome them with a round of applause, please. Yes, thank you. And over to you, Swati. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, hi. Good evening, ladies. Actually, afternoon. And I think it's going to be one of the most challenging sessions to hold you guys back just before the lunch break. We'll try and keep it precise, concise, to the point as much as possible, because we do understand we are running quite late for this session. So we will, in interest of everyone's time and even the panelists, I would start right away. If I have everybody seated, please, especially this row, please. Thank you. All right, as you guys know, strategic global partnerships crucial for driving investments and enhancing trade. I think enough has been said on the potential that we are looking out for in the petrochemicals and chemicals industry of how we as a country can become a global hub. Now, how do we get there is the challenge. What are the kind of partnerships one could look at when the government has actually gone ahead and opened up this sector in a big way for FDI to come and invest? The challenges is what we need to understand, and accordingly, then what are the possible solutions to those challenges is something that I think we will deliberate upon on this panel from the team of experts that I have. Let me quickly, briefly tell you about each of them. Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, as you know, CMD at Deepak Nitrite. Mr. Nilanjan Banerjee, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Lances India Private Limited. Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Director, Board of ExxonMobil India Chemical Business. Mr. Amit Chaturvedi, Head SCM Petchem, Reliance Industries, and Mr. Deepak Mahurkar, Partner and Leader, Oil and Gas Industry Sector, PwC India. Well, let me begin with Mr. Mehta and understand from him, you know, when we talk of these alliances, the global partnerships, companies that are willing to come and invest, I mean, why wouldn't a company see a potential in a country like India and invest, right? So, one, your views on how they see India now, and what are the possible things that we need to do to encourage more such investments coming into it?
Hello. Thank you, Swati. A few years ago, I was visiting Dubai, and there was this petrochemical conference over there. And they were talking about whether this raw material could be used for petrochemicals, or shale gas had just come out, and therefore the move was away from oil industry and more towards the shale industry. On the other side, China offered coal as an option. At the end of the 3-day conference, they all agreed that it was no more raw materials that was going to be deciding where to put up your industry. It would be the marketplace. And then that was the time they talked about India as one of the big potential marketplace besides China. So I do believe that if India is rapidly moving from 7th to 6th and to 5th largest player in the chemical industry, it has to attract players in the world to one way or the other participate in the country. When we look at India itself, the issue is that while the government is contributing by supporting with the infrastructure that we just talked about, also with things like PLI schemes to give funds, for a lot of Indian entrepreneurs, one of the challenges is how do we really get the best of technologies? And a lot of times you find that some of the foreign companies would rather not let us sell technologies, and they would rather participate in giving the technologies. Similarly, there comes to be times when raw materials are not easy.
Sure.
So for these two, we do need to get to have a collaboration with them.
Okay, sure. We need collaborations, there's no doubt about that. And we need in what areas, as you said, is important. Let me come to Nilanjan, and you work with a lot of these global companies, you understand what they need, etc. Tell us, when it comes to India, and as a market, India giving you whatever it can for manufacturing, you know, we are talking of global manufacturing hub and how we can play a big role there. How are we as a destination vis-a-vis some other countries? And what is the potential that we have? We need to tell the world. I mean, one is a policy flip-flop, etc., which is, I think, a thing of a past. Beyond that, how are we as a country vis-a-vis some other countries?
Yeah, thank you, Swati. I think, you know, I'd like to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. I think from the morning we are listening to all that we are doing great. But I'm a person who really believes, you know, first you talk about the numbers, and then you have to ask yourself, okay, if we are a low single digit of the world's chemical manufacturing,
why?
What do we need to do differently in order to grab a bigger share? And I think that for this topic, it's extremely important to also understand the changing and, the evolution as far as the overall industry is concerned. And here, it could be simple topics, and, also to a couple of people in the audience who were representing the states earlier on, talking really, very aggressively on topics like coal reserves and stuff like that. I can tell you for a couple of us large companies already having, clearly declared their climate neutral goals. In fact, the compensation of the boards of management up to 25% of variable pay linked to climate neutral, our financing of bonds being placed in the market. For example, Lanxess last week placed bonds of more than 600 million euros in the market, and if we do not reach our goals that we have defined for 2025 over base year of 2018, our interest rates go up by 0.25% a year. So I think it's extremely important to understand what is changing. I mean, with respect to the large chemical corporations around the world, I think all the investors are looking into these topics of sustainability extremely strongly. And, the investors will not invest in your company if you do not meet these goals. So I think these topics around climate neutrality, the topics around sustainability, I think, in my opinion, are getting more and more important. One more topic is, I think it's not just about your company and what you want to do or what the investors want, but just to give an example, I mean, there were so many topics about also coming up through the day, be it lubricant manufacturers, flavors of fragrance, etc. And, finally, if you have large customers, say you're supplying into very large personal care companies, be it the Unilevers of the world, the P&Gs of the world, and finally, who go on to other end sectors, what is the requirement and need of these large customers and how are they evolving? I think all these topics also need to be taken into consideration. Seismic shifts happening around the world with respect to topics around the automotive industry. We just touched upon topics around electromobility. I think will become game-changing in the years to come. And I think the entire chemical industry supplies going into the automotive industry, be it engineering plastics for lightweighting of vehicles, be it lubricants, because today an internal combustion engine requires a lot more lubricants because you have a lot of moving parts in an IC engine. Compare that to an EV, and that's going to be very different. So I think one more topic from my side is just a little bit of caution before we pump in humongous investments, also look at, for the Indian chemical industry, which has been extremely successful, built up extremely strong, I think has a lot of strengths, also to a little bit play its role in more sunrise sectors,
Sure.
Rather than just play on growth on the sunset sectors.
Okay, all right. Very important, pertinent points made on what we should look at as opportunities and where do we kind of not excel at this point in time, and work can be done for global players to look at us and tie up. Let me go to Mr. Mehta, Mr. Rakesh Mehta. Let's talk about India, or maybe let's say the region, the Asian region when you talk, and the global players looking and investing with Northeast Asia or Southeast Asia. Where does India figure in that scheme of things? And again, I think I just want to know your experience, because each of you will have your views about how are we as a country, are we attractive enough, or there needs to be something that we need to do to attract more?
Yes, I think as India, I think it's we all understand with the urbanization, with the increasing middle class, the demand is continuing to grow. Like we have heard it in the earlier sessions as well. And we all see that there is huge demand, which all the small sectors, the medium sectors can capture those demand, right? And as ExxonMobil, we are trying to bring in our specialty products and technologically advanced products to these sectors so that they can grow not only to meet the demand of the domestic market, but also compete globally. That's our endeavor. And over the last few years, as I can cite some examples, we have come out into some new solutions for the packaging industry, whereby you can replace, as my colleague was saying on sustainability, we are trying to replace some of the multi-layer packaging through the food packaging options. We have worked pretty hard with the industry to come out with better quality masks, the N95 mask, where we use a specialty raw material. The vaccine caps that you see, those are also one of the specialty raw materials where we try to develop some of the new products. So broadly, I would say we are trying to bring in the MSMEs and the small sectors to the global standards by bringing new technology products, by bringing specialty raw materials to the marketplace. Now, having said that, as we continue to grow, we also need to be, asking for some free trade and fair competition policies to be applied. And that's where I think India has done has taken a lot of measures to bring in those things, and I think there's still a lot of work in progress as well. And same goes on the regulatory side as well. So I think we are in good shape. We need to continue to do the work that we are doing from a regulatory perspective, from the policy perspective, and I'm sure with all the basic fundamentals in our favor, we'll continue to grow and capture the market. Yeah.
Okay, basic fundamentals are in favor. I think that's the essence. And surely, I mean, we are all in agreement to saying that we have everything that we can give to the world to be the global hub. But, let's figure out the challenges that come along the way. Let me come to you, Mr. Chaturvedi. You could probably highlight some of the things that you are observing and you talk to global companies, look at how you can get their technology, etc. How is the conversations, how have they changed over the years, and where do you see India growing in the chemical space?
So, hello. We have been, that's a very interesting question. Technology has always been an issue, especially on specialty products. We, in the last many years, we have been talking to lots of companies. And the biggest plus point, of course, in India has been, of course, as we've been talking since morning, the markets are there. There is still lots of chemicals, lots of products which are not available. Technology, of course, is one of the reasons why they are still not available. There are other reasons also. Like one example which comes to my mind immediately is the product called styrene. India consumes almost 1 million tons of styrene, and still, as a country, we don't produce hardly any. And I can say that part of the reason is technology, because the technology licenses are willing to give technology provided they participate in the whole process. We from Reliance, I can give you our own example in one product where, in case of a product like butyl rubber, we have done a joint venture with one of the leading producers of the world, Sibur. And they are our partners in Jamnagar, and we have brought that product to India. So yes, technology is an issue, but the licensors are willing to play ball. They are willing to join hands. They see value in the market that we have. They see the value that there is an instant placement of product which is possible in this particular market. But yes, all these tie-ups, of course, have to happen on a win-win basis. So, and that's for the producers in India and the joint venture partners to work upon and bring those technologies. So that's...
Okay, so it has
solutions are possible. It requires efforts and perseverance to
Okay, perseverance, efforts required, of course. It has to be a win-win, surely.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it has to work for both the partners. Yep. Absolutely. From the government side, and I'll come to that, I think, from all of you all to understand, and I guess Mr. Mansukh Mandavia set the stage absolutely right to say that he's here to listen to what the industry wants and probably implement it in policy making, because it has to make sense to eventually grow this business from where it is. So we'll get on to that question in the second round, but let me come to you, sir, from PwC. As you're a subject expert, you talk to the industry from India, from global. You closely analyze this industry, understand its pros and cons. And let's talk about the cons. Pros we've talked about, as Nilanjan talked about in the beginning. The cons, really, that's coming in the way of us becoming the global manufacturing hub. The number is very small right now that we participate. The potential is huge. Let's understand the top 3, 4, 5 things that are coming in the way, and that needs to be addressed. How soon can we address them?
All right. I'll come to how soon will they get addressed, etc., maybe in the next question. As of now, it's very pertinent to understand that this chemicals and petrochemicals value chain is very long. Yes. The kind of companies that can come and partner with Indian government or Indian investors and companies can be absolutely heterogeneous. I have witnessed some very large deals, some medium and some very small, interesting enough to develop that market, and also seen some of these transactions failing. So as you rightly said, let's understand where all did they fail. Let's talk about some of the very large deals that have taken place, been in discussion for a long time, about to close. But somehow in the Southeast Asian region and in some of the deals in India, the insecurity in the minds of technology providers in IP protection has been an issue. They have always been looking into the eyes to see, is this a right partner to strike a deal with? The second, taking one of the largest subjects that companies have come out with some very niche technologies, capabilities, something which will add value to our country and consumers. Tried for many years, looked at various locations, looked at geographies for suitability of logistics supply chain. But in the end, tenaciously having followed up, given up because of feedstocks. It's a very live subject. So many investors are probably waiting on the doors of India to invest for a quality and the quantity of the feedstock that can be available to them. I must also not hesitate in mentioning that some of the investors are also looking at a generally good doing business environment. There are some very specific issues addressing in India which have held back some of those investments, and in certain circumstances and deals also led to some of the entities getting deprived of some very large infrastructure arrangements made and not gone forward in investments. I'll also mention some very small issues which go along with an economy and a country like India. Very recently we had last mile B2C business plus some production units being dealt with for investment in India, large infrastructure to be put up. But in the end, the investor was a little cagey, saying some of these sales happen all in cash. And those subjects, and these are adhesives and last mile consumer B2C chemicals being sold, a very large business that could have invested in India is now waiting for payment solutions to develop in these value chains. So I would insist on saying that these are varieties of issues and they are very different at different value chains in petrochemical.
And very critical ones, I must say. I mean, all of them need actual, they may seem small, but they actually pose a lot of challenges for people who are in it. Surely, Mr. Mehta, let me come and to you to understand now what are some of the supply chain constraints that we are seeing. And I think it's a global phenomena. This is the new world. This is the volatile VUCA world that we have to gear ourselves up with. Today it is semiconductor, tomorrow it could be something else. So there is definite global supply mismatch constraints, and this sector gets particularly impacted on account of that too. How are we as a country ensuring that we have a robust system, especially at the MSE level that one of the panelists just mentioned? I think as a manufacturer, as a big player in this space, how are you addressing that? How are you working towards making the industry more robust on a larger scale? And secondly, I'll tag along the government question for all of you to give us inputs to understand where the government can play a role. They say they've opened up the sector, FDI is there. Now it's for the industry to go woo them and get them to invest in the country. Is that as simple? That's my question to each of you. So we'll start with Mr. Mehta.
So the global disruption in supply chain in particular, while that has caused a havoc around the world, actually it has also given India a great opportunity, because now the world is looking at something like China plus one. Until yesterday, the idea was only to look at one source of supply, the most cost effective, easy to work with, and lifelong that used to be it. Now, agility is the most important word, and you need to keep multiple sources. In that, India is getting to become a very good option, which has the size, which has the capability to a good extent. In India, one of the approaches, particularly in the chemical industry, we have been pushing hard is to see how all the players in the value chain are available closely to each other. When the PCPIR was identified, they used to call it as Petroleum, Chemicals and Petrochemical Industry Region. And we in industry said, let us re-christian it to say pipeline connected petrochemical industry region. The idea is to see that supply chain wise we are connected to each other and the entire value chain is produced there. That way we will not only be most interdependent but most cost effective. Thank you.
Okay, not just interdependent but more cost effective. Niranjan.
Well, I think again I think India has been a competitive, manufacturing destination for the domestic market. But once again, I'd like to bring one point up since we mentioned supply chain. I mean, for all those of us involved in the industry, I think a couple of points. Number one, especially in the specialty chemical sector, I don't think that for most products we have critical mass that we can set up large manufacturing plants just for servicing the domestic industry. You would need to depend on export markets, and all of us, most of us do. And I think one big critical, seismic shift that has also happened in the last months has been this huge escalation in freight rate costs. I mean, shipping costs around the world have exploded. I mean, we are not talking about a 5%, 10%, 15% hike. We are talking upwards of a 700% hike in shipping rates. So, the whole cost arbitrage that existed in India to really do chemistry, which is maybe, you want to do lower value products, mass volume. I think this whole topic around the freight rates, etc., is also, in my opinion, bringing big disruption in that area. And I think one must take these topics into consideration. I think what is industry do we need? Of course, we need to be competitive also with respect to, I think, this whole PLI scheme that is being discussed about in other industries. Again, also make another fervent, request also for the chemical industry to extend that. We do benefit indirectly with respect to demand, but still that has been nothing announced for the chemical industry. Of course, export benefits to cover up these cost arbitrages are, again, have been changing. They have been, I think, not moving too much in favor. That has not worked out. It's moved in the opposite direction. On the other side, I think other topics like, let me give you, we have manufacturing operations for 5 business units in Gujarat, and a site that was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi when he was Chief Minister in that state. And a lot of investments coming up in the state on clean energy. We're a company that will go roughly 85% CO2 neutral with our Indian operations by end of this year.
Sure.
So we are definitely looking at policy, a framework. Even in a state like Gujarat today, clean energy trading is not a given. So there is issues where you have problem with clean energy trading, whereas there is clean energy available. I'm sure these topics are being addressed by the authorities, but it needs to be accelerated. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely.
I think
as we are getting increasingly global, I think the addressing of sustainability, climate control is strict. It's right on the top. That's the number one thing one needs to look at to be able to go from here. So great point. You want to add on to the policy?
Yeah, just one or two more points. I mean, there's a lot of, I know, chemical companies, large chemical companies, in chemicals, of course, safety is another very, very important point.
Yes.
And I think transportation safety, again, in India, is also super important point. There's a lot of advocacy also happening with respect to movement of hazardous materials in ISO tanks by rail, and there are large companies, including a lot of panelists who've been present in the former session and will be present who are advocating for that. But I think these are topics which are in discussion already for a couple of years now. I think, but it's important to companies to get these topics sorted out before we really want to invest more. And also infrastructure, I think all this also has to be, really robust. We have today a situation where for one of the business units where we manufacture and export 98% of the product, also going into the critical semiconductor industry, let me tell you, extremely specialized products, and we took a decision to invest in India. We have, frequent disruptions in production today, supplying global supply chains with leakages in pipelines, infrastructure, etc., etc., etc. I think these topics need to be addressed one way or the other. Yeah.
Totally. I think very, again, points to be noted, and I'm sure the team is making those notes to put together. For us to really highlight, address these issues, pinpoint and get a solution, that's the way I think everybody wants to work, and this government also probably is on that direction. 8 lakh crore rupees is what the industry estimate is of the size of our chemical industry, right? And we are hoping, or let's put it $178 billion roughly to be $300 billion by 2025. Well, potential is there. We've already talked about it. How do we go there? What's the roadmap? So, sir, your thoughts, and you think we will achieve that number, or you think it's a tall target? We'll have to push it by a few years.
So India is too large an opportunity to be ignored by anyone. So I'm pretty sure we will achieve very good numbers, much higher than what we even anticipate today, right? And all the international companies are looking at India from that perspective. Now, the key challenge I think we have to understand when, as an international company, the chemical and petrochemical sector is highly capital intensive. So if it's in a highly capital intensive sector, you look at business environment and you will look at investment readiness of a particular country. And that's where I think we have to take some steps. We have taken a lot of steps, as we discussed, all of us have talked about it, and we have to take some more. We talked about timely allotment of land just before this session. The PCPIR piece has made a lot of improvements, so that's definitely a welcome step, I would say. We also, need to look at bringing some, or streamlining some regulatory regulations. Our regulations are too complex to be understood by some of the foreign players. And if we can streamline those regulations, it will help a lot. Another piece, I think, on logistics and transportation, we talked about the infrastructure. We have to improve the depots, the ports, the pipeline connectivity needs to be improved further. And I'm sure the government is looking into it. There are, the policy decisions are being taken in the right direction. And I'm sure over the next few years, we will see large amount of investments.
Sir, how much money are you willing to put in India?
It's still working on it.
Okay. So there is optimism, there is bullishness,
Yes.
there is money that you're committing is going to come. Okay, great. Sir, my question to you again, I think it's on the same lines to really understand, pinpoint, figure out what we need to do to boost investments, to make India where it should be with everything that we have. We are very small right now. Target is assigned for 2025. I'm sure we're not going to stop there. Specialty chemicals particularly is just about 22%. I mean, it's grown, of course, in the last couple of years, especially during COVID times. I think we figured that this industry has a lot of potential to grow. We've seen the numbers. I mean, I talked to many of the listed companies and their results have been phenomenal on the basis of what they've done in the specialty space. A lot of companies have suddenly decided that they will go big there. High margins, obviously, good demand. So tell us, what's the roadmap looking for the country, for your company, what are the kind of investments you're putting to bed, willing to bet?
What are the investments we are willing to make? We have already shown it by putting the things on the ground.
Yes.
We have a $30 billion complex right there in Jamnagar with $1.4 billion of million barrels a day of refining complex, plus the cracker and now the butyl complex as well, which is there on ground operating. And definitely we are very, very positive about the sector and do have plans to keep growing it. We do believe that in the morning, Mr. Prabdas did talk about it, that India has crossing the $2,000 per capita GDP sometime around this year. And that's the level we believe is the time when the demand for consumer products and the non-essential stuff actually shoots up. And that actually leads to the demand of chemical interns, because we are talking about chemicals, which in turn, the demand is driven by the demand of the end products which are consumed, whether it is agrochemicals, whether it is automobiles, or it is whatever the end consuming sector is. So yes, in terms of what can be done to boost this growth is being talked about since morning. We need to augment infrastructure, as Mr. Rakesh also said. We need to have more port capacity in the country. We need to have more multimodal capacity. The government recently announced the Gati Shakti program, where they want to encourage and link the sea route, the rail route, and the road route, all three of them, in the most optimum manner, so that the freight costs can be optimized. So these are the initiatives which will, we are seeing a lot of them coming from the government of late. And these are very positive developments. There are a number of ports coming up. There are airport capacities coming up. There is newer airport which has been announced today. Prime Minister has laid the foundation in Delhi, the Jewar Airport. Similarly, a new one is coming up at Bombay.
Sure.
This is the kind of infrastructure which is required in the country, and that will automatically result in
absolutely. I think it's going to benefit each and every industry in many ways, and I think we are in the cusp of kind of putting it all together. Next 5, 7, 10 years, I think will be in a better, definitely a better position than what we are in today.
And chemicals is a
straight
basic
beneficiary.
building block industry.
Correct.
So as the demand, as the end sector grows, as the demand for end sector grows, obviously it will be driven by the...
Yeah, we know, right? In the morning we said we start our day with a chemical product,
Absolutely.
we end it with it.
Yeah.
So it's a part and parcel of our lives, and it's only going to grow. The demand is going to grow. We need to now keep pace with how you're going to supply, and
Correct.
India taking the lead there. So let me get your inputs again to understand, this context on where we discuss the challenges, we know where we should go, but how do we go that path is one area. Exports being one area which we need to work on in a big way. The policy needs to, I think, encompass that. So any specific points you want to make to enhance exports, because there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, and just to add to some of your earlier numbers that you spoke of, imagine the kind of investments and consumptions that we spoke about, the numbers that you talked. You know what those numbers are? Just the numbers which we have consumed. Imagine, and in a completely unrestricted manner, if the chemicals and petrochemical sector is allowed to manufacture, the latent demand, the unmet demand is all going to come up. So the numbers that you're talking of probably will be dwarfed. So on that note, India also is looked at, as he mentioned, as a destination where the costs are really good, very attractive. It could be construction costs, it could be skills, it could be whatever. Under that circumstance, Saudi chemical companies are looking at this as a contract manufacturing place. They are wanting this to be a base where they want to get the feedstock, the right intermediates, manufacture and export, which is what is to be encashed. Large capacities will get done. Just my last sentence on this, I'm maybe repeating, it's infrastructure. What is the challenge for these companies to share the infrastructure that large public sector undertakings hold? What is the collaboration that private sector and investors can make? And can government play a catalyst role to become a kind of interlocutor in between? to say, this is the stage today, these are the capacities available, come and ask for it, and so on. I can
Okay,
speak.
sure. I think we've got a sense of what really India needs to position itself as a bigger and a very stronger potential exporter for the world, etc., and becoming a hub. I think we need to now walk the talk. The government also has in many ways shown the confidence it has on the industry. It's betting on now coming up with policy. I mean, of course, they are bringing in policies, but from the policy point of view, anything specific? I know we are talking generic, like in the sense we're talking of infrastructure helping this in this sector, but very specific to FDI, for example, in petrochemicals and chemicals. It's 100%, right? What else can the government do? Is there any room for the government to be very specific on this sector to do as a policy making to encourage? Because see, state governments are doing their bits. We've heard almost all states competing, telling you, you come to us, we'll give you this, etc., which is great, healthy competition. But from the center, is there anything more that we need, sir?
More than communicating policies, I would look forward to the government actually executing policies.
Executing policies.
Say, for the last 15 years, we have been talking about PCPIRs. All the states have been talking about competing, but not a single state is clear what they are going to do to get the anchor industry, give them basic building blocks. So, after 15 years, as Mr. Prabhudas mentioned in the morning, we still are watching the same movie again and again.
Okay. No, very good. Sir, we need these inputs because we need to understand where the states have to pitch in, come in and explain. As you said, for the last 15 years you've been waiting. These are the things that I think we need to talk more openly with the government, with the state government to say, if this is the vision you are setting for us, this is what we need to do and address, right? So that's one input. Sir, I think you picked up the mic to say something.
Yeah, one thing which I would like to say on this is what the government should do is to clean up a little bit of taxation mess as well.
Okay.
Especially, we've been talking since morning about oil to chemicals. There we are moving into a situation where a lot of crude oil will get converted to chemicals eventually. The fuel demand, as more and more electric vehicles start coming in, it will start to taper off, and that's why these technologies are being developed. They are coming up, and we still have a scenario where a whole lot of refinery is taxed on the good old excise route, and the petrochemicals is taxed on the GST route.
Okay.
And that creates situations frequently where there are positions where the input tax credit cannot be availed.
Okay. So taxation bits need to be looked at to address the anomalies that we are seeing at this point. I guess that's also on the radar. The good thing is the government is listening, they're talking, they're open to ideas, and I think that is at least giving everybody confidence that they'll be heard. Ultimately, of course, if they do it or not do it is a subject of later debate, but great. Yeah, you have an input, sir.
I was just thinking, can we ask the government a proposition to lead the action? Okay, the investors, the technology holders, etc., are really scurrying around to find out the best opportunity to invest. Can the government lead it by 5 years? Can we imagine the infrastructure that will be required for the kind of demand that exists in India will be required? Can the government also start to lead the action in terms of the sustainability requirements? Investors are not going to come here if carbon emissions are not going to be thought of and rewarded. So under such circumstances, and especially in this sector, other sectors could possibly scrape through. But in this sector, can we have 5-year later plan, 10-year later plans made with magnanimous thoughts of making India as a hub?
Okay, lovely. That's an important point to be taken. Guys, I know it's going to be lunch break, and I just saw 3 p.m. is the next session. So exactly half an hour, I think you'll have to grab a quick lunch, and I'll wrap it up here. Of course, there could have been more points that we could have discussed, but I guess for a later date. Today is just slightly delayed lunch for everyone. Sorry. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a quick, brief intro into what's really happening in this sector and what needs to be done really to attract more investments into this, because that's the need of the hour. That's the demand where this industry is going. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. With that, we come to an end of this session. I request our audiences to kindly stay back for just a moment and request Mr. Deepak Mehta, the Chairman and Managing Director of Deepak Nitrite Limited, to kindly present mementos to each one of our speakers here on behalf of all of us here at FICCI, and thank them, starting with Mr. Nilanjan Banerjee. One to Mr. Rakesh Mehta. One to Mr. Amit Chaturvedi. And after that to Mr. Deepak Mahurkar. Mr. Deepak Mahurkar. And to the session moderator, Ms. Swati Khandelwal. And I'm going to request Mr. Rajendra Gogri, CMD RT Industries, to kindly present a memento and thank Mr. Deepak Mehta. Well, thank you everyone. With that, we conclude this session. Please join us for lunch now. I'm afraid in the interest of time, we'll have to cut the lunch break to only half an hour and resume program at 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock is the time when we all gather for our next session. Please join us for lunch. Not sure.
Where will it end now? No one knows. Slave to the poison, captive soul. Where will it end now? Heaven knows.
Because the session after the lunch break is the most difficult session. And all the panelists over here along with me probably have to make the conversation lively enough to see to it all of you are awake. Anyway, let me introduce my panelists over here. So we have Mr. Narayan Manmohan from BSF. Then we have Mr. Rajendra Gogri from RT Industries. We have Mr. Adnan Ahmed from Clariant Chemicals. And then Mr. Anil Bhatia from Amazon India. The topic for today is a topic which I think all of us have a very common discussion on, that post-COVID era now what is going to happen. There were uncertainties when the lockdown started, when the pandemic started. And so for first 5 or 6 months, I think last year everyone was in dark what is going to happen. We saw brief glimpses of some kind of a rebound happening in the later part of the year last year. Then again we had some cases across the globe, including India's second wave. And again we went into lockdowns. But by the time one thing was clear, that the moment lockdowns will end, the pent-up demand will come back. So I think we are going to have a presentation from Mr. Gogri. So we will start with a presentation from Mr. Gogri. Let me just briefly introduce Mr. Rajendra Gogri. He is CMD RT Industries Limited. He is a successful industrialist, philanthropist, and current chairman and managing director of RT Industries Limited. Under his leadership, AIL has evolved from a local player in manufacturing intermediates to an organization marching tenaciously towards the goal of emerging as the global partner of choice. He was appointed as the MD of AIL in 1993 and eventually reached the helm in 2012 when he took on the role of chairman and managing director. Mr. Gogri has been awarded the prestigious Distinguished Alumnus Award from UDCT in 1995 for excellent performance as an entrepreneur in chemical industry. He was recently honored with the Hurun Most Respected Entrepreneur of the Year India Award in 2019. In the same year, he was also presented by India Chemical Council with the Lala Shriram National Award for the leadership in the chemical industry. So I would request Mr. Gogri to please present. Mr. Gogri, please.
Yeah, thank you, Kapilji, for introduction. As you rightly mentioned, after lunch is always a tough session, but we'll see how we can make it more lively. Yeah, can we have the presentation? Next.
Next slide, please. Who is managing the slides?
Yeah, the topic of the session, basically we can just discuss evolving opportunities in chemical and petrochemical industry in post-COVID era. I think this last 2 years, the COVID era has been, has impacted each and every one on the planet. It's one of the most devastating disruption which has happened, and that has really, lot of learnings have come, lot of lifestyle changes, and everything is coming because of that, and that will definitely have an impact on chemical industries, and a lot of things are going to remain same. Yes, they are able to sort out the slides.
the lunch has affected there also.
I think some lockdown has happened there also. We are used to so many lockdown in COVID period. So that the slides also might have.
Or probably the team had a heavy lunch probably.
Yeah. On the first, we can just, I think I know some of the points which were there. So, economy world over were, severely impacted. Actually, India had grown substantially well before COVID. Yeah, now we got it, yeah. So, Indian economy grew almost at about, average 7% in last decade. Whereas chemical and petrochemical grew at about 1.3 times average GDP growth. The economic impact was severe just like all other sectors. But however, India has recovered strongly and expected to grow at a very healthy rate. And this index of India industrial production also has returned to pre-COVID era, as we can see. And going forward, the growth rates which has been forecasted is in 2020. And if you move forward, I think that slides we are able to move. Overall, as we, from 2020, we move to 23-25, the growth rates in India is definitely going to be much higher compared to the other countries. Now, this gives a very graphic how the per capita income is connected to the chemical, per capita consumption of chemical. You can see from this data that as the per capita income grows, the chemical consumption is significantly growing. And India is at a much lower quadrant on per capita consumption, is only about $100. So there is really a huge scope for increasing Indian consumption. The pesticide usage per hectare also, if you go into subcategories, in India is only about 0.3 compared to China is almost 13. And per capita plastic consumption only is also about 11. So there is so much headroom available in across board everything, whether you take it agrochemical or plastics or dyes or everything. So there is a huge scope of increase in demand. Yeah, next. One important point which I would like to highlight here is that the triple growth drivers. India, chemical and petrochemical is the only industry in India which has all the three. There is a huge import substitution opportunity as well as a huge export, because we have a $50+ billion imports and also nearly 50 billion exports. If you take any other industries, even IT industry, there is not much import substitution, or auto, there is not much import substitution. But here we have got all the three going in our favor. As far as the domestic demand is concerned, I think demographic dividend, disposable income, rapid urbanization and all, is correspondingly the chemical which are required to, we are going to grow. Important factor will be, I think since morning everybody is discussing that, so much petrochemicals are currently being imported, and if there are no investment further made, that can go further up. Another important point is organic chemicals also around $20 billion are imported. So there is a huge opportunity for import substitution, and that can have an indirect impact on export also. And last few years, and especially with the COVID, the China plus one strategy is happening virtually across all the sector, not only chemical. And within chemical, I think China plus one, India really becomes a natural fit. If you see the first easternization also, the chemical went only to India and China. It didn't go to Malaysia or Thailand. So India is really a good opportunity to capture that market in that China plus one strategy. And also this US-China trade tension also is an additional factor. So and we have also a lot of good exposure on export, almost especially in specialty chemical. We are already exporting in a big way. So it is important that we capitalize on that. Yeah, next. Next slide. Yeah, so this really gives, India really has a very good advantage on a variety of factors. The low manpower cost also, the morning I think one slide was there, that China current manpower cost is almost 2.5 times India. And for chemical plant, because chemical plant has a lot of labor involved in that piping, fabrication, erection. So we have just measured that chemical plant in India costs only about 50 to 60% of capital cost in West compared to US, Europe or Japan. So there is a huge capital cost advantage. So both capex, opex advantage, and also we have a huge large local market. So these three becomes really an ideal point to attract investments in India. And again, rule of law, I think we are much better off compared to China. And enough talent is available both on chemistry and engineering. So really, if proper efforts are made, I think we should be able to attract a lot of multinationals to make this as a manufacturing hub for that. As we already had signed a contract, where, the money is funded by the partner with their technology, and we'll be running the plant. So that is the main capex and opex advantage, and also the technological skill set which is available in India that can definitely be leveraged. Next. So these are, some of the specific trends, we have tried to highlight what that lifestyle changes and all, which is really, is happened after COVID. First on the health and safety, that immediately during the COVID, a lot of PP requirement, everything, ethylene, propylene, then IPA, all happened. But overall, sanitization and all, this is maybe going to stay for much more longer time. We see that disinfectant, surfactant, all related those items going forward. In general, the health consciousness is going to improve and increase. And also demand for biocidal and functional material in paints and coatings industries, etc. also. More demands are going to happen on that side. And third, which is one important thing which seems to stay, is that work from home and work from anywhere. Now first time in COVID, we could never imagine that we'll run so remotely and still able to run our operations. So that mixed mode is going to be there, and that is one of the biggest impact which I see globally, as the housing requirement will increase. People will need more bigger houses, and also no need to stay in a big cities. They can work from their smaller towns also. So one, construction and housing will increase on a very long-term basis, and that also will have an impact on leisure clothes, etc. also. And secondly, digitalization. So all the electronics related items also, their demand is expected to grow more than what used to be in COVID era. One more point is that during this last year, the government of India has announced a lot of production-linked incentives from our various sectors, textile, auto, electronics, and definitely we'll see more of those investments coming into India. And also big one was also on pharmaceutical side. So that definitely will help chemical industries which will supply various chemicals into this sector. But one of the important thing which has been missed out is on PLI sector for chemical itself. That is one thing which has been discussed with the ministry for quite a long time. But if some focused PLI for import substitution, if it is made, then that can really spur up the investments in there. One more point which I like to highlight, actually, Honorable Minister in the morning suggested on research and development. I think that point will also come in this. On last 2 years, one more thing which has happened is that Chinese currency has almost appreciated by 15% against Indian currency. So that one factor also is increasing Indian competitiveness substantially, and a very big positive factor for India. Yeah, can we have next slide? So these broader terms, this a lot of ecosystems are going to change, the supply chains and new alliances are going to happen. Then preference for remote or digital sales channel. So corresponding implications are going to be there in various industries. And increasing automation and digitalization, I think that is also one of the key thing which is happening across the board in and more and more I think is expected to happen in India also for chemical industries. And another critical factor in chemical industry success is going to be on focus on safety. So that increased focus in safety, actually we see unfortunately a lot of accidents happen in COVID era, especially beginning. And touch wood, they are not that frequent currently, but the safe practices are going to be very, very cornerstone, and initiative like responsible care will become critical. And somehow, how if is in any way we can try to share the safe practices and also transfer it to MSME sector, then it will really benefit all the entire sector, because it's a very connected sector. And I think there is no VUCA according to me. There is one biggest certainty is climate change. And everybody wants carbon neutrality. So that has become an overarching thing, and everything under that is only going to happen. So that is also going to have impact on going forward. I think in the morning also it was mentioned that we should not look, I think Mr. Nilanjan mentioned that not only sunset, sunrise industry. So this implication based on this climate change of electric vehicle or whatever the materials which are going into solar and all, they are going to increase substantially, and then corresponding material requirement will also change. Here I think India also has announced that by 2070. So it will be good that if the government of India also comes out of a roadmap in next maybe few years, that how are we going to achieve that, so that we can also, the chemical industry can have more focus on that. And chemical industry itself is a very high energy intensive. The individual industry also will have to see how they are able to reduce their carbon footprint, and also concept of science-based target incentives. In the morning, Honorable Minister mentioned on R&D. So R&D is something which will be really required if this China plus one strategy has to really play out on ground. So a lot of R&D Indian companies will have to do more investment, will have to be done. But unfortunately now, as per the new government policy, the income tax benefit which was was there for R&D has gone off. So if some sort of a scheme like first in India for chemical, that products which are not made in India for last 10, 20 years can be thought of, which can really increase the R&D efforts. And we can really get this benefit of China plus one. So overall, I think Indian chemical, especially specialty chemical industry was doing well before COVID. And after COVID also, I think inherent all levers are in place. Only certain product lines and everything will change, but I think we have a huge potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gogri, for giving a very insightful presentation on the post-COVID scenario. So what I feel is that what comes out from Mr. Gogri's presentation is four different aspects. The first aspect is the growth, that from whatever opportunities we are seeing which have come out of the post-COVID era, the pent-up demand which is coming up, and the requirement from the consumers which is coming up, and the opportunities which India is having from China plus one. So one is the growth path, which probably for all our chemical companies and petrochemical companies is a great opportunity. The second is probably the infrastructure part. Obviously, to sustain this growth, we need a very strong infrastructure. The third is the supply chain disruptions which have gone across the globe. Probably the shortage of raw material has given an opportunity to the Indian chemical industry to see to it, a term which has been coined by our Honorable Prime Minister of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which has been very repeatedly talked about in the first session also. So I think the supply chain disruptions are evolving for India, where probably our industry can see to it that all the supply chain raw materials is available from the local sources itself. And not even for local sources, but also for the global hub also, supplying to the global hub. And the fourth, very, very important aspect is the sustainability drive. We are seeing what is happening across the globe in terms of the climate changes. We are also seeing the floods which we are seeing in India, hurricanes which are coming in the USA and other parts of the globe. So I think sustainability and the carbon reduction is something which is going to be very, very important. And in fact, a lot of work is being done. So for the chemical and petrochemical industry to survive, the sustainability drive is very, very important. Before I come to my questions, in fact, on a lighter note, we had a lot of talks about the Bollywood industry in the morning, that we had a lot of masala flicks, one after the other. But probably I would say, once we talk about the infrastructure part, probably we should feel that apart from the cinema halls, now there is an OTT platform also. So probably the government needs to think about the OTT platforms to give a infrastructure to the chemical industry, that how we do out of the box thinking in terms of going to the next infrastructure. The second is the part that now we are talking about Bollywood, but we are also talking about the web series. So it's the sustainability drive. We should have the web series probably 1, 2, 3, 4. We probably discussed in one of the meetings somewhere that probably we need one ethylene cracker every year. That's something like a web series that we need to have a lot of episodes and also part 2, part 3. So I think with that note, I would just first of all address my first question to Mr. Ahmed. Sir, I would like to understand from you that with whatever Mr. Gogri has presented, what do you think is going to be an opportunity for the chemical industry in the current scenario in India?
So what is going to be the?
What is the opportunity for the chemical industry?
So I think what we're talking about is post-COVID, right? So there were always opportunities in the chemical industry, and we're saying post-COVID, what is the opportunities? Opportunities have always been there. Biggest opportunity is the fact that in India, in the chemical industry, we are punching well below our weight. We are 3% of the global supply. China is more than 10 times us, 40%. So a couple of points I would say. First thing is, we have to talk about China. And we also have to make sure we don't talk too much about China. So China has to be seen as a market. It is 40% of global chemicals. That's not going to go away. So we keep talking about China plus one, and we're saying people are trying to de-risk their supply chain. But if you look at the numbers, 35% of, of specialty chemicals is coming from China. And over the next 5 years, 50% of the growth is going to come from China. So if you look at specialty chemicals in India, we want to play big. Where overall chemicals is 3%, we want to become 10% and so on. We cannot do that without competing with China and competing for the Chinese market as well. So there's a big opportunity in India. Yes, the Indian market is very attractive, but let's not just focus on that, because we need scale. That's what China did for the last 30 years. And for us to bring into that scale, we have to look at the largest market in the world. It is not the US, it is not the European Union, it is China. So that's one point, right? I think the other point is, look at what is being said by our customers. We want to export to more of the developing world. And if you look at more and more of the companies there, the company I represent, Clariant, has just come out with a new strategy. It talks about a purpose. And it represents what our customers in developed countries are talking about. And Clariant's purpose is about greater chemistry between people and planet. And what they're talking about is the same thing that we have to look at for our industry. Greater chemistry is about innovation. You talk about innovation all the time. I've heard you say it many times. So, about innovation, our investments in innovation, this has to have a step change. So that is one part of it. The other thing about greater chemistry between people is about our employees. If we want to, not if, we do want to, we do want the chemical industry to grow and become substantial, become a manufacturing hub, it has to be a good place to work. So we have to give our employees a work culture which makes it attractive for them to come back. We want young people to come and join the chemical industry. The chemical industry is a really good thing. It accounts for 5% of the CO2 emissions globally, not 50%, 5%. There are many other industries that account for more than that. It accounts for 90% of the products that we use has chemicals. So it's not a bad thing. It's a very, very important part for the development of society, of civilization, whether it's in food, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in cosmetics, and for the enjoyment of life, your mobile phones, automotive, everything. It's very, very important. So this is a very important thing for us to look at, making it more attractive for people. And then there's the greater chemistry for the planet. And that's about sustainability. We're all talking about sustainability. But, those of us who are Delhiites, look at the Jamuna River and you hang your head in shame. Because this is something we've allowed for decades. It's just getting worse. It is not just the chemical industry. These are attitudes that have to change. But chemical industry will play a major role in cleaning up the waters. We play a major role in sustainability, right? The materials that we're talking about. So the chemical industry is extremely important. Big opportunity for us in India because local consumption is low. But to get scale, we have to look at China. We have to make it an industry that's really fun to work in. And we have to focus very strongly on sustainability. It's a bit of a long answer, but those are the three key things.
No, I think I would say that not a long answer. It absolutely explained very beautifully. And so, in fact, the good part of this panel is that we have also got Mr. Anil Bhatia from Emerson India, which gives a different picture. That is the industrial automation. I have myself been a part of some of the products of Emerson in some early part of my career. So Mr. Bhatia, I would just like to ask you one thing, that now with this growth opportunity coming up in India, and you being the leader in the industry automation, what do you think is the one major mega trend which is going to transform the industrial automation, especially in the chemical and the petrochemical sector?
Very, very, very good question, and I love this field. In fact, my panelists, what they mentioned, 2 points, all gets covered. Probably I'll try to cover by my answer. So, if I start about the mega trend, I think the one word which I want to coin here is hyper automation. That is going to be the way of life as we move forward. And before I go to the detail of hyper automation, let me give some statistics to the audience here. Like Gartner has predicted in the coming 5 years, 70% of the global companies will be having at least 70 concurrent hyper-automation initiatives running in the organization. And it has been, it has been predicted and analyzed that all companies who invest more on the digital side will have 2.8% more chance of coming to a top performer than others. And there are many other, analysis done, like, today if you talk to any CEO, and there was even a survey done, 82% CEOs are talking about digital, investing in digital. So what is hyper automation? See, basically, as we move, till now, our automation was control systems and, advanced control and stuff. But as we move forward, hyper automation is using advanced technology to augment human work. In US, 2.4 trillion hours have been already replaced by the automation and digital transformation. So that is what is going to be the way forward as we move. And what we will find that, then as COVID has given wings to it, I would say, the way I am seeing when I go to any chemical, petrochemical, we are a big, solution provider to chemical industry. In fact, I am fortunate, all the panelists are my big customers here. So, I am with them, and we are finding there is wings to this, in the whole, how to move forward. So artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotic automation, I think these all will be deployed, and we will be doing the next level of automation where how we kind of augment the human capital. And Mr. Anand said, young workforce and culture. I think that will be the big, because today the young force want to work with a technologically advanced company. Gone are the days where you would like somebody to go to the site and look at a wall and come. The wall is so intelligent, it will give the data itself. And the youngsters will analyze and see how it doesn't fail. So that is what is going to be the new trend. And it is a very, kind of defined word, hyper automation. And you will see it is a mixture of digital technologies and all the investment, you all have done in the past in smart field devices, that will help. With all the data that is getting generated, with the hyper automation, you will be able to analyze. And it has been, kind of proven that in the coming 5 years, the cost will go down by 20 to 30% by deploying the automation and the hyper automation technology. So that is my perspective on the automation part.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bhatia. I think it's a very, very interesting point which you have thrown. I think all of us over here would like to know much about hyper automation from your company, when we usually probably have presentation from your side. Yeah, even I feel that being a part of the industry, even sometime I have started feeling that automation is the path forward now. So yeah, that's a very good point for us. Well, I'll come to Mr. Narayan Krishna Mohan. So your company is a sciences company, and I think a lot of work goes on creating downstream and upstream work also. So how do you think that, because the industry just cannot grow alone, it has to also have upstream and downstream cycles also. So how do you think that the upstream and downstream cycles are going to get positively affected by this particular growth path which we are seeing now?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Now, I'll refer to what my friend Rajendra just talked about. The fact that the growth drivers of the chemical industry, whether it comes from automotive, whether it comes from construction, paints, pharmaceutical, ag chem, the macros behind it and the demographics that we have for consumption are very much there. So the industrialization in the country will create demand across the spectrum of chemicals, whether it's upstream or downstream. Now, when we look at the Indian chemical industry, what we have done so far is we've got a fairly robust upstream refinery and petrochemical sector. And we have a reasonably good knowledge sciences sector when it comes to pharma and ag play. And when we talk about, Adnan, forgive me for that, the China plus one topic, what are we talking about? We are talking about going backward integrating, one step, two steps, but it's not about the entire value chains. And the reason we don't do the entire value chain is, again, a topic which Adnan brought up, is about economies of scale. So if we need to get into these chemical intermediates, we can't do that without being cost competitive. And to have that cost competitiveness, we do need to have the scale. And this doesn't happen overnight. You need to have a 10, 15-year vision to fill up these value chains. And that's what companies like BASF do. You know that we are currently investing into a large project in China which is a 15-year investment cycle. And the point is, if we want to make those kind of investments in the country, we need policies, infrastructure, which looks into that kind of a horizon. What's the dialogue today, and most of the discussions I hear about, is pretty transactional in nature. We are looking at what is it we are importing today, how can we replace it, and that looks at 2-3 year windows. It doesn't look at a long-term strategic window, 10 years, 15 years, how do we build those entire chemical value chains? And I think that's where the key opportunities lie. It is capital intensive, and we will need a fair amount of capital, so it's not just about policies, it's also about having access to that capital, access to that technologies, and building those one by one in the country. I don't think we can do it all at one go. So we have to take sectors, and I give with just one example. You know, in the automotive sector, in the emission catalyst, when we moved from the Bharat 4 to Bharat 6, we basically jumped one stage of emissions. And I think that's an opportunity we have also in the context of, let's say, electromobility. So what are we going to do in the context of batteries and battery materials? That throws up a significant opportunity. So if you are going to jump that cycle, then we have to look at that from the entire perspective of what does this mean for a cell manufacturer, and create all the materials and the chemistries behind it. So that's what we need, to have a holistic view rather than a short-term view about one or the other smaller segments.
Yeah, in fact, very rightly stated. In fact, somewhere I get involved in some of the downstream or upstream, so yeah, I know there are challenges to balance both the sides. So yeah, fine. Mr. Gogri, one out-of-course question. One of the young guy over here was asking whether any startup ideas can be generated for the chemical sector. He says people talk about the startup ideas in the other sectors, but in the chemical sector and the petrochemical sector, we don't talk about any startup ecosystems. Do you think there is any scope of any startup ecosystems in our industry?
I think especially a lot of research now basically again moving on the carbon neutrality across the board. And we actually at our personal level, we are supporting startup, but supporting startup outside India. So that means inherently in chemical sector and all the lot of startups are possible, and I think we have enough talent in India. And I think this is a very good point, youngsters and all, they can really, they can get together and get an idea. Definitely support will also be, there will be enough investors to support from starting from angel to further up. This climate change has really opened up a lot of possibility across the sector. I think our sector also definitely gives an opportunity.
I'm sorry for just coming in between here. Mr. Jonatas Mello, Senior Vice President of Asia South Borouge, is also joining us virtually. And I'll ask my team at the audiovisual to kindly connect us to him so he can also be a part of the panel discussion. Thank you.
So this is part of the post-COVID way of working, right? We have to learn to do things virtually as well as...
Yeah,
we're not used to that.
Hybrid working.
We've just got used to coming back in a room, and then we have to bring back somebody virtually. We've forgotten how to do that.
I like the word phygital, what has been used for this event.
I know, in fact, that's what happens now. Whatever conferences we are talking about on the platforms, we basically talk about whether it's going to be held physically or virtually. Now we talk about it's going to be hybrid.
Yes.
It's Mr. Sandeep Puri from Borouge. Yeah.
Mr. Sandeep Puri, we welcome you to the session. I think the session started some half an hour back. Probably, I don't know whether you were a part of that, you were witnessing it or not, but I think probably you would have missed a lot of points by now. So I don't know how to make you catch up. We can't hear you. I think you're on mute, please. I think we can't hear you.
Can you unmute him? Is he on mute?
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Now, yes. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I apologize that Jonathan cannot join because he's at the remote location and his connectivity has been very, very limited. So on behalf of Baruch, I'm here to present Baruch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So in fact, just to catch up with the matter, we would just request you to just give a small brief from your side so that we can then make you participate in the discussions.
I cannot hear you. Your voice is so feeble. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's much better.
Okay, what I'm saying is that just a small request to you to just brief about you and your company to all of us so that we can make you participate in the discussions which we are having, as you would have missed most of the initial part from our side.
I was fortunate enough to be present from last 20 minutes or so. I could hear the comments of the panel. Uh, Let me introduce first myself. I am Sandeep. I've been in plastics and polymer and chemical for 37 years. I've just relocated to Singapore to represent Baruch as Vice President Asia South Packaging. Now coming to the company, Baruch is there in the field for 20 years, and Baruch is a manufacturer of polyolefins, basically, which is catering to energy, infrastructure, mobility, packaging, healthcare, and agriculture industries. We believe in innovative plastic solutions. We have one of the largest integrated polyolefin complex in Wise, which is in UAE. We are having a capacity of 4.5 million tons to produce. However, in November 2021, Borealis and NOC announced agreement to build Baruch 4 in Ruwais to produce additional 1.4 million tons of PE per annum. Following on the fourth expansion, Baruch will become the world's largest single-site polyolefin complex by 2025, with an overall production capacity of 6.4 million tons on annualized basis. Our production base, as status, is in UAE, and our sales and marketing headquarters are in Singapore. We have state-of-art innovation center located in Abu Dhabi, which is serving as a hub of innovation in the field of polymer and application technology. We also have application center in Shanghai, which provides testing support and advanced compounds for the automotive industry in Asia North and rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. So since we were on the discussions for the growth seen in the Indian industry, so my question will be to you on the same platform, that how do you see the growth prospects of the petrochemical industry in India and with your reasons?
Thank you for the question. I would answer on 5 bullets. India continues to experience rising affluence and increased urbanization, which gives us confidence of the bright prospect of future growth in India. We are confident about growth across many sectors, particularly in packaging, healthcare, and infrastructure, which are likely to see strong and sustained demand arising from evolving consumer behaviors and lifestyle. We also foresee favorable progress in the energy and automotive sectors to support the growing demand of an increasingly affluent population. In favorable demographic, its dynamic and fast-growing market will fuel the future growth in the petrochemical sector. There's also an increasing focus by consumers, industry, and policymakers to reduce the sector's carbon environmental footprint. The greater focus on producer responsible will see India petrochemical sector transition to a more sustainable model.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. Now from growth path, I would just come to the next most important platform, which is the infrastructure. So Mr. Narayan, we were discussing about the upstream and downstream units. Now to create that, what do you think is the structure and the infrastructure required so that, in future it facilitates the upstream and downstream units, also getting integrated with the expansion which are coming in the chemical sector?
I think we've been probably discussing this for at least 10, 15 years in this country, and kind of sad to say that a lot of it has been discussions, and we have not really been successful in implementing what is required. And typically what happens there is the context of having shared feedstocks, having competitive feedstocks available to build these mid-sector units, as I would call it. And in that context, I guess many other topics, I mean, in the earlier panel also, we had discussions about land, power, water, about things that, many of the governments also are saying, okay, you come, it will be available, and so on and so forth. But the biggest issue lies with competitive feedstocks, and having that blueprint. I mean, people talk about PCPIRs for so many years, but we've really not been successful with that one. Having that done would be the fundamental task of, and we can all point fingers at each other, but it's all of us. It is the industry, and it is the government along with it, that this has to happen. If it doesn't happen, then in 5 years from now, we will still be discussing, and sorry to say, nothing might happen.
On this, Mr. Gogri, your comments on what support probably we expect from the government on this aspect, because I think in the first session also today, a lot was talked about the support system to be given on the window clearances, and also the infrastructure support. So what is your opinion, and what is your ask from the government on this particular point?
Yeah, I think infrastructure regarding petrochemical has been really talked about for long on the feedstock availability. And that not only for petrochemical downstream, it also impacts on specialty chemical also. So we were, fortunate enough to get ethylene from Reliance. The value of ethylene was relatively, maybe only a few thousand tons, but a lot of specialty intermediate could be made. And that was possible because of the Dahej PCIPR also was an additional factor. So whatever the PCIPR which has been announced, how to make it really, why it is not effective, that has to be really thought out, and get those anchor plants and see that, that starts working. Other than the infrastructure on environmental side also, on a permit side, one out-of-box idea that, where the public hearing is not required. Like PCIPR, they get environment clearance is done for the entire estate. And in that case, the public hearing requirement is not there. So there, you can allow the construction to be started along with the application, wherever the industry wants to take a risk. So those kind of steps also can really accelerate the investment in that front. And one more on policy side, I think on infrastructure related to policy, because of this carbon neutrality, up till now the government was trying to move towards more zero liquid discharge. But zero liquid discharge has a more carbon intensity because you are using steam and then you are generating solid waste for landfill. So now we have to move from zero liquid discharge to marine discharge. So wherever there are high TDS effluent, there should not be a zero liquid discharge, try to do it on marine discharge. Then I think a lot of pipeline, deep sea pipeline infrastructure going forward, I think will be one of the critical positive step which should be thought of.
Yeah, Mr. Gogri, these are very important points. In fact, I think I was also in one of the forum which went to DCPC along with the industry, in which I think all these points were also raised from the industry point of view. And I think the DCPC officials, please make a note of it, that as in the last session also, the implementation part was stressed by the panelists, that yes, policies framework is good, but the fact is that implementation should also be there, and the next 5-year vision should also be very clearly spelled out. so that we are very clear as to what kind of an infrastructure support we are going to get from the government offices. I think it's a very important point to be noted, and also this is a support which we expect from the government part. Coming to Mr. Bhatia again, once again, I think the automation part in the infrastructure is again, I think, is going to provide a big support. So in the infrastructure part, how do you think the automation is going to play an important role?
Yeah, so very, very important question, and I think automation will play a very, very big role in infrastructure, and what we also call it as an ecosystem. The whole ecosystem will have to be managed well. So as I use the word, hyper automation on the lighter note, if hyper not implemented well can make the investors and management hyper. We'll have to be careful. So that is where the whole ecosystem approach comes very, very important. And here I would like to talk about the whole petrochemical sector, right? When you implement a digital strategy, it cannot be short-sighted. So the strategy has to be around the complete ecosystem, and I always say productivity is going to be the key. Reliability, your plants are reliable, is going to be the key. Safety, as we rightly mentioned, during COVID we saw some unfortunate incidents, and of course emissions. So all the four are the key pillar of an ecosystem which will have to be understood and your digital strategy defined. And of course, once you don't have to do everything together, you can start slow, step by step, but important is that when you define your strategies on automation, think the whole perspective. And I would like to also say, in the chemical and petrochemical industry or the process industry, the automation is not going to be like downloading an app and running something. Here we are dealing with human and safety. So it will have to be done with the reliable partners. I think that is where I feel that as infrastructure moves, when you define or when you design your new infrastructure, you should, and the organization will build it along with the digital strategies, kind of incorporated, so that you don't, don't stay behind. And that is what I feel is going to be a major play as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think infrastructure definitely requires automation, and that's where we look up to all the latest gadgets which are going to sustain the infrastructure support part. I see a lot of technical inputs coming on that from the various industries. On this point, is Mr. Puri online still? Do we have him online?
Yeah, very much. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Mr. Puri, just one question, that since your plants are, located in places where the infrastructure is probably very good and world class. Now, looking at the asking rate from the Indian counterparts over here, what do you think are the points which you are looking forward, of the infrastructure, and where do you think that infrastructure support should come on what front?
Okay. From our perspective, what we are looking at is what is the need of the country. Though we come from outside, our focus is on India. India is a very important market for Bharuch. So what we look at is how do we help the converters, because our first contact point is the converters. What we can contribute to converters, and the areas where Bharuch has looked upon, water. I think water is one important area which we have handled. I'm talking about from the perspective of building the infrastructure of the country. So water has been one topic, sanitization has been another topic, agriculture has been another topic. There are multiple applications on which company has worked with the product, with the knowledge and processing support. Yes, we come from the place where infrastructure is very good, but we are translating that in terms of technology transfer to our customers. We are not mere transferring the product or the polymers to customers. We're transferring the know-how to the customers and preparing them for future. We are building technological pacts with them so that we can help them in designing sustainable solutions, be it its flexible packaging or be it its rigid packaging. So I think our building of infrastructure is multifold. One is what we can give it to industry here, and we believe that converters really need this for further growth, because we believe it's B2C business in which they want to have a better capabilities. So we are building the capability. And what we are doing with the converters is we are training the people also, because our focus more has been how do we build our converters so that they can sustain and they can grow, because our focus is multifold. It's domestic and export both for our customers. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, coming to the last major points, that is supply chain disruptions and the sustainability. So I would like to probably start with Mr. Adnan Ahmed. Sir, please give your views on the supply chain disruptions which have happened and create an opportunity. And secondly, also the efforts which have to go into sustainability.
So those two are very different things, but
I know, but we have to wrap it up, so I thought we'll go one by one and keep on addressing these issues.
All right. So let me just start with sustainability. You can hear me, right? It's working? Okay. So sustainability is definitely going to be something that's going to become more and more important for us going forward. If we want to trade overseas, then our record on sustainability is going to be very important. We saw Mr. Gogri had put up something about science-based target initiative, and for us to actually go public, we need to see more and more Indian companies operating in India going public about what they're going to do. We heard Nilanjan talk about it this morning as well for Lanxess. So these are things that we're going to have to say, we're going to have to do more and more. Sustainability will have to be part of our business model, no longer seen as a cost. It's going to be absolutely essential, and it should be able to help us scale up our businesses, and we can use, of course, automation and stuff which would help us as well. So productivity, everything, it just means good business. I think in terms of the supply chains, all of us have seen disruptions in supply chains. And just as if we can remember, the great thing about industry and stuff is we forget very quickly. Because just 10, 12 years ago, we had some disruptions when we had that big, when the economy slumped and we saw, the financial crisis and so on. The chemical industry, just like all industries, started shutting down excess capacity because they thought, the worst is here and it's never going to get better. But very quickly things started ramping up. And again, we saw supply chain issues. There were shortages. And how people had to really innovate, to have backup supplies and so on. Same thing we're seeing again today. And that's where this whole China plus one is coming through, because China is so critical for our industry. And it just opened up everybody's mind saying, I can't just be dependent on one geography, and then geopolitical stuff came out as well. So there are opportunities for us, and as I said in the beginning, we can't depend only on the opportunities thrown from China, but you can't avoid saying that when you're looking at supply chain disruptions, China plays a very big role in that. Even when it came to getting shipping lines, how much was being consumed by China for their domestic needs as well, and then prices started going up. So these are things we are going to face. And I think when we are looking at our costing, we have to keep in mind that these are some things that are beyond our control. The danger is that it will make everything more localized. So people will want to buy stuff, make stuff close to where they are, and this whole globalization thing might start to peter out. My belief is in the longer term that's not going to happen. But in the short term, I think we will see a little bit of disruption there.
Mr. Gogri, your take on this, since Aarti industry is also doing a lot on the sustainability issues, so your take on this?
Yeah, sustainability, I think, has to be now become a part of strategy itself, that what are the growth opportunities. You can collaborate with the customers because they have a target, and we are part of their scope 3 emission when we supply to them. So how do we collaborate for better technology which can help reduce the carbon-free footprint, and how that entire cost, whether on a capex and opex, can be shared. So those are the kind of thing will have to be now taken up on sustainability side.
Mr. Narayan Krishnamohan, sustainability, since it's a very important issue, that's why I think I am requesting every panelist to give their insight and their company's take on sustainability drive.
I mean, so our company's purpose is based on creating chemistry for a sustainable future. And we've committed to a 25% reduction of CO2 despite the increase in sales over the next several years until 2030 and being carbon neutral by 2050. What we've also done is now identified the entire carbon footprint of our products. And starting next year, our customers will be able to get that as a transparent information as to what is the carbon footprint of each and every product of ours. So the way we believe in our company is that sustainability or measures for sustainability are not a cost anymore. It started off always as a cost discussion. Is there willingness to pay from the customer's perspective for the efforts that you put into cleaner products? I think it's a question of time, but it definitely becomes a differentiator in a marketplace rather than a cost element. And we're totally committed to that, and you see several initiatives. I mean, a lot of people talk about a lot of things, but the fact of the matter is we figured out at 75 to 80% of our emissions come from either the power that we buy or from the upstream crackers and the heavy intensive chemistries up there. And Mr. Gogri pointed that out. I mean, we see that as an opportunity for our innovation to come up with the new technologies which will help us reduce this. Of course, buying the power to shift to more renewable sources. These are all contracts, I mean, which has been done. I mean, if you follow our CEO on his LinkedIn page, you see every day he's doing something about it. So I see this as a great opportunity for India and the Indian chemical industry, because we are at the start of probably 10-15 year cycle where we can grow and take our place. Adnan mentioned whatever 5%, 10% of the market. I mean, we can do that as targets. But the thing is, we don't have to do the change. We are getting into new investments, new technologies. So we have that wonderful opportunity where we can set it up as more sustainable chemical parks. And I see that as a brilliant opportunity for the Indian chemical industry. I think it will be a differentiator for us if we put in money behind it.
Yeah, no, that's very important. And then coming from the automation take on the sustainability drive, how does automation company take a sustainability drive from their end also, and how do they support the industry?
So yeah, I mean, in essence of time, I will keep it short, but of course, sustainability is like, there is no option. And those who will not embrace it will not be relevant. We as Emerson, I'll give a global perspective of Emerson. You will find, you will relate to what we are doing in India. So in Emerson, we actually have appointed a global sustainability officer, a very, very seasoned executive. And what we have got these three aspects: greening of Emerson, greening by Emerson, and greening with Emerson. And I'll just quickly touch upon this. When I say greening of, we have huge manufacturing plant. We are a manufacturing and engineering company. What we embarked upon is how to first of all make our plants greener. And we have taken a target and a lot of initiatives around that. And we in India have a huge manufacturing presence. And we are working at all these sites, our new site in Pune. We're making it like platinum level green. That is the whole around greening of Emerson. Then we have greening with Emerson. That is where we will work with the chemical industries and all industries like you to how we can help you to achieve your greening target with all the solutions we have. And obviously finally it is greening, there was greening by Emerson. The greening with Emerson is where what we are doing is we are working with various agencies like the TERI or the USISPF. I am part of the India Hydrogen Council. We are working there to make sure that technology is kind of injected much upfront in these areas which are relatively new. So that is how Emerson is kind of managing the whole sustainability and obviously creating value. Because I think those who will embrace sustainability will create value for the employees and the investors and the nation and the globe.
Yeah, I think it's always very interesting to know your kind of industries, also viewpoint over here. And yes, Mr. Sandeep Puri, your point of view on the sustainability part.
Thank you for asking a very valid question, which is very relevant. This is one of our strategic pillars. At Baruch, we are committed to principle of sustainability, and we are a signatory to the chemical industry responsible care. In India, Baruch has attained responsible care management system RC 14001 since 2013. We are committed to sustainability and responsible care in all aspects of our operations, such as health, security, distribution, product stewardship, you name it, we're there. I think Baruch has also created a circularity ambition as part of Baruch Strategy 2030. We took our first step in this direction by obtaining the International Sustainability and Carbon Certification, ISCC Plus. This achievement verifies that Baruch meets the highest environment and social standards and paves the way for us to offer a range of circular PP products. Further, what are we doing? We have just announced very recently the 7 innovative products. We are actually looking at it, how do we work on reusability, durability, recyclability. We are working very closely with the converters. We are also working on designing for recyclability to achieve zero packaging waste is crucial because this is really makes sense and we are helping our customers and we are working and learning mutually on this aspect. Last not least, I would like to emphasize creating awareness. What we have done is plastics or polymers on move, and that we have done with the school kids. This program started in Abu Dhabi in 2016. We brought this program to India as well as to Singapore. We connected with young kids and created an awareness because I believe a future would be secure if young kids can understand and then can take it forward. These are some of the initiatives apart from the Project Stop, which is being managed by Baruch in Indonesia, which is well established, where we are working through our principal company, Borealis and Systematic. So these are some of the examples to share with the panel and rest of the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. In fact, this subject is, very important and also very close to me also because in my own organization, Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, I am absolutely and deeply involved in this subject. And we have also taken the initiatives in the sustainability drive, and we are also one of the SBTi signatory, one of the few signatories in the country. So with that, from our side, I think my questions are over. Thank you very much for all the views from your side. I thank all the panelists for giving their views on all the aspects of the chemical and petrochemical industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we formally wrap up this session, I'm going to request Mr. Rajendra Gogri, CMD of Aarti Industry Limited, to kindly present mementos on behalf of FICCI to all of our panelists and thank them for sharing with us their expertise. Starting with Mr. Narayan Krishna Mohan. To Mr. Adnan Ahmed and and to Mr. Anil Bhatia. Oh, I'm sorry, and to Mr. Kapil Malhotra. And I request Mr. R.G. Agrawal, the Chairman of the FICCI Crop Protection Committee and Group Chairman, Dhanuka Agritech Limited, to kindly present a memento and thank Mr. Rajendra Gogri on behalf of all of us here at FICCI. May I request all of you gentlemen to please come forward for a group photograph so we can capture this moment. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence our last and final session. And I'm sure everybody needs a cup of tea, but we promise you tea is going to be available right after the session. So this is a session on the importance of ESG and circular economy in shaping the future of chemical and the petrochemical industry. A very, very interesting session coming up in just a few moments will be moderated by Mr. Ramanji Jha, Director Oil and Gas Industry Consulting at PwC India. Once again, a hybrid session where most of our speakers are in fact joining us virtually, and we do have our panelists already with us from this next session. I'll request our panelists from this session to join us on the dais as we quickly make arrangements.
That's correct. That's correct.
For
You're
the
right.
session.
So, morning
just
I was
yeah,
present till
introduce to everybody. Miranda, where are you from and what do you do?
I'm from Platts, S&P Global Platts, currently based in Singapore. So I'm looking at the recycled plastics market as well as virgin PP and PTA. So basically, assessing the price and explaining the market fundamentals, demand, supply.
Great. And how's Singapore doing? They are opening up, I believe, end of this month.
Singapore is opening up. I think even though the number of cases looks still pretty high, considering how small Singapore is, and we only have 5 million population here.
I'd like to
So we
invite on
still
stage,
see
first
probably
of all, our
about
session
2,000.
moderator, Mr. Ramanji Jha, Director Oil and Gas Industry Consulting at PwC India. Also joining us for the session is Mr. Janardhanan Ramanajulu. My apologies for an incorrect pronunciation. Mr. Janardhanan, Vice President, South Asia, SABIC, and Mr. B.K. Sethuraman, Managing Director, Celanese India, to please join us on the stage. And Mr. Franz Stockman, Executive Director, Petrochemicals at CEFIC, will be joining us virtually. Ms. Miranda Zhang, Senior Editor, Recycled Plastics and Polypropylene at S&P Global Platts, will also be joining us virtually. Mr. Ravi Kapoor, Managing Director, Huback Color Private Limited. Mr. S. Sunil Kumar, President at Henkel, and Mr. Vishal Sharma, Senior Vice President, India, Middle East and Africa at Ecolab, will also be joining us virtually. So 5 of our speakers joining us virtually, and we have with us Mr. Ramanji Jha now, who will take the session forward from here. Thank you.
जिसमें नंबर नहीं लिखा होगा मेरा वाला जो माइक है ना उसमें नंबर नहीं लिखा होगा या 15 नंबर लिखा होगा
we are 3 physically and
अपने साथ सही कर रही है
okay. So I think we 3 are joining physically, and few of the participants are joining virtually who can who are available and do for comment and any questions. So thanks first to PP and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers for giving us this opportunity. And over the period of next 1.5 hour. Yep. Okay.
My apologies, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, the co-chairman of the FICCI Chemical Committee and CEO and MD of Jubilant Ingrevia, will also be joining us for the session virtually.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I think all the members who were to join virtually, they are also here. So to proceed, I think this is the best time for the session. After lunch, we already had one session, and the people who wanted to nap, they have also finished the nap. So this could be the best session. And simultaneously, I have very going to be invigorating discussion. I have industry stalwarts and good number of presentations for you. So let's enjoy the session. And as the panelist, we have Mr. Franz Stockman, Executive Director, Petrochemicals, CEFIC. And then we have Mr. Janardhan Ramanujulu, Vice President, South Asia SABIC. Then we have Ms. Miranda Jang joining virtually, Senior Editor, Recycled Plastic and Polymers, S&P. Then we have Mr. B.K. Seturaman, Managing Director, Celanese India, on and he would be talking about sustainability and engineering plastic. Presentation by Mr. Ravi Kapoor, Managing Director, Hibek Colors Private Limited. Then a talk by Mr. Sunil Kumar, President Hankel, India. And then we have Mr. Vishal Sharma, Senior Vice President, India, Middle East and Africa, Ecolab Incorporated. And then we have Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, CEO and MD of Jubilant Invigra. So, and all these panelists, we have altogether nine members. So, and thanks to the panelists for joining. With this, I would request Mr. Franz Stockman to deliver his talk on pathways for petrochemicals. Mr. Frank, over to you.
So much. This is Franz Stockman speaking. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I've sent some.
If you are talking to us.
No, I'm not muted.
Yes, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you
myself now in the room. I sent some slides to the organization. I'm not sure that's going to be beamed up. Otherwise, I share my slides on my screen so you can see them. Can you see this?
Not yet. So I would request you can share your slides, Mr. Franz.
Can you see them?
Not yet.
I've shared my screen, so you should be able to see them now.
Yes, we can see now. Please go ahead.
Good. Okay, thank you. So I just want to give you a little bit of feel what's happening in Europe in the space of ESG, notably the implementation of the Green Deal in Europe from the perspective of the petrochemicals industry in Europe. Petrochemicals industry in Europe is known as a large sector, energy intense, greenhouse gas intense, but we are providing with some 25 key companies with 40 crackers, steam crackers in Europe, so all the key components across most of the value chains in Europe. As you know, components in transport, packaging, construction, households, paints and coating, textile, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals. So essentially, the petrochemicals industry is the provider of key intermediates and key building blocks of most industrial ecosystems in Europe. It's clear that we have articulated as CEFIC, the trade organization of the chemicals industry in Europe, our 2050 vision, where we see that geopolitics will drive us to a more prosperous world. Economics will be impacted, but also the European economy looks for circular and sustainable solutions for our industry, including digitalization and other aspects. And that has led to the translation of the European Commission into what is called the Green Deal, an introduction of sustainable and future-proof Europe that is looking at the transformation of agriculture, financing, energy, climate neutrality, transport, forestry, farms, and zero pollution. So quite a lot of key activities in the European space. I've picked out just a few elements in this set that are being rolled out. One of the more known ones is the Fit for 55 package, i.e. a reduction of 55% of greenhouse gases in the near future. And that's then segregated into various regulatory policies like the Reviewed Energy Directive, the EED, the ETD, but also carbon pricing mechanisms like CBAM, free allocation systems, ETS, land use and land utilities. Quite a lot of aspects being rolled out from the European Commission onto the industry, all industries, so cement, fertilizers, chemicals, and also petrochemicals. Effectively, that means that as petrochemicals industry, we need to reduce even further our greenhouse gas emissions. And effectively, we have a quadruple challenge in Europe in the petrochemicals industry, being achieving climate neutrality, achieving a circular economy, making sure that we digitalize, but also the chemicals strategy for sustainability, which comes with elements like safe and sustainable by design, the data underpinning the chemicals we are using in society. So quite an impactful range of regulatory changes. For the petrochemicals industry, for the cracker industry, that means that we are looking at some key priority areas. I just mentioned a few to give you a feel of the space that we are in. It's electrification, the use of green electricity, infrastructure, but also a change in feedstock, recycled feedstock, renewable feedstock, hydrogen. Also the importance of a level playing field across the globe, obviously. We cannot do this alone in Europe. A key role for innovation, a key role for energy efficiency, greenhouse gas reduction, sustainable products, recycling being a key theme, and besides energy efficiency, which is key to the industry anyway, also an important role for carbon capture, storage, and utilization. To give you a feel, I've just 3 examples of what we are doing at this moment in time. We are electrifying the furnaces of our crackers. We are chasing some feedstock as well. But typically for a 1 gigawatt cracker with a 1 million tons per annum production, it means that we need, a wind park size level of green electricity to fuel the fuel needs of crackers. We've got 40 of them in Europe. And also, if you were to convert it completely to biofeedstock, you would need per cracker some 4,000 square kilometers of biofeedstock. So that gives you a feel of the challenge at hand. But we are working it, so we've got 3 groups of consortia that are working the cracker of the future. One by BASF, SABIC, BP, Borealis, Alfa, Lyondell and Total. And recently joined by Repsol and Versalis, the cracker of the future, looking at electrifying the furnaces. Dow and Shell are globally looking also at new technologies for the e-cracker technologies of the future. BASF, SABIC and Linde have also started a project in Europe to electrify crackers. And INEOS is in Europe looking at using hydrogen to ensure that the crackers are operated in a way that it's achieving our goals. As a second example, it's the use of carbon capture and storage, notably in the region of the Rotterdam port, project called Portos, and in Antwerp, a project called Antwerp at Sea, where depleted gas and oil fields will be used to store carbon that is used by various industries in the region. So here you see the strength of collaboration, where people develop common infrastructure and parties collaborate to make sure that we are achieving our goals. They are sharing infrastructure, they're investing collectively into making carbon capture and storage feasible. As a third example, we are very active in recycling, recycling of plastics, polymers, plastic waste. So we are scaling up mechanical recycling as well as chemical recycling, because we see chemical recycling being an additional technology besides mechanical recycling in dealing with mixed and contaminated waste. So we're looking at life cycle assessment, we're looking at mass balancing, and we're looking at chain of custody to make sure that we keep track of where the plastic and the material is coming from and where it's going to. And we're achieving, we try to achieve scale at the same time. So chemical recycling also helps us to reduce the CO2 footprint, and it avoids plastic being incinerated or putting into landfill. I invite you to have a look at the website of CEFIC to look at some 25 projects that we are working collectively as an industry to make this happening and to get this to scale. To keep it short, it means that we are using everything that is needed at this moment in time to achieve our goals for 2030 and for 2050, effectively reducing greenhouse gases, improving energy efficiency, and making use of storage, recycling, energy efficiency, hydrogen, and electrification. But it also comes with very stable regulations and policies to ensure an environment climate where we can make this happen and synchronize with other parts in the world as a petrochemicals industry. So that means that now we are looking at possible pathways as a sector going forward. So we are articulating various pathways, looking at the angle of electrification, looking at the angle of circularity, looking at the angle of sustainable biomass and CO2 capture. Where in the short term we will use the technologies that we have available today and optimize them in terms of feedstock, electricity, recycling. Doing pilots now and in the medium term for electrification and maturation technology, side by side, company by company, and then implement the new, really new innovative technologies like synthesis chemistry going forward for the future. That means it's complex. We are not alone in Europe. We're synchronizing with the Far East, Middle East, the Americas, and making sure that we do this collectively as an industry, creating a global level playing field, global carbon pricing. But it also means that we need to connect all the dots together, as I just mentioned. Otherwise, it will be very hard to make this happen in the relative short time frame available to us, and making sure that we make the integration of the various components right, look at the interdependencies, because the pathway will depend on the choices we make of technology, investment, and the competitiveness of our industry. So Mr. Chair, this is what I wanted to share with you as a kickoff of the session. So I hand it over back to you.
Thanks, Mr. Frank. Great. So, Mr. Frank, as you said, I read somewhere and which highlights the ability of chemicals and petrochemical industry to reduce the emissions. That from 1990 to 2016, European chemical industry cut the GHG emissions by over 60%, while at the same time they increased the production by 85%. So going by the numbers, the ability of chemicals and petrochemical industry looks quite high. And one part is that petrochemical industry is reducing the GHG emissions and achieving the ESG goals themselves. But second part is how it can help other industries, say mobility, infrastructure, how it can help them to achieve their ESG goals. Where the circular economy, or these days as fashionably people call it, it's a circular carbon economy, how it helps. So from that perspective, I request Mr. Janardhan Ramanajulu, Vice President South Asia SABIC, to make a presentation on role of CE in enabling ESG.
Control for moving my slides? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a very important subject. The heading, of course, is very clearly importance of ESG and circular economy in shaping the future of chemical industry. Just happy to share this morning was the FICCI Circular Economy Symposium. There was also a speaker, Mr. Amitabh Kant. I gave a brilliant 10 minutes overview. And this subject is now gaining traction in the think tanks of all the governments. It's not just corporates. So if I can have the next slide. So very simply giving you the overview, we all know the three bubbles which overlap, environmental, social and governance. And then what overlaps is clearly your sustainable part of the future. And why ESG? I think, like the investor community, where it was purely a shareholder capitalism, has moved to a complete stakeholder capitalism. Stakeholders are more than shareholders. So obviously you need to look at the entire communities, entire countries, and what you do with the natural resources. Can I move to the next slide? Why is ESG more important for chemical industry? And we all assume that ESG is important for everybody, Because very clearly you can see the social and governance are applicable to every industry, be it even a service industry or even a delivery industry. But the E, the environment, is much more important to the chemical industry. Very clearly, we are the enablers of many industry, and we also are the providers of solution for many of those issues which come out of climate change as well as circular economy. Because out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of UN 2030, around 9 to 10 have to be directly enabled by chemical industry. So we have a role in delivering the Sustainable Development Goals of UN. Does it stop there? The chemical industry also has a major role to play in the carbon neutrality. Many industries will want to be carbon neutral, but the enabler, the innovator to enable that happen finally has to be the chemical industry. Is this the only reason why we need to focus? No, there are a couple of other reasons. Of course, regulators are stepping in worldwide. Sometimes, without some, let's say, not scientific basis of decision making, that's going to accelerate it because that's an aspirational one. And then the lastly, the investor perception. We all know, and the elephant in the room, chemical industry does carry a perception handicap. Future capital inflow into this industry will get a little bit hurt if we don't act more than others in overcoming this perception handicap. Because today the ESG funds are challenging those who need capital on the ESG, and E is a big component of this, and then chemical industry has to have the challenge to convince that we are a clean industry not only for ourselves, but we are also going to enable others achieve the climate goal. I'm not going to focus more on the other two because I will leave that because that's applicable to everybody in this room and outside this room. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So what's the connection between to the ESG and the Sustainable Development Goal? So you can see if you put the Sustainable Development Goal into these pillars of ESG, you can actually pick them up and sort them into these three headings. The 17 of them, some of them overlapping, but doesn't matter. You will find them that you can slot them. So there is a clear connection between ESG and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Then comes what's the connection between Sustainable Development Goal and to the chemical industry. I've just picked 10 of them in which the chemical industry is an enabler and a deliverer. 10 of 17, this industry has a role to play. Then you can see how, what is the role we can play. That's a little bit articulated in the slides. Of course, you will have access later, so I'm not going to go to each one of them. So the connection between ESG, Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, and the chemical industry is very clear, and we cannot be waiting. We need to be leading. I want to take this one step further and how we as SABIC have internalized this. That's the next slide. So from SABIC, we have internalized each of the steps and finally put that into our sustainable strategy, which is incorporated into our business strategy. Until the ESG, the sustainable development, is part of your overall strategy, you are not going to achieve anything because nobody is going to be implementing it. It has to be part of the business strategy. And how did we absorb and imbibe? So you can see how did we put it. Resource efficiency, very clearly, is one of those things which you want to do. Focused and targeted innovation on sustainable solutions. So sustainable solutions are not going to come up by themselves. You need to focus, you need to want. You have to have an additional gate in your phase gate mechanism. That has to be a sustainable gate, whether it meets your threshold or not. Can I go on to the next slide? So of the two topics, which is carbon neutrality and the circular economy, I'm going to cover the carbon neutrality in just one slide. I'm happy to announce that SABIC a couple of weeks ago declared our carbon neutrality target 2050 globally. And you know, in the chemical and the petrochemical upstream industry, this is a huge challenge. And to set up a target carbon neutrality by 2050, of course, we have done a lot of homework, but there is huge amount of work to be done. Coming to the emission reduction, carbon neutrality, you will find in this first pillar, in the bottom left, CE is circular economy. It's a very important part. I'm going to leave all of that together because those are all developing and evolving topics, but these are the headings on which you will find carbon neutrality. I'm going to step on to the circular economy part, the next one. So again, the next one please. Yeah, so how did we, as an example, to put it together, circular economy in chemical industry is first of all mechanical recycling. I'm not going to talk about it, we have been doing it for ages. Chemical recycling is the middle one, and then the renewable, use of renewable and use of renewable in a recycled way. I think these are the three main pillars of how you will achieve circular parts solutions in the chemical industry. The bottom is equally important because without a closed loop, without your education of your consumer, innovation and every other solution, you are not going to achieve this. So I'm going to quickly jump into a couple of examples and then close my speech. Can I just move the next slide, please? So this one is an advanced chemical recycling unit under construction now, collaboration with Plastic Energy to provide the recycled feedstock and SABIC. One of the first ones off the block, significant scaled up size. So mixed waste, plastic waste can be recovered, can be taken back to the crude oil form and fed back into the cracker, and you will get a certified renewable polymer. The next one, it's going to be operational in 6 months' time. This is an example of value chain collaboration. In a circular economy, you can't do it alone. You need everybody in the loop. So typical example, SABIC supplies products to Sealed Air. They pack the cheese of Bradbury's. Tesco is marketing it. Plastic Energy collects it back from Tesco value chain, brings it back into the SABIC chemical recycling part to put it back. And this is exactly in operation now. And this is just one of a closed loop cycle. Can you give me the next slide? This is another use. I think, you know, most people fear carbon, but chemical industry should not fear carbon. Carbon is part of hydrocarbon. Putting it together with hydrogen creates very valuable molecules. So for us, carbon is not the enemy. It's actually to be used properly. This is the largest working plant, commercially working plant, with 500,000 ton capacity of carbon capture, purification, and reuse in our methanol, glycol, including food industry for your carbonated drinks. And it's now operational for 6 years. So proof of concept, scale up is possible, and more people can do it. Of course, it is located in our cracker complex area, so it's easy to source the carbon dioxide from our manufacturing plants. The next one, the last couple of them. Yeah. So this is still under construction. This will be the first chemical site in the world to be entirely operational by renewable energy. Of course, it's a collaboration with Iberdrola because you need a backup. Chemical processes are sensitive. If you lose power during a rain, you can't shut down. So you need to have a backup utility player. So this one is under construction, and you can see 100 megawatt solar plant on top to run the chemical facility. When it is fully operational, this will be the first of its kind in the world. And the last one, can I go? Yeah, this is the last one. I think Frank also pointed out this. This is conventional furnace cracking needs a lot of energy, a lot of carbon dioxide emission. And then if you electrify the core process of cracking, you could reduce up to 90% CO2. And 3 big companies, Linde, SABIC and BASF, have come together to work on this to show also that, you know, how can it be achieved. So I think with these examples, can I have the last slide? I think I would have done. Thank you very much. So that was just to show how an industry can operate collaboratively as well as ours. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Janardhan. And as you rightly pointed out, that ESG is a larger umbrella, but then more often E part dominates the other two, and people talk more about environment than the other two. So we'll come to that, but till the time we are on the subject of plastics and recycling, I would request Ms. Miranda Jhang, Senior Editor, Recycled Plastics and Propylene, S&P Global Platts, to make a presentation on Asian recycled polymers, sustainable plastic and sustainable growth. Over to you, Ms. Jhang.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, quite clearly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. When we talk about recycled plastics, actually this market has become very dynamic since last year due to various new situations we're facing. be it pandemic, new legislation, or global container shortages. So there are a lot of challenges, but opportunities as well. Traditionally, people treat plastic as a waste of low value. We know that due to poor waste management, lack of proper segregation, or lack of legislation, most of the recycled plastics are actually used in low-end applications like fiber, garbage bags, and etc. And customers are usually price sensitive in those sectors. People start to see the value of recycled plastics now, and there are increasing legislation and a voluntary commitment to drive the sustainable growth, even though it's still a very long way to go. So if we look at the recycled PET, for example, in the slides, you can see that the recycled PET price is actually under pressure to compete with virgin plastics for low-end applications. Last year, when the virgin polyester fiber price hit multi-year low because of pandemic and the low crude oil prices, but when we look at the recycled plastic sector, the cost stays similar or even higher. Because companies, like recycling companies, they need to spend extra money to ensure the safety measures and retain their workers. And at the same time, the feedstock, the bale supply has become extremely tight and expensive because lesser consumed beverage bottles and lack of manpower to clean and sort, to collect sorting and cleaning the recycled waste during pandemic. So this makes the recycled materials much more expensive compared with virgin last year. And some of the customer, if they are price sensitive in low-end application, they switch to use the cheaper virgin PET and polyester. So this forced many small recycling companies, especially in the developing countries in Asia, to be shut or even closed permanently, unfortunately, last year. When we look at the food-grade recycled PET, it's always more expensive than virgin PET due to the extreme quality controls needed at each and every single stage of the whole supply chain, from collecting all the way to production. Supply is tight in Asia due to pandemic, especially for the high quality or bottle grade. But the tightness we've seen in Asia is actually not as severe as what we've seen in the West, because most Asia countries haven't rolled out the legislation to make the usage of the recycled plastics mandatory. But if we look at what's happening in the Western market, showing in the chart on the right-hand side, we can clearly see that the price there are soaring much higher than what we've seen in Asia because of the strong demand driven by legislation and corporate commitments there. Not only the demand is good in the Western market, the supply is tight too, especially for the high quality grades, due to the low recycling, volume collected in the pandemic. And at the same time, there were lesser imports due to the expensive freight costs and the container shortage the industry is experiencing at the moment. So this prevented Asian materials to be shipped to the Western market, and that drives the Western market price even further for the recycle. Next slide, please. Coming to recycled PE, it's a similar story, so I shall not take too much time here. In general, for some of the niche market, maybe recycled HDP blow molding used by the brand owner or FMCGs, those high quality PE could be priced higher than virgin. But otherwise, for some application, maybe like films, which are easily switchable between recycled and virgins, customers could be price sensitive, and those are under pressure. And similarly, we do see a much higher price in the Western market, driven by legislation and the lesser imports as well. Next slide, please. In Europe and the US, they have rolled out various legislations to promote the usage of the recycled plastics. I think due to the time constraint, I shall not elaborate one by one. All those legislation help to boost the demand for the recycled materials in the West. The concern still remains on the supply availability. It's actually estimated that there is a shortage of around 0.7 million metric ton per year PET recycling capacity in Europe to meet the 2025 legislation target. And similarly, there's shortage for recycled PE and PP too. Maybe some of them are thinking, from now 2021 until 2025, we still have 4 years. But we know that the project time or like cycle will be pretty long, much longer than some of the people expected. For example, if you want to buy the machine which to produce a food grade recycled PET, you probably have to wait for about 12 to 18 months at the moment. You place the order now, you eventually to get this specialized machine to achieve high quality products. So we are really running short of time to achieve those 2025 goal. And that's the reason why the market is concerning that the tightness will remain, especially in the West, and the price of the recycled plastics will remain low. Next slide, please. Well, in Asia, there is still a long way to go for us to how should I say, make the usage of the recycled plastics mandatory here. But despite that, we do see a long list of new projects coming in Asia. In fact, in India, in September this year, India recently commissioned your first bottle-to-bottle recycling plant. That was really an exciting news, one of the key steps for India to achieve the sustainable growth, to achieve the sustainable economy. Almost all the new projects that is done here are targeting for high-end recycled applications. So we do expect an industrial upgrade. At the same time, because of the collaboration of the waste management company, petrochemical company, all the way to the downstream brand owners, they hope to bring down the cost of the overall recycled plastics industry such that it can be more economically feasible in the long term. Still, the supply tightness, I think, is the key potential bottleneck we are seeing here. And that's the reason why we have been hearing actually some of the companies, even before their plant commissioned, they started stocking up the high quality barrels for the various types of plastic. So in the long term, efficient waste management system, infrastructure investment, how to increase the recycling rate and quality of the recycled materials, I think are the key for us to ensure those new projects will eventually become sustainable. Next slide, please. Even though the global recycled plastics market experienced a slowdown last year due to COVID-19, our analytics team still believe that the recycled plastics market will continue to grow in the coming decade based on announced legislations and corporate commitments. Currently, if we count the recycled PET, PE, PP, and all kinds of plastics together, those recycled materials account for about 7% of the global total plastics consumption. And this ratio, 7%, is likely to grow to 12% or even higher by 2030, driven by the legislation and voluntary commitments. Next slide, please. So this is almost the end of my presentation. Here you can see the full list of the recycled plastic coverage we have from Asia to Europe and America. You can access this information through our website. Next slide, please. You can actually register and look at those price information, some of our commentary, and at the same time, those information is also available in our system and the reports. So thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks, Ms. Jan, for joining and for an insightful presentation. Now I would request Mr. V.K. Sethuraman, Managing Director, Celanese India, to make a presentation on sustainability and engineering plastics.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Vicky and the Ministry for this opportunity. So, engineering plastics actually forms a small slice of the petrochemical world, right? And even if you compare it to polyethylene, polypropylene, it's not a very big portion. However, it is an important part of the portfolio. A lot of applications go into it. Next slide, please. And the dilemma is engineering plastics are designed to be durable. They're designed to last long, they're designed to perform well, which makes recycling it in any way different form very challenging and very difficult. The good news, however, is most of the stakeholders who are users of engineering plastics around the world, whether you look at automotive industry here, medical, any of those industries are demanding that the same recycle solutions that we have or ways to introduce sustainability also be applied for engineering plastics, right? It's a very broad market. It's a lot of different polymers, different applications. So we can look at three broad approaches that one takes into this market. One is to use a bio-based raw material, a bio-based material that automatically helps to manage the footprint. The other way is to find ways to use more and more recycled content. And I'll give a couple of examples to demonstrate the challenges this faces and yet the opportunities, right? It could be post-consumer or it could be post-industrial. There's also an opportunity, as JR talked about, for chemical recycling. And then there's how do you manage the end of life for these products? So that's the other approach you can take. It's, as I said, a very large field. I've got 5 minutes here. One can not hope to cover it. So instead, I will just take two examples of the approaches industry has taken to deal with this opportunity or challenge, depending on how you look at it for engineering plastics. So one of them, and Franz actually referred to it, is using a bio-based material, right? I mean, engineering plastics are demanding by nature. There are fully bio-based polymers like PLA, but they don't reach the performance levels required by our automotive or our electrical industries. So you start with a bio-based material as part of your feedstock. And then after that, the processes become exactly the same as a fossil fuel-based material. So you're able to get properties that are identical to a fossil-based material, but yet you've used, depending on how much bio-based raw materials you can source, 10, 20, 30, 40% of your input is based on bio, right? This automatically leads to sustainability improvements in different ways. There is ISSC that somebody referred to earlier, provides certifications for these. And the example I have here is for polyacetal, which goes into various engineering applications, getting ISSC certification. The other example you see there down below is a medical device by Ipsomid, injection pen for insulin, and that's the first carbon neutral drug delivery device in the world today. So again, an example of working together with the raw material suppliers, what can be done. The other example I have is of recycling. Now, anybody who's been in the engineering industry in India, plastics industry, knows a lot of recycling is done, right? You take your sprues and you put them back in 5, 10%, you know it doesn't impact the properties. But we're not talking about 5, 10% anymore if you really want to make a difference. You're talking about 30, 50, 100% of recycled material. So when you're using 100% recycled material in a demanding engineering application, it's no more a trivial problem. So in this particular example, one can start with post-consumer waste or post-industrial waste. You have to go through a pretty elaborate sorting process, checking, testing process. You'll then compound it into pellets and make them into the component that you see there. That's an automotive under the hood component, for example, which you know requires heat resistance, etc. You need a high level of properties, but you also need consistency of quality. Just one click. Thank you. So what you see there is a product called EcoMid that's made with airbags waste. And that has consistency as well as a property profile very similar to a prime-based material. Now there's a significant amount of work that goes into doing this, You need good understanding of the polymers, you have good processing, and working very closely with your raw material suppliers in order to get to this. Next slide. How does this help in terms of your CO2, right? So you see, it really eliminates that whole upfront CO2 consumption. Right from oil, through shipping, through polymerization, all that is not there. You just have the compounding step. And even the compounding step is used even in fossil fuels. So it's really a big benefit to the carbon footprint. So the industry is working pretty hard on this, right? There are lots of companies who are doing these kind of solutions. And this is an example from Celanese, whom I work with. And you'll see in the middle, the semi-crystalline range. Half of our polymers today, we are able to offer some form of sustainable solution. It can be the bio-based or it could be recycled, whatever it may be, but half of it is there. And that envelope is constantly expanding, both in terms of more polymers being added to that mix, but also the property profile that it can achieve, right? You can get more and more demanding applications with this. So let me leave you with this thought. Engineering plastics is an important part. Sustainability for engineering plastics is also a huge priority. There's a company called Volkswagen. I mean, you know all that, of course. Volkswagen's got a very well-established classification method for how they deal with sustainable plastics. And that's something, if any of you are interested, we can talk about more. So leave you with the thought. I think there are lots of solutions. Talk to your suppliers, and I'm sure they'll help you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sethuram, for this insightful presentation. And now I would request Mr. Ravi Kapoor, Managing Director, Hubeck Colors Private Limited, to make a presentation on sustainable and ESG practices for the Indian specialty chemical industry. Mr. Kapoor, for want of time, may I request you to please limit to maximum 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So quickly to jump into sustainable and ESG practices. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
We can hear you, but not very clearly.
Is that better?
Quite better. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, next slide, please. So sustainability comes from the Latin word sustainere, or sus means up, tenere means to hold, and literally this means to uphold. I think it's our obligation, all of our obligation, to uphold sustainability. And this is, I think, the central message of this session and basically everything for the chemical industry. Next slide, please. So again, just the definition. I think everyone is familiar. Next slide. So the Indian specialty chemical industry and the chemical industry, again, most of you know it, but to run quickly into the numbers, we have 178 billion in 19 going to 304 billion in 25. The 9% growth per annum contributes about 300 billion to India's GDP. We'll do that. Investment of about 100 billion plus by 25.
Mr. Kapoor, your voice is very feeble, difficult to hear.
Okay. Let me...
It's better. It's better now.
Okay. So demand is about 4% CAGR. The global share is from 3% to 4% of the specialty chemical industry. And we are going to have a massive 50% increase year on year. We get a revenue growth of specialty industries of about 20% in 22 versus 9 to 10% in 21. This is also reflected from valuation and market value of the specialty chemical company shares. Next, please. So I'm going to quickly run through this.
Ravi, you need to speak into the mic. I think you're moving your head, so we are losing you a little bit here and there. If you stay focused on the mic, we can all hear clearly. Thank you, Ravi.
I have computer. Okay. Is it better?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So as far as the ESG is concerned, these are two slides from Bain that I took. And these are giving you the 6 aspects or the major transitions, which are there. I think you can read it. It may be better than me reading it. Can you go to the next one? And this is interesting because what it tells us is that different sector or different companies would have a different impact based on the 6 transitions that we talk about. And in this case, every industry would need to really look at specific to their industry. This is a very nice slide which I like. And this again is a Bain slide. It tells us that certain chemicals, for example, my industry, which is the paint and chemical industry, for instance, would be very much dependent on certain aspects and others would not be. So, next slide, please. So, on the strategy, I'm going to skip this slide in the interest of time. I'm jumping now a little bit of a different concept, and a lot of what we talk of ESG and sustainability is relevant to the larger industries. And I always say that we also need to look at the medium-sized industries. And if you look at India, have issues where you have more than 10 to 15,000 industries of a size which will not really be very live. So I then just put together pillars of sustainability which are more identifiable to the industry. So this is economic demand, environment-friendly engineering, it's environmental resource management.
Mr. Kapoor, you have to remain right at the mic. Sometimes voice is good, but sometimes we lose you. So just be careful.
Okay. And the 6th one is the societal requirements. And finally, my pet, which is responsible care. Next slide, please. So the key factors here are sustainability, which is the key. We need better use of raw material. I'm keeping it simple. The utility is to reduce the cost. The process optimization and intensification will reduce cost. Product development and R&D will open, new and profitable segments. Globally sized capacity will ensure optimized costs. Next one, please. Of course, we need a focus on R&D and development for optimized processes, which are very important. And then put in the resources which are required for environment protection and waste management. So I just want to show you what we as a company practice. Just showed you, and maybe some lessons come out of this. So we are, we call them nice manufacturing facilities. We have integrated waste management, which I think and this is implemented for product safety. We have the first dioxin testing lab that we set up in India long back. And we have a byproduct, aluminum hydroxide, which is a pharma grade product which has a byproduct. And our main focus on waste minimization. Next, please. So we have 25% of our total energy consumed goes from renewable, and this at a time where there is no regulation to do that or was no regulation. We have 2 turbines. We have pressure reducing turbines in place of reduction valves, which are also programmed, and of course CSR like all of us. Next, please. So we have a very clear green chemistry hierarchy. I'm again going to push this slide because I'm seeing the clock as well. Next, please. Now, pollution prevention, I think, is key because managing already occurred is challenging and always tough. And we have a number of these initiatives. Some of the leading ones are the recovery plant, we have a stripping plant, we have a hydroxide plant, we have a recovery plant for copper, and we have a carbon treatment, which again is, I think, well known. Next, please. Next. So this is the integrated waste management. that I'm talking about, products, and you would have 2 or 3 or 4, where we try to combine the waste coming out of each stream and finally go to byproducts which are actually sold in the market. And we also use the waste of one plant, and I'm sure a lot of you do, but this is a very successful model, which in the end makes a pharmaceutical grade product, and it reduces solid waste 13 times. Next, please. This is the plant we have been talking about. 1 ton of green uses aluminum hydroxide. There is a sludge which is generated to the extent of 13 tons. We have reduced this by the aluminum hydroxide plant. Next, please. So, in the process optimization, we have a product called copper blue, and the key raw material is urea. Once again, with proper ammonical nitrogen is a big area. 1 ton uses 1.4 tons normally, and we have a new process, a new plant use this by about 1/3, which actually reduces the cost and also reduces the ammonical nitrogen as a step towards sustainability. So this is the final slide. I think we need to keep in mind, whatever we do, we cannot accept or cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. Recognize this. And then the last one is nice. It's easy to dodge our responsibilities, but we cannot dodge of dodging our responsibilities. So with that, I say thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kapoor. So part of the presentations were not clear, but then whatever part was quite clear, that sounded quite insightful. Thanks for that, Mr. Kapoor. Now I would request Mr. Sunil Kumar, President, Henkel India, to make a presentation on importance of ESG and circular economy in shaping the future. Mr. Sunil Kumar, over to you.
Thank you. Is it audible? Because there was a lot of background noise earlier. You can hear me fine? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. So I'll keep it, in the summary around the ESG and how we see it at Henkel. Before I start the presentation, let me start with the purpose of Henkel. And it is defined as pioneers at heart for the good of generations, which is very much connected on multiple topics, but very much on the ESG, as all of us can link up. Now, Henkel's purposeful agenda has multiple pillars, and I would like to take out the key pillars with respect to sustainability, innovation, adding value to the customer, and everything underpinned with a strong collaborative culture. When I say collaborative culture, it is not only the internal but also with the external partners, customers, suppliers is most important. One of the speakers talked about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and we also very much look into each and every activity and how we can make a contribution on the SDGs. So I would like to keep it to one example on each one of them. From an environment side, one of the areas I would like to mention with Henkel that we focus amongst many other areas, which I want to share with you today, is on energy, water and waste. And we take a target of reducing it globally 3% year on year. And we have been measuring it for the last decade, and we have exceeded the targets globally to reduce the energy, water, and waste targets in spite of growing the overall business. In the second part, with respect to the social area, I would like to keep the example of what we do in our corporate social responsibility and what we call it as lighting lives. And here too, when we take it forward, we ensure that the lights that we install at whether it's in any villages or any other place is completely on solar or renewable energy. Last but not the least, before I end my presentation and speech, on the governance part, we are very, very focused on any development that we make has to be end-to-end compliant from the perspectives of sustainability and how it makes an impact on environment, including the partners' innovation that we check and what we call it as environment maps. And before it is not green in all across of end to end, we don't sign off on those new product development at all. On the circular economy approach, especially in packaging, we take a three model approach: compatibility, debonding, and new designs, which is all about how can we ensure the overall circular economy approach can be achieved through these three methodologies. I will end again by reinforcing our purpose of Henkel being the pioneers at heart for the good of generations. And I thank everybody for this very good opportunity and the very good work done to take forward this agenda on ESG, which we strongly feel needs to be done end to end, and all of us joining hands. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Kumar. And now I would request Mr. Bisal Sharma, Senior Vice President, India, Middle East and Africa Ecolab Incorporated, to deliver a presentation.
Thank you, Raman. Can you confirm I'm audible?
Yes, quite clearly.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Okay, so let me just kick off, and I'll finish this in 5 minutes, Raman, to keep you on time. So, essentially, I think a lot of my colleagues have already spoken about why ESG, what's the chemical and petrochemical industry about. The evolution of the industry started in the 1600s. Plastic was invented in the early 1900s, 1907 to be precise. And over the last few centuries, the evolution has been absolutely fantastic, and both the chemical, petrochemical industries have contributed tremendously to the development of industry and development of, for all of us, I would say, we can't imagine a world without plastic, for example. However, in the last few decades, it's become pretty clear there are also side effects of the products and developments that have been put out for us to use, and now it's time we minimize it. That is crystal clear. Can we go next, please? So here you can see, ESG specifically, and if you just focus on the right side, ESG is good for business. That's the point I want to make on this slide. Very simple and clear. The consumers are so aware today. If we are focused on providing sustainable products and we come across as a sustainable organization, it's going to help us. If you look at point number 4 there, in terms of employee productivity, people like to work companies that are high on the ESG agenda and which focus heavily on ESG. So it's clearly good for business, and we all know business eventually ends up doing what's good for business, and ESG is good for business. Next, please. So a very simple definition of circularity here, basically intentionally recycling and reusing to reduce. Uh, Now, if we think about this in a very simplistic fashion, it's not just about picking up waste material and recycling it back to making products or making the same product with a wasted product. It's actually about looking at the product and processes right from the design stage to make sure that they are recyclable eventually, so that the material that we draw from planet Earth itself is minimized. So this is the heart of circularity, frankly. And I think as leaders in the petrochem and chemical industry, all of us really need to be super focused on this. Next slide, please. If I can share with you, this is something that we do at Ecolab. This is what we call the three horizon approach, which essentially is around three parts. Number one, everything that we do is done in manufacturing facilities. That's what we call as inside the walls. So how can we focus on the E part of ESG inside the walls of that manufacturing facility, minimize water, minimize energy, minimize waste? The second part of it is outside the walls, which is around the manufacturing facility that we have, in the community around it, in the water basin around where we are. What's the impact that our facility is having on that community, on that area, on that environment? And the third, our products are going and being used by perhaps consumers, perhaps businesses, depending if we are B2C or B2B. How do we minimize that impact? And how do we bring the concept of circularity there? I think these are the things that we need to think about as industry leaders and maximize what we can do about this. Next slide, please. So, in summary, what I would say is when we are sailing on the ocean, we see the waves, but frankly, the waves can be ignored. What actually matters is the current. That's what drives things. And the current of environmental awareness, the current of ESG, and circularity aids all of this. This is very, very clear. Again, we as leaders need to be focused on two things: what can make us rich and what can fill us. I think when we do the right things from a ESG point of view and a circularity point of view, it is going to make us rich. It's going to benefit all of us. And it's going to benefit the planet as well. And if we don't, it's going to hurt all of us very badly. So something for us to be aware of, work on together, collaborate, not just us as industries, but also with governments, with regulators, with consumers, and really drive this forward. That's the message I'd like to leave everyone with. Thank you, Raman. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. And few points are what you made are really good. That yes, our ability to achieve the ESG goals are high as an industry, and then we have quite a high ability to support others as well. So that is a point to be taken home. So that's and thank you for that. Now, may I request Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, CEO and MD of Jubilant Ingebra, to deliver a talk. Over to you, Mr. Srivastava.
Thank you. I think most of the speakers have spoken very well about topic which is ESG. I'm sure these discussions and presentations were very insightful for all of us. We learned a lot ESG, how it is linked with SDG. We have also learned about circular economy and carbon neutrality. We have also heard our speaker talking about bio-based input and recycling, how they reduce our carbon footprint, which finally leads to sustainability. After hearing all 3 minute speaker, I can summarize the discussion, reminding all of us how we started our businesses in good old days time. Our businesses always were purpose driven. However, in the process of growing need of mankind, somewhere we lost track of our commitment to society. And this is why our leaders, sometime during 2015, sat down and discussed the sustainability development goals, which were set by them to focus towards, again, our purpose-driven growth and ESG become the enabler to bring back our business purpose, which is towards our society commitment. Sustainable operation is the only way to make our operation scalable. And this is why ESG, which is enabler for sustainability, becomes very important for making our country as hub for chemicals and petrochemicals. And this session gives us quite a lot of information and knowledge which we all take back into our daily operation, and we will try our country to be much more sustainable in the coming times. Thank you so much. It has been very enlightening for us.
Mr. Srivastava, your last few sentences were not clear. I assume that you have finished your talk, or?
Yeah, so where I lost, I said that sustainable operation is the only way the operation can be scalable. And this is why ESG, which is enabler for sustainability, becomes very important for making our country as hub of chemical and petrochemical. That's what I said.
Thanks, Mr. Srivastava, for the talk. I know we have run over the time, but then the last question, which I have such a stalwart panel that I wanted to ask, that, sir, as you spoke, and we have all heard in the room that all the discussions around ESG was hovering mostly around environment. So I would ask you, can we achieve all the ESG goal by just considering E part of it and maybe ignoring the other two? And this question is also coming because, I have seen BRSR, and those reports also, I see environment part being more dominant than the other two. So I would invite both of your views on that.
Thank you. I will not take much time, end of the day. If you probably go to a finance conference, this ESG subject, it's all about stakeholder return. Yeah, they want to invest in industries which are E focused, because the social and governance, as I said, is applicable to all. Everybody has to discuss it. We have to discuss more the E. That's the difference. I don't think the S and G are anywhere less important for chemical industry. They're equally important to all industries, but chemical industry carries a higher burden of discussing E. That's why I had to avoid that, because finance people are talking about ESG funds now. ESG funds are completely dominating, and I don't think our industry is attracting that money. Why? Because perception. More that. Yeah. Thank you. You want to say?
I have actually nothing to add.
Can I please add here? Can I add, Janardhan?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so if you see for chemical industry, there are certain ESG compliances which are expected by our stakeholders. And if you go through them, they
Your
are
voice is still not clear. You'll have to be closer to the mic, I believe.
Okay, what I'm saying that even for chemical industry, there are certain requirements under ESG compliance which are equally divided into environment, social and governance. So, in fact, the environment covers only 40% and rest 70% is covered by social and governance, even for ESG compliance of chemical industry. So, more and more now the importance of S and P is also being looked at by our stakeholders in the comprehensive compliance of ESG.
Thanks, Mr. Srivastava. Besides that, I do not have any questions. Do we have time to invite questions from the house? Okay. So, yeah, we have already overrun the time, so maybe we'll park Q&A session for next event. So thanks for the panel members and all the audience, and that's how we'll conclude the session. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. With that, we conclude this panel discussion, session 4, and I'm going to thank all of you for joining us here. And on behalf of FICCI, we'd like to once again present little mementos, which are a token of our appreciation and gratitude. I am going to request Mr. Janardhanan Ramanujalu to kindly present a memento first to Mr. B.K. Sethuraman, MD of Celanese India, and thank him on behalf of all of us here at FICCI. I'll also request you to present a memento to Mr. Ramanjit Jha for moderating the session. And I'll request Mr. Rajendra Gogri, CMD Aarti Industries Limited, to please present a memento to Mr. Janardhanan Ramanujalu and thank him on behalf of all of us. Thank you. Requesting all of you gentlemen to please pose for a photograph, a group photograph. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of our today's program. And tea is now open. Please join us for a cup of tea. And we wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.
का काम मैं कर रहा हूँ
मिलते हैं
a photograph. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of our today's program, and tea is now open. Please join us for a cup of tea, and we wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are now joined by our chief guest, by Srimati Anupriya Patel, the Honorable Minister of State, Department of Commerce, Ministry and Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Let's all welcome her with a huge round of applause. Welcoming her to India at 75, the FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards. And accompanied by Shri Samir Kumar Biswas, Additional Secretary, Chemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Mr. Deepak Mehta, Chairman of the FICCI National Chemical Committee and Chairman and Managing Director, Deepak Nitrite Limited. Also joining us for this session, Mr. Prab Das, Chairman of the FICCI Petrochemicals Committee and MD and CEO of HMEL Mittal Limited. Welcome, ma'am. And we'd like to extend our heartiest gratitude and welcome to Srimati Patel. I'll request Mr. Prab Das to kindly felicitate ma'am with a green certificate on behalf of all of us here at FICCI, a certificate that basically certifies that trees have been planted in your honor. And in line with FICCI's initiative to go green, a little token of our appreciation and gratitude. We'd like to start with this session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly get settled. India at 75 FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards has now begun. I'm going to request Mr. Prab Das, Chairman of the FICCI Petrochemical Committee and MD and CEO of HMEL Mittal Limited, to kindly give the welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I take this stage today evening to welcome all of you to India at 75 FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Award. We are here to honor and celebrate the contribution of our peers in this vibrant industry. I would like to welcome Madam Anupriya Patel, Honorable Minister of State, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Ma'am, the industry is glad to have the wealth of your acumen to shape our overall industrial policy and to facilitate investment in this sector. With your support, India can and will become global petrochemical hub and achieve self-sufficiency. Again, I'm very glad that Mr. Samir Biswas, Additional Secretary, Department of Chemical and Petrochemical, is with us. His expertise in policy analysis, formation, management, and he has been guiding us. Thank you very much, Mr. Biswas. Again, let me also welcome Mr. Deepak Mehta ji, who is the Chairman of FICCI National Committee on Chemicals. Let me congratulate all the nominees and the award winners for their splendid contribution. FICCI has really put us on the edge by recognizing us and giving us award who have contributed best. They have chosen the right fields like health, safety, environment, CSR, energy conservation, contribution towards Atmanirbhar, excellence in manufacturing, excellence in sustainability. These are the topics we work hard every day, and FICCI has given this opportunity to compete with ourselves to give our best. So I'm very thankful to FICCI for organizing this initiative of giving and recognizing the companies who have contributed substantially. Let me once again welcome all of you to this award-winning function. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Das. It is time for me to now invite Mr. Deepak Mehta, Chairman of the FICCI National Chemical Committee and Chairman and MD of Deepak Nitrite Limited, to kindly address the gathering. Let's all welcome him once again with a round of applause.
Good evening, friends, respected Honorable Minister Supriya Patel ji, Prabhdas ji, Samir Biswas ji, and friends. As usual, the evening of the first day of FICCI's program is always one of the best because it is generally the award giving evening when we celebrate successes of various companies, various people. And it is these successes that really go to build the industry. As we recognize each one's performance, they actually add to inspire a lot of others to do similar. And it ensures that we together continue to work to make India a strong country in terms of chemical sector. Supriya ji, India used to be the 7th largest player in the world in the chemical sector. And in the last year or so, we are now between the 5th and the 6th largest player in the world. China, of course, is the number 1, and it is about 10 times as large as India. And a lot of good companies here are working hard to see how to grow well and bring in capacity so that it can play a more significant role than what India has been playing. Today, India may be about $170 billion as a chemical participant in the chemical sector in the world. And we expect in the next 5 years that this number would go up to $300 billion. In a way, that is going to be the consumption that is going to be there in India. For us all in the chemical industry, the effort is how can we ensure that whatever is consumed in India is made in India. And therefore, under Samir Biswas ji and our chemical ministry, that the effort is to see how can India increase their manufacturing capacity. With this effort, again, since you are also taking charge of the Commerce Ministry, I would like to take this opportunity to share a couple of words which are our concerns and our need for support from you, ma'am. One of the challenges for the chemical industry has been that in the last many years, we have signed a number of free trade agreements. In those times, the number of free trade agreements that were signed also included a lot of products which were not made in India, and the then government decided that it's okay if they are coming in imported with low duty or free duty. Today, this has become the biggest challenge when we talk about Make in India, because these products cannot be made in India unless there is some duty protection, because the raw materials are already getting duty protection. So unless there is a way that we can find out that they get the same level playing field as any other chemical product, all those products which were then signed off as free trade, under free trade, are literally like banned from being produced in India. So for the last many years, our ministry has been working hard to see how to find a way out so that there is an equal chance for Indian companies to make these products. Once we make the products, the free trade agreements offers that either country can export or import. So we know after that the companies who are exporting to India will not, because then everybody is at par. If there is an Indian company, they can also export. It is the first 3 years to make them come into India, to make Indian entrepreneurs make the product in India, that we need to find a solution out of the free trade agreement. So I would like on behalf of the industry to request to see if we can, it requires a lot of good brainstorming to see how to find a solution in the current WTO environment. But I'm sure where there is a will, there is a way, and Anupriya ji, you would certainly find a solution for us. With these few words, I want to assure ma'am that we have some of the best industry captains here who are not only ensuring that they are great wealth creators, but they are also companies who have taken the best of environment care and ensured that society also progresses as well as them. With these few words, a very, very warm welcome to you once again, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta. And I'll now invite Shri Sameer Kumar Viswas, Additional Secretary Chemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, to kindly talk to all of us. Please welcome him.
Very good afternoon to all the participants. Honorable Minister, Department of Commerce, Madam Anupriya Patel ji, Deepak Mehta ji, Prabhudas ji, and all the distinguished participants in this conference in this evening. You have been hearing right from beginning, you have heard the Honorable Minister during the inaugural session about the importance of this industry and also how the nation respects the industrialists, because they take a lot of risk to make investment into the economy for the overall gain and value addition to the society. So that being the case, he has made it amply clear that industrial growth and development is one of the key focus area for this government, and for that lot of initiatives have been taken in recent 7 to 8 years, including enhancing ease of doing business, which has been praised globally by IMF, World Bank, all the world bodies. There have been relaxation in the corporate tax regime and all kinds of regulatory measures. Lot of relaxations and space has been created for the industry to grow on a sustainable basis. Just now, Mehta ji mentioned about FTAs. Yes, we have been feeling the pinch of FTAs, but in the present time, FTAs have become very, inevitable. Without FTAs, the nations really cannot go ahead. But the latest trend globally is that you should use non-tariff barriers. There are many technical barriers to trade which can be used to defend and protect the domestic industry. And towards that direction, we have been working very hard. Wherever we have a strength, we need to protect ourselves against unfair practices of other country producers in other country. We are going ahead and making these standards mandatory so that we can protect our domestic industry to some extent. Now the main thrust of this conference has been how do you see India emerging as a global hub for manufacturing chemicals and petrochemicals? Because there is a lot of opportunity, potential is huge, and instead of really looking inwards to protect ourselves, we have to really look outwards. How do you really capture the export market? Because the market today globally is again huge. Not only the domestic demand, even the global demand is quite huge. And in the recent times, given the fact that countries are trying to move away from Chinese supplies, we have been recent past, we have been watching and observing these supply chain disruptions which are caused broadly by the neighboring country. So people are learning lessons and trying to shift their supply chain to some other country, and in that process India becomes preferred destination in terms of investment, in terms of doing business, in terms of forging alliances. So that's a very, very important aspect which needs to be really capitalized on, and there is a very strong force now which can easily transform India into a global hub for manufacturing chemicals and petrochemicals. So with that hope, with that vision and with that dream, I our honorable both the ministers today in the morning really called upon the industry to take the right initiative, right projects so that we can go ahead. You have seen the presentation of 5 states today in the morning. How proactive these states have been really, you have seen that, and that really comes out from the desire for those states to really emerge as global hubs. That is very, very key, important takeaway from today's session. I feel that each and every state is very keen to attract investment and doing their level best to really attract investment and see that the production grows manifold and we really achieve our potential growth. So with that perspective in mind, FICCI has been organizing the special award functions to really facilitate the people who have done really good, noteworthy work so that it becomes example for others to really emulate that. Today, you might remember in the morning, our Honorable Minister of State said that our investment in R&D is quite low. In fact, that is the driving factor. I mean, how other companies or other countries have really gone ahead, we need to really study that. Because without investing adequately in R&D, we cannot really grow based on the developed molecules or the developed technologies and processes alone. We cannot grow. We have to do something ourselves so that we can really innovate new products, new processes, grow on a sustainable basis. So I really thank FICCI for that, for really selecting the right candidates for rewarding so that they can still take it forward further and also set an example for others to emulate. So with that, I thank FICCI very much for organizing this awards function. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, it is time for me to now invite Srimati Anupriya Patel, the Honorable Minister of State, Department of Commerce in Ministry and Commerce and Industry, who is also our chief guest at today's program, to kindly give the inaugural address. Please put your hands together, everybody, and join me in welcoming her once again.
Shri Samir Kumar Vishwasji, Additional Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Shri Prabdas, Chairman, FICCI Petrochemicals Committee, MD and CEO, HPCL Mittal Energies Limited. Shri Deepak Mehtaji, Chairman, FICCI National Chemicals Committee. And all the industry captains, media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you, and I'm very delighted to join you all for the second edition of this very important summit on how to make India a global chemicals and petrochemicals manufacturing hub. I'm very glad to see your synergy and your great effort in organizing this whole show. This is a 2-day event, and I'm sure it will put forth several opportunities which are available in this sector to attract the global community and make them look at India like an investment destination and expose them to the whole lot of opportunities which are available in our nation to develop as a manufacturing hub. I'm also happy to note that in order to commemorate the 75th year of India's independence, FICCI is announcing India at 75, the Chemicals and Petrochemicals Industry Awards today, which would be conferred today in 10 different categories, and many of you would be getting those awards. I want to congratulate all the winners of tonight. I'm sure you will be role models for so many others. You will inspire so many from the industry, from the chemicals and petrochemical sector to perform better. And these are not just awards to recognize your contribution, but also to boost up your spirits and to encourage the industry to adopt more innovation and explore better ways of doing businesses. So congratulations once again to all the winners who will be soon given the awards. And I would also like to add that while getting an award is a moment of achievement and excitement, and you do deserve all the spotlight to celebrate that moment, but it also brings on you added responsibilities and greater expectations, because now we'll want you to serve more, do more, and show more progress, because you have all potential, you have all capabilities, you cannot just inspire others, but there is so much more that you can do. So these awards are not just to feel good about it, but also to understand that now there is a bigger responsibility on you. The chemicals and petrochemical industry, much has been said about the relevance of the sector by our Honorable Minister for the department who joined you all for this inaugural session in the morning. This is a sector which has seen a lot of robust growth in the past decade, and is quite vibrant also. If I talk about the chemicals industry, as on today, it is contributing 5 to 6% to India's GDP, and insofar as the global chemical industry is concerned, the contribution is nearly 3%. And as the speakers prior to me said, India is today the 6th largest producer of chemicals in the world and the 3rd largest in Asia, and China is ranking 1st. But we do have the capacity. As on today, there are 7 states, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, UP, West Bengal, Andhra and Tamil Nadu, where we have the manufacturing capacities for chemical production. But we certainly can enhance these capacities, and we can, in times to come, we can reach that #1 position. There is so much we can do. This industry today has a size which is expected to reach $304 billion by 2025, registering a CAGR of 9.3%. But there is a lot of scope to grow more. Because I represent the Commerce and Industry Department, there is a great effort that we are making within the department so that our exports also grow. And for this year, you know, Honorable Prime Minister has set a very ambitious target of $400 billion of exports. And for chemical industries, for this fiscal year, $25 billion is the target which has been set. So our Department of Commerce is also implementing a lot of short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategies so that the sector is able to promote its exports also. Even the petrochemical sector, which I would say the most important thing is it has several opportunities to contribute to circular economy, which we are talking a lot about these days. So these two sectors can grow a lot. In 2007, the PCPR policy was implemented by the government, which is being overhauled now. Now today the PCPIRs are being developed in the states of Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Odisha and Rajasthan. And government is taking all steps to make sure that in case of both these sectors, we are able to unlock tremendous potential. We've all been through this COVID pandemic. We've seen how the global supply chains have been disturbed, but slowly we are recovering. Economy is also coming on track. Even in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic times, the government tried its best to support, to facilitate, and to provide an investor-friendly ecosystem to all the investors in India, for which the empowered group of secretaries and the PDCs, the project development cells, was set up within the ministries. And these institutions were aimed at fast-tracking the investments by coordinating more and more with the central and the state governments. So we are leaving no stone unturned, and I believe that with the collective efforts of the industry and the government, we can certainly reach to the next level. There is a huge potential. Once again, I repeat, to which the global community can be attracted and India could be developed as a manufacturing hub in the chemicals and the petrochemicals sector. So we all have to just come together, work more, believe in our capacities more, and create a self-reliant India, fulfill the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, especially in the sector that we are discussing here today. So at last, I would just once again extend my heartiest wishes to all the award winners for tonight, and I hope more and more companies compete for the awards next year or in the next edition of your summit, which you will be organizing in times to come. And I hope you are all able to work together with the government in building a self-reliant India. Once again, my good wishes for the success of this two-day summit. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for talking to all of us here. We are indeed grateful and honored you could join us for this very special evening, that is the FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached that moment I'm sure all of our award recipients have been eagerly waiting for and have sat through the day. And I'm going to invite the PwC team, Nikhil and Moin, on stage to take the award distribution ceremony forward. And with that, I'm also going to request Srimati Anupriya Patel, our chief guest at today's program, to now kindly give away the FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards. Over to Nikhil and Moin from PwC.
Thank you. A very good evening to everyone. I am Moin. And I am Nikhil Kalane. We are from Chemicals Practice of PwC India, and we welcome you to the award distribution ceremony of India at 75 FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards. Thank you, Moin. So I would like to welcome you all to this ceremony. So FICCI has been organizing FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Awards for over 12 years now. But this time at the GCPMH 2021 Summit, it's even special. And this is because the awards are to felicitate and realize the contribution of the chemical and petrochemical industry, as well as the individuals for over the last 75 years. So I would like to thank all the nominations, the companies who have participated in these awards, the FICCI team, as well as the jury team who helped us during the intensive process of define, design, and evaluating the awards. So after going through this process, this year we have finalized over 21 companies who will be receiving the FICCI 2021 Chemicals and Petrochemicals Award. I would also like to mention a special thank to the jury members for providing their inputs. So the jury members comprised of a team experienced and some of the eminent scientists and dignitaries from the chemical industry. Shri P. Raghavendra Rao, Chairman, 6th State Finance Commission, Haryana. Professor Dr. Sanjay K. Nayak, Vice Chancellor, Ravenshaw University, Odisha. Mr. Siddharth Mitra, former Executive Director in charge, Petrochemicals, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Mr. Manish Panchal, Head of Business Development at DuPont Sustainable Solutions. Mr. Joy Shah, Founder and Chief Consultant, Innovate Protect Solutions India. Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University. Dr. Samir Degan, President, NACE International. Professor Anand Khanna, IIT Bombay. And Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Director, IPFT. Thank you very much for supporting in the evaluation process. May I request Moin to start with the award function? Yeah. So may I request all the dignitaries to come forward for the felicitation of the awards to the applicants. Sir, please come forward in front of table. Yeah, thank you. So the first award category is Excellence in Health, Safety and Environment, and we had a very tough competition here. So we have 2 winners in chemicals segment and 1 in petrochemical. So first winner in chemicals segment is National Peroxide Limited. May I request National Peroxide Limited team to come on the stage and receive the award.
The next winner is Jubilant Engravia Limited. May I request Jubilant team to come on the stage? The winner in petrochemical sector is Reliance Industries Limited, Nagathone Manufacturing Division. May I request Reliance team to come forward?
Moving forward to the second award category, which is Award for Excellence in CSR. So we have in total 7 winners in this category. In the chemical segment, we have the winner, Tagros Chemicals India Limited, in the bracket of companies with less than 1,000 crore revenue. For the bracket of more than 1,000 crores revenue, the award goes to Tata Chemicals Limited. The third award, the joint winner, for the bracket of more than 1,000 crore, goes to Deepak Nitrite Limited. We also have a runner-up. May I request Garda Chemicals Limited to come forward and receive this award. From the petrochemical sector, we have 3 awards, and the first one goes to Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. The second awards in the petrochemical segment goes to Indian Oil Corporation Limited. May I request Dr. SSV Ramakumar, Director R&D, to receive this award. And the third award in the petrochemicals goes to HPCL Mittal Energy Limited.
Moving forward, the next award category is Energy Conservation and Management, and we have 3 awards in this category, one in Chemicals, and the winner in Chemicals is Godrej Industries Limited, Chemical Division. May I request Godrej team to come forward to collect the award. In petrochemical sector, we have winner Reliance Industries Limited, Dahej Manufacturing Division. May I request Reliance team to come forward and receive the award. We have one more winner in this category, that is Brahmaputra Cracker and Polymer Limited, Assam. May I request BCPL team to come forward and collect the award.
Going ahead, we now have the Company of the Year Award, Company of the Era Award, sorry. In the chemical segment, it goes to Aarti Industries Limited. In the petrochemicals, may I request Reliance Industries Limited to come forward and collect the award. Company of the Era.
The next category of award is Leading Company Contributing Towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. And in total, we have 5 awards in this category, 3 in Chemicals. And the winner in Chemicals category goes to Deepak Nitrate Limited. May I request Deepak Nitrate Limited team to come forward. The next award goes to, in chemical sector, is Excel Industries Limited. May I request Excel manufacturing team to come forward. And the another winner is Balaji Specialty Chemicals Private Limited. In petrochemical sector, the winner is Indian Oil Corporation Limited. And may I request Dr. SSV Ramakumar, Director R&D and PNBD, to come forward to collect the award. We have one more winner in this category, and the award goes to Reliance Industries Limited again.
we are now at the 6th award, which is the Award for Excellence in Manufacturing. The award goes to Godavari Biorefineries Limited, Distillery Division.
In chemicals category. The next award category is Excellence in Sustainability. And we have 2 awards in this category. And the first award winner goes to ChemFab Alkalis Limited. May I request ChemFab team to come forward. We have one more winner in this category, and the award goes to Institute of Pesticide Formulation Technology. May I request the team to come forward and collect the award.
It's time to felicitate the individuals for the Lifetime Contribution Award. And this time we have received a couple of nominees, and we are going to facilitate 4 individuals for their contribution towards the chemical industry. The first one in the chemicals goes to Shri Yogesh Kothari, Chairman and Managing Director, Alkyl Amines Chemicals Limited. Mr. Yogesh is the Chairman and MD of Alkyl Amines Chemical Limited. He is also the Chairman for Alkyl Specialty Chemicals and Alkyl Amines Europe. Mr. Kothari is also a member of Management Committee at Indian Merchants Chamber and on the board of 6 other companies. In his past career, Mr. Kothari was Chairman for Diamines and Chemicals Limited and Vice President of Indian Chemical Council. Mr. Yogesh received a graduate degree from University of Massachusetts and an undergraduate degree from Institute of Chemical Technology. May I request Mr. Deepak Mehta sir, Chairman and Managing Director of Deepak Nitrite Limited, to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Yogesh. The second award for lifetime contribution in the petrochemicals goes to Mr. Manmohan Singh, former President, Reliance Industries Limited. To give a brief, Shri Manmohan Singh is a chemical engineer from BIT Sindri. Thereafter, he worked for IOCL Baroni for 5 years and KNPC Kuwait for 4 years. In 1972, he joined IPCL and was responsible for commissioning and safe operation of the petrochemical plants for over 18 years. He later joined Reliance Industries Limited in 1990 as a president of world-scale petrochemical site and led the commissioning and operation team of the Hazira Petrochemical Complex. He has demonstrated strong safety practices from his IPCL days. Therefore, he was nominated by Delhi administration and Ministry of Chemicals as the chairman of the committee for preparation of guidelines for safe storage, manufacturing and transport of hazardous chemicals in 1985. He was also nominated by Supreme Court of India as a chairman of investigation of Oleum Leak Committee in December 1985. He was also a member of Committee of Techno-Economical Evaluation of Silicon Wafer Manufacturing Plant. May I request Mr. Manmohan sir?
May I request Nanavati sir to collect the award on behalf of Manmohan sir.
In the agrochemicals, the award for lifetime contribution goes to Dr. Raman Ramchandran, the MD and CEO of PI Industries Limited. Dr. Raman has a PhD from University of Adelaide and an MSc in Agriculture from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi. Before joining PI, he was the chairman and managing director of BSF India and head of BSF legal entities in South Asia. During his stint of nearly 3 decades with BSF, Raman held many positions of responsibility and led the strategic evolution of the company's agricultural product business for Asia Pacific region. He was a member of company's executive committee of the Global Agricultural Products and its Global R&D Steering Committee. Mr. Raman was also a member of BSF Asia Pacific Business Board and Vice President Crop Life Asia. Please give a big round of applause. The award for lifetime contribution in the plastics and polymer segment goes to Shri Suketu Vakil, President Polymer Technology, Reliance Industries Limited. Mr. Vakil is a graduate in chemical engineering from MSU Baroda. Over 40 years in polyolefin industry, 30 plus years in Reliance, and rest in erstwhile IPCL, leading the growth story of polymers in Reliance to establish Reliance Industries, among the world's leading producer of polypropylene and polyethylene. He was instrumental in setting up of all the 16 polyethylene and polypropylene plants of Reliance Industries, including the 4 of the world's largest single reactor polymer trains. He was also instrumental in development of the Ziegler-Natta catalyst, also in commercializing production process. He was also responsible for developing both polyethylene and polypropylene tailored solution right from commodity grades to the niche medical grades. He holds a total 11 patents for catalyst, donor and monomer technology developments. Currently, he is the focal point for all polyolefin related developments and projects in India at Mumbai. Yes.
Moving forward, the second last category today's award is Excellence in Subsector. And in this subsector, we have 4 segments. In first segment, which is Plastics and Polymer, the winner is Bright Flexi International Private Limited. May I request Bright Flexi team to come forward and collect the award. The other segment is Specialty Chemicals, and the winner in Specialty Chemicals is Balaji Amines Limited. May I request Balaji team to come forward and collect the award. The next segment is Dyes and Dye Stuff, and the winner is Huntsman International India Private Limited. May I request the team to come forward and collect the award. The next segment is Chlor-Alkali, and the winner is ChemFab Alkalis Limited. Please come forward and collect the award. Yeah.
The last award category, which is the Heritage Company of India. We have total 4 awards in this category. The first one goes to the first chemicals company, rather a chemicals and pharmaceuticals company in India, which is Bengal Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals Limited. A big and huge round of applause for Bengal Chemicals. Unfortunately, we do not have representative from the company. The second award, which is the Heritage Company of the India, goes to DCM Sriram Industries Limited.
We request the team to come forward and collect the award.
Another company whose contribution to the development of Indian industry has been immense. May I request Tata Chemicals India Limited to come forward and receive this award.
Last.
We now have the 4th award. The Heritage Company of India, PI Industries Limited. May I request please give a big round of applause. Thank you. So here we end up with the distribution of the awards. We will have a group photograph of all the awardees. So may I request all the awardees to come forward and we will have a picture.
We'll request all the award recipients to quickly join us on the dais, and this is for a group photo opportunity. I'll also request jury members to join us on the dais for the group photograph. All the jury members and the award recipients along with their trophies, very quickly in the interest of time, on the dais, please. The audio visual can be reduced the volume a little bit. We can have some of the award recipients come downstairs, not on the dais, maybe below the dais, and I hope all the jury members are here and all the award recipients. And for those of you who are in the audience, let's all give them a huge round of applause. They are all the winners of the FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards, a proud moment. And our heartiest congratulations on behalf of everyone at FICCI. Heartiest congratulations to all the award recipients here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. With that, we come to an end of India at 75 FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Awards. Once again, extending our heartiest gratitude to our chief guest for the ceremony, Srimati Anupriya Patel ma'am, Honorable Minister of State, Department of Commerce. And I'd also like to extend our thanks to all the dignitaries present here who could spare some of their most valuable time and join us this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly sit back, and we are going to have the cultural evening now, and we'll request everyone to kindly remain seated.
Thank you on behalf of FICCI. I would like to thank Honorable Minister for giving the time, and my congratulations to all the awarded. With this, we conclude the session. Thank you very much, ma'am.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a cultural evening planned now, and this is going to go alongside the dinner, so please enjoy the evening. And we'll just take a few moments to make the necessary arrangements for the program that is going to be held now. The FICCI Chemical and Petrochemical Industry Award ceremony has come to an end. We'd like to once again extend our heartiest congratulations to all the winners, all the award recipients, and FICCI thanks everybody, our audiences, our partners, the entire organizing team for extending their help and support, and we thank our audience for joining us this evening.